Ho ho ho! Hello, chat room and henchpuns all alike. Welcome back to Rokenjima. We're continuing Umineko episode 6, and I'm excited. A lot of things have been happening. We're playing this deadly love game inside the other deadly love game. It's kind of recursive. It's a weird thing we've got going on. Can't wait for Battler and his funny tricks. Battler is usually the one getting tricked, I've noticed. So I don't know if he'll have any funny tricks for us today. But we'll see who else gets murdered. That'll be fun. We have to get to the second batch unless it gets interrupted again by Erica just going like, I can solve the mystery right away. I think it'll be very funny if we don't even see all the Twilights ever again just because they immediately jump into the end every time. I'm trying to remember exactly where we were. I guess we'll find out in a second. The entrance to the mansion was locked, but Erica had a master key, so she opened it without any trouble. Oh, that's right, they did the letter thing. Then Erica was like, you were gonna move your body, Battler, so that it could be you who was the killer or something. He did this incredibly easy to see through thing that I'm not even sure why he bothered with. Because he let her use the tape recursively like a moron. She had gotten Kraus and the others to take the master keys from the servants, and at that time, she had used a little sleight of hand to pilfer one of them. Hello, Delanner. I love Delanner. She's so oomphy. Let's go investigate Battler's room. The room where he died, at least. Grinning, Erica cut across the entrance hall and passed in front of the dining hall. Deeper, deeper. She headed for the guest room Battler had lain dead in. Battler could put off deciding whether the seals would remain whole or not until the moment right before Erica witnessed them. However, once she did witness them, the Game Master would have to show what had happened to them. In the witch's game they were in now, the simple act of going to check the seals around the guest room was an attack. I don't agree with that. I didn't think he's ready at all. He has no idea what he's doing. Would she say that? I guess she would say that. Good. It's another cat box. We don't know if the seals are broken until we see them. The piece Erica held high in the air was the White Queen, which represented herself. I think she thinks very highly of herself. Her target was Battler's camp. She attacked. Erica dashed down the hallway with a sickening smile and clung to the guest room door like a spider. Then she closely examined the seals she had placed retroactively. Are they broken? I sure hope this is an actually cool Keikaku of Battler's and he isn't gonna get owned immediately, but I don't have high hopes. Okay. So that's how we're playing it. I hate it when people observe my corpse. Leave that alone.
からぶつかる気でいる。
男にはな、真正面から来られたら
You have to challenge a man's head.
受けなきゃならねえ時ってのがあるんだよ。ここだけは
You hear that? He's not pulling out.
受け切る。逃れる手なんて後からいくらでもこじつけられる。俺は前回それを金蔵の書斎でやりきっている。大丈夫だ。いけるいける。来い。エリカ
客室の完全な封印を確認しました。エリカ卿がバトルの存在を確認して以降、この密室は
The door has not been opened. It's in red. She's very
封
excited.
印を破ります。ビリビリ、ボリボリ。
Erica's having a wonderful time. Erica destroyed the packing tape seal on the door in ecstasy. It looked as though the intellectual... I'm not gonna say it. Had finally laid her true nature bare. It almost got me. I'm not gonna say it.
当てますよ。見せてください。バトラさんの赤裸々なシナリオを。
I love naked scenarios. Like a ruffian pushing down a frail girl, Erica mercilessly and greedily threw the door open. Then, finally, the inside of Battler's guest room was observed by Erica. Battler had to show it. Was there a corpse, or wasn't there? Come on! Alright, let's see how dumb this is. This will be something stupid, I'm sure. I'm sure this will be silly. Battler grabbed a black piece from the board and raised it high. Ah, that piece. Beato had no memories of the time she had been an expert at this game. And yet, for some reason, she realized that this was a move that could not be taken back. Once this piece was moved, they couldn't move it back. Ooh-ah! The guest room was covered by a silent darkness. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, there was a light switch just off to the side of the entrance. If she flicked that, the room would be lit up and she would see whether or not there was a corpse on the bed.
つけますか？いえ。ちょっと
What
だ
are
け
you
待ってく
doing?
ださい。バトラさん、提案です。
聞こ
もうお分かりと思いますが、今回の私は犯人は誰かという王道的な勝利を目指していません。私の敵は駒殺しの犯人程度ではなく、対戦相手であるあなた自身なのですから。
う。分かってる。狙いはロジックエラーか。
That's what I said last time. She's like trying to trick him into a logic error so he loses permanently.
今は激しく後悔している。お前が惨めそうなふりをしていたのにまんまと騙されて。
Yeah, you really shouldn't have done that. You're really stupid. Why did you do that?
あなたのおごりです。高い支払いをすることとなります。
Nice guys always finish last, Battler.
そちらの提案とは何ですか?
With a firm voice, Beato urged her to continue. Until just a second ago, she had remained behind Battler's back, a bit flustered. However, she was steady now. She saw that Battler had let his emotions take control of it and been lured into making a bad move, and then realized that it was time for her to stay cool and support him. Erica's proposal couldn't be anything good. And on top of that, Erica was sly. She probably wouldn't make a proposal that would be easily rejected.
今から明かりをつけます。ベッドの上が照らし出され、手紙の予告通りにバトラさんが消失しているか否かが決定されるでしょう。いればよし。何もおかしいことはありません。手紙の予告が空振りに終わるだけです。もちろん、では誰が手紙を置いたのかという論点に戦いは移るでしょうが。
Yeah, you gotta figure out someone new.
とりあえず 戦いの場はこの密室を脱します。もし消失していたら。
Peito already knew. She knew the move that Battler had made a second ago. Battler had already disappeared from this room. Therefore, they would need to prepare a disappearing trick other than he was actually alive and left through the door. The situation is simple. First, this room is a closed room. Also, Battler's life or death status hasn't been confirmed. In other words, him being alive wouldn't cause any problems. They had to make Erica think that Battler had vanished from this situation. He just had to escape from the room. Or, if that wasn't possible, he just had to hide somehow and wait for her to leave, making her think that he'd disappeared.
この狭い部屋の中でこれから私たちのエンドゲーム
エンドゲーム
詰め将棋が始まります。ほんの数手で決着するでしょう。あなたはこの部屋からバトラを脱出できるロジックを構築できず、物語を破綻させゲームオーバーになります。
ゲームオーバーです。
それを避けるべく戦うのがこちらの仕事です。それで提案というのは、
ロジックエラーをめぐるエンドゲームではより精密さを増した戦いをすべきです。また私たちは赤と青の真実でこれから攻防を行うわけですが、その赤き真実によってロジックエラーを起こさないかゲームマスターと同格の審判が監視する必要が出てきます。
道理です。
これは何も特別なことではありません。
I don't know about this
か
referee.
つてのあなたがゲームマスターだった時も、あなたの後見人であるラムダデルタ教によってそれは監視されていました。その結果、赤き真実が全て有効であると判断されていたのです。
俺たちの手の内をラムダデルタに見
You're
せ
gonna
ろ。
make Lambda the referee? That might be okay, actually.
最初から見てるわよ。
Lambda's a better choice than almost anybody else.
大丈夫。安心して。ジャッジメントについては公平だから。それを
The funny thing is, I actually believe
語
that.
れますか？ええ。ジャッジメントの公平を誓うわ。前回
Yeah,
の
Lambda
ゲーム
Delta
で
is
私
always listening because she's in the
十分公平だった
walls.
つもりよ。
Yeah, no, it's really, I keep saying it's really funny how at first it kind of leads you to believe that Lambda is like the bad one, and then you just find out Burn Castle is so much worse.
どっちに転んでも面白い裁判では特にね。受けなさい、バトラー。エリカはあんたを詰めるわ。わかる？
I hate getting cornered.
この部屋であんたと決闘して殺すということよ。
I get the feeling this is not gonna go well.
男なら決闘を受けなさい。
いいだろう。俺が不可能殺人を見せるたびにいちいちロジックエラーを疑われてちゃゲームが有効であることを保証する立会人は確かに必要だ。
She just looks like that
私はこっち側
sometimes.
に回るわね。
She's quirky.
あんたの手拝見するわよ。ふむふむ。
Huma huma. Lambda Delta understood what Battler had up his sleeve, and she saw that Erica's first move had indeed gone straight through his heart. Just as Erica had guessed, Battler was alive and had slipped out of the room after Erica had examined his corpse, placed the letter by the guest house, and hid himself somewhere. When the packing tape seals had been retroactively placed on the guest room, he would have had to show that they'd been torn. However, if he had done that, it would be the same as admitting that he'd been seen through, and that he had lost. Unwilling to admit that, Battler had claimed that the seals had been maintained with false courage and was now rushing to revise his logic. This is really dumb. He shouldn't have done that. There are like several steps that Battler should not have taken that have now snowballed into a very bad situation. What a moron. What an idiot. What a maroon, a rube, a fool. True, he could still escape for a few more moves. However, Erica was planning to corner and kill him here.
バトラー。
Battler set up this whole game with like the love thing, with Shannon and George and Jessica and Canon, and like he makes one stupid mistake and it's all fucked up. We're never gonna. I don't think we're seeing the end of that. I don't think we're gonna see how that turns out.
あんたすごいカードで戦ってるのね。
カード
Hi, Chesto.
お前にはこのチェスが
I don't trust Battler's plan at all. I don't trust his plan.
私にはあんたたちがポーカーで戦ってるように見えて
It's
た
a
わ。
little pokery. A lot of it's based on bluffs, after all.
だからこっち側に回ってあんたの持つカードのすべてがわかる。ひどい手だわ。まるで役なしじゃない。しかもそれをあんたは完璧にエリカにカンパされてるわ。
あんたならどうするよ。
私は審判よ。助言
No
はしないわ。
coaching, Battler.
でも感想は言わせて。
いや、いい。
ゾクゾクするわ。あんたこの役なしの手で掛け金だけのブラフでエリカを下ろせる気でいるのね。降りないわよ、あいつは。
Yeah, Erica does not let go. I don't think you can bluff your way out of
今
anything
む
with
しろ
her.
チップを払って降りるべきわ。
助言感謝しバトラさん。私も同感です。この部屋での戦いを降りましょう。勝てるカードはありません。
カードチェンジでマシな役に化けるのを期待してるの？あんたチェスをしてるつもりなん
Yeah,
で
he
しょ？
played Reload.
チェスの世界に運頼みなんか持ち込んでると死ぬわよ。
By hoping to draw something useful, she meant relying on luck and betting that even if he couldn't think of a trick now, he might think of a good plan for making a closed room trick later on. If you enter into the fight without any trick in mind, you get killed. Now was the time to back down. When Erica flipped the switch, he just had to be sleeping there on that bed. That's all he needs.
ラムダ、何の話をしてるのか知らないけど、おしゃべりが長すぎるわ。審判は公平でいてくれなきゃ。
そうね。じゃあ頑張ってね、バトラー。チェスらしい精密な戦いを期待してるわ。あんたがしてるのはポーカーじゃないんでしょ？
No poker.
覚悟はいいですかバトラさん。
ああ、いいぜ。いつでも明かりをつける。
I sure hope Battler actually has a plan here, otherwise he's totally owned. There's no way he can win if he doesn't actually have an idea of how to do
この部屋
anything.
での戦いは時間進行を
Everything
停止
that's
して
been
行います。
described up to that point is just like, I'm gonna hope it works out.
それにより双方の全て
Toki
の
will
手は
tomare.
同時的であり、最初に出された手であろうと後から出された手であろうと同じ意味を持ちます。意味が分かりにくいと思いますが、これはロジックを守るための
We must maintain
あなた
internal
を保護するル
consistency.
ールです。
あなたはこれからへりくつの限りを尽くしてこの部屋のトリックの再構築を行うわ。つまり戦いの途中で良いアイデアが思いつく可能性もあるということ。本来筋書きを途中で変更するのはアンフェアな行為。それを認めるために後から思いついたロジックであっても後出しではないという同時的な時間停止の世界が必要なの。
Sure, whatever. We'll go with that. I can roll
こ
with
れ
it.
はエリカにとっても利用できるルール。バトラが変更した新しいトリックに対応して別の対応を取ることができる。
ややこしいですね。
シンプルな話さ。汚職政治家のへりくつ合戦と同じってことだ。
Who's smarter, Battler or Phoenix, right? I'm leaning towards Phoenix right now.
シャー
Phoenix
シャ
at
ー
least
と嘘を
finished
ついて
law school. That man has a degree.
それをカンパされる証拠を出されたらそれに矛盾しないように。それまでの嘘を記憶違いでしたとシャーシャーと撤回して新しい嘘に変更する。嘘とそれを破る証拠とそれを逃げる嘘と
Yeah, you can retcon things. We get it.
そういう 互いの尻尾を飲み込もうとぐるぐる
I have
2匹のヘビの
Ouroboros.
戦いってわけだ。
グッと要するに後出しのへりくつがいくらでも許される世界と考えてください。私もこの部屋の封印の件でそれを行使しました。だからあなたも行使できるようにするのがフェアなことだと思いまして。よくも
That's a weird
さと言え
face.
るものです。
She looks very nervous.
オーケー。で
Okay.
は双方始めなさい。初手はエリカからでしょ。いえ、ベッドの掛け金の確認から。
そうね。ベッドのバトラの確認からだわ。エリカ、始めなさい。
お任せを我が主。ライト
Switch on. With a click, the sound of the light switch rang out, and the bulb turned on, lighting up the room. On Battler's bed was
ドラノール、赤で確認を。
はい。ベッドの上には。
いや、俺の手、
Nani?
俺が言おう。ベッドの上に後ろ宮バトラー
He's disappeared.
いない。
グッとよく勝負を逃げませんでしたね。敬意を表します。
レートの高い勝負ってことは、お前だって負けた時の支払いが多いということだ。
Are you sure this isn't poker? Because we're putting chips on the table.
自分に有利である自信がない限り、人はレートを上げたりなんかしません。
ドラノール、記録を取りなさい。
良いです。
Delana, write all this shit down. It's gonna get crazy. At Delana's nod, Cornelia, who was hanging back, started taking a record. She wrote down that Battler's corpse, which should have been on the bed, was not, and also that Battler hadn't backed down from this closed room game.
バトラの初手は予告通りの死体消失からよ。次はエリカの手番。どうぞ。
後宮バトラが生きていて、室内のどこかに隠れている可能性の提示です。これを青き真実で宣言し。
無効だ。それを青き真実で語りたいなら、具体的な場所を示してもらおう。
Specifics. You can't just say broad things. Can't wave your arms
前回の
around.
ゲームの金蔵の書斎でベアトがそれをやって
Yeah, this is like Kenzo's
ド
study.
ラノールにめった打ちにされてたっけ。仕返しってわけかしら。
探し始める前に探さずに使える青き真実を一つ。発見不可能な隠し扉 X の可能性。
Oh, we're back to this.
その中に隠れているため、私には発見不能。
What about Nox's rules?
ノックス第30
Yeah, there we
秘
go.
密の通路の存在を禁ず
That's the one.
だったな。
客室内にエリカさんに発見不能な隠れ場所は存在しません。ノックス第3条有効です。
グッと。では早速捜索を開始しましょう。
Erica slowly began to walk around the room. Until the end game had started, Erica had been energetic, jumping about impatiently like a hungry dog. She's like a little chihuahua. However, now that it had actually begun, this was a stifling battle of wits where each breath made her tense. Even the quiet sound of the rain was distracting.
客室内を捜索した上でその構造を要求。
客室はベッドルームとバスルームの2部屋構成となっています。エリカ卿は現在ベッドルーム部分の全てを捜索しました。例外は1箇所のみ。
その1箇所は今は保留します。
Hmm?
その結果、ベッドルーム内に異常は
ありませんでした。例外1箇所を除きベッドルームに誰の姿もありません。
Cannot see anyone.
例外一箇所ってなんだ。いやらしい言い方をせずに公表しろ。
I don't think Eric is capable of saying anything without
伏せ
being
たカ
annoying.
ードは 伏せたままだから意味があるんです。
Yeah, it's got a flip effect.
必要とあらば開きますのでお楽しみに。
After thoroughly checking the bedroom, Erica headed for the bathroom door. Since he wasn't in the bedroom, it was natural to think that he was in the bathroom. And since the guest room was made up of 2 rooms, if Battler wasn't in the bathroom either, it would mean that he had managed to vanish from the closed room. Except for that single location that Erica had intentionally left unchecked.
バスルームを調べます。
ヘリカ卿、中から水音が聞こえます。
Sound of water?
わずかに熱気もです。
まさかシャワー中でしたか。
Yeah, he was a dirty boy.
鍵でもかかっています。
いや、かかっていない。開ければいい。
では失礼させていただきます。
Slowly, Erica put her hand on the doorknob on the bathroom door. She tried to push it open, but felt a strange resistance. Of course, it wasn't the resistance of the lock. It felt as though it had an unnatural load on it. Out from the slightly open crack poured the hot air from the shower. However, it was unlocked, so there probably wasn't anyone taking a shower. After letting a dumbfounded expression rise to her face, Erica slammed into the door with her whole body, knocking it open.
何？
Okay. Here's my bet. Here's my bet. Remember all those scenes before we found in that locked room that had, you know, like the character was trying to escape the locked room? I think that was a metaphor for this predicament that was coming up. So I bet somehow the Battler that was in this room is dead in this shower for some reason, and that's gonna be how Battler tries to wiggle his way out of this situation, is by saying that the person could have escaped from this room another way, and it's something to do with the shower. Because there was a lot of emphasis on the shower and the shower drain. Erica froze, unable to understand what had happened. After falling backward on her butt, she realized that boiling hot shower water was spewing out at her and hard. Tee! I played a funny little trick on you, Erica.
ふざけたいたずらです。
You're all wet now. Cursing, Erica wrapped the blanket from the bed around herself and tried to enter the bathroom once more. This time, she was able to figure out what was going on. It was quite an elaborate prank. A wire affixed the shower nozzle in place so that it pointed at the entrance. The pressure and heat were turned up to the max, so that anyone who went through the door would be met with a wave of hot water. The pressure was very strong, which probably accounted for the weight she had felt when trying to push the door open. She tried to make the nozzle point in another direction, but not only was it fixed in place by the wire, it was also fixed in a place high enough that Erica couldn't reach it with her height, because she's a womanlet. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that was also held in place by wires. She couldn't manage anything with her bare hands. She would have to get a tool that could cut the wires. However, when she looked in the bathtub, which was overflowing with very hot water, she saw a bundle of wires and some nippers that had been used to cut them lying at the bottom. If she used that, she could turn off the pressure. You gotta make her go through a funny little embarrassing
ふ
situation.
ざけた真似を。
The blanket she had used to protect herself from the shower was getting more and more drenched with boiling hot water. At this rate, she'd get burns even through the blanket. She needed to turn that water off quickly. Right next to the bathtub, she saw a hanging, low-handled body brush. Perfect. Erica used that to skillfully scrape the nippers up off the bottom of the tub. Fortunately, it was a shallow, Western-style bathtub. If it had been a deep Japanese one, it probably would have burned her badly. Making sure not to touch the hot metal parts, she carefully took the nippers and cut the wires around the faucet. Take that, and that. What is this? What is this insane bullshit? This diet saw trap, yeah. If you want to find the body, Erica, you gotta walk through broken glass. How do you like that? She finally managed to turn the hot water faucet, and the heat from the water storm died down. For a while, Erica was forced to cool her almost burnt arms under the running water.
とんだ災難です。
Calamity indeed.
あんたも一風呂どうです？このボディブラシで顔面を洗ってあげますよ。
お気持ちだけで結構です。
I think she was being rhetorical, Delanner.
あっそ。そりゃ残念です。
Erica had finally regained enough of her composure to be abusive. She turned off the faucet completely, and silence returned to the bathroom. After that, all that remained was Erica's heavy breathing. She turned on the fan to get rid of the hot steam. She had to leave the bathroom until that was finished. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day.
ふざけた罠ですね。しかしこれは検視時にはなかったものです。よってこの罠の出現により後宮バトラが生きていたことが証明されましたね。まあ元より死んでいるとも思っていませんでしたが。
バレているカードを堂々と晒してきたというだけの話です。
ではバスルームの中を確認しましょう。バトラの姿は？
いいえ、バスルームに誰の姿もありません。
グッと。
Can't see anyone in the
例
bathroom, huh?
外一箇所を除いて客室にバトラが存在しないことを確認しました。
いい加減にしてください。その例外一箇所とは
Oh
一
boy.
体どこですか？
I'm sure it'll be something funny.
棺桶です。後宮バトラのね。
Right, the dresser, like one Natsuhi hid in
はい
last
ははいね。
episode.
死体は棺桶に。
Asses to asses.
この部屋で詰めるんだろ。いいぜ、キナ。
A silence that was complete except for the rain was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension, as though he'd been sliced in half if he relaxed for an instant. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered on the room's round table and turned into a witch's chessboard. It was finally time for her attack. Wow, 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 wow.
青き真実。あなたはこの部屋から消失などしていません。姿を隠し、あたかも密室から消え去ったかのように錯覚させただけです。隠れた場所は私がまだ調べていない例外一箇所。
As Erica lightly raised her hand, a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness behind her, flitted between the index finger and middle finger of Erica's raised hand and became a white piece. Then she lifted it high into the air.
その例外一箇所。
Oh boy, I'm excited to find out what it is.
入り口脇の
It's that thing I already guessed was. Bang! Like a falling white lightning bolt, the white piece hit the board, landing by a weak spot in Battler's formation.
そう、ここです。
Koko des! With a crash, the door of the closet, which was just off to the side of the guest room's entrance, was impaled by a spear that represented the blue truth. It's like that magic trick they do where they stuff swords in the box, and they don't kill the guy inside it. Delanner had spun around and thrown it. The door was completely pierced, and the spear stuck in so deeply that if a human had been hiding in it, it would have pierced their chest as well. Its still quivering handle was a testament to the force with which it had been thrown. Yeah, they're pulling Battler out of the closet.
ここしか隠れる場所がありません。あなたは今この中に隠れているのです。
どうですバトラさん。心臓のど真ん中を一突きでスマザードメイトってところですか。
Smazado Mito.
バトラさん、次はこちらの番です。
ああ、やはりな。そうだろうと思ったぜ、エリカ。わざと一箇所を残し、相手を棺桶に追い詰める。前回のゲームで、金蔵を夏日の部屋に追い込んだのと同じ手だ。その手は。
Did you see it coming?
おや、そうでしたか。では、王将をお願いします。 しかし予告します。
してみろ。
あと2手であなたを
2 moves from now? Okay.
これが予告です。
We'll see how that works.
俺も同じ予告だ。俺もまたお前をあと2手でチェックメイト。
No, you, Battler says.
面白いじゃない。
矛盾した予告だわ。嘘つきはどっちになるのかしら。
The air burst and sparked. The silence would hurt one's skin.
ではどうぞ、そちらの手番です。
Ore no turn!
あなたたちの棺桶ごときでバトラさんを捕らえることなどできません。
これが俺の王子だ。
Slowly, Battler moved his hand over the chessboard. A gold butterfly that had appeared from the darkness rested on Battler's finger and became a black piece. That black piece was the king, which represented Battler.
これがお前の言うバトラはクローゼットに隠れているへの
Battler no closet.
くらえ。後ろ宮バトラ客室内に存在しない。
He can say it in red?
クローゼットも含め一切の例外なくだ。
Like a black bolt of lightning this time, Battler slammed his piece down on the white piece of Erica's that had cut deep beneath his line, crushing hers. It scattered like a golden spray and melted beautifully into the darkness as a faint cold cloud of gold sparks drifted about.
そうか、まずクローゼットに隠れ、
Oh, he used the water as a distraction to get out of the closet and leave the
エ
room.
リカがシャワーに気を取られてる間にこっそり部屋を抜け出した。
But that would mean Erica probably left that last intentionally to allow for this possibility so that she could do something.
観測者の観測をそらし、闇に消え、
Like, there's no way Erica wouldn't have predicted this when it's what owned her in the previous game with Kinza's study. Like, she would have predicted that.
そうでしょうね。ええ、そうでしょうね。
Because she was so mad about it.
読んでい
Good.
ますよ、その一手はね。
Next was Erica's turn. A gold butterfly popped into existence in front of Erica, and she grabbed it right out of the air. She then lifted that hand into the air and raised the white pieces high.
遡り手を宣言します。この部屋に封印を破って入った。
Oh, she had one piece of tape left.
あの時、私はすぐに扉を閉め、
Oh, not
チェーンロ
oh.
ックをかけ直し、
This is what happened in that room scene from earlier, right? The door was it seemed like the door was unlocked at first, and then it's like, nope, the chain is there, and it like puts that collar on the person's neck.
異議申請事件発覚時にゴーダが
Yeah, the chain was broken. He cut it.
チェーンロックが機能しない以上チェーンロックでの封印は不
But
可能。
the description from earlier said it was like spiked in.
異議却下。エリカはチェーンロックを修復したのよね。不可能です。真鍮製のチェーンをどうやって修復するというんですか。
修復は可能よ。ベアとも忘れたの？ガムテープの封印。エリカはね、そのガムテープで切断されたチェ
Sure,
ーンの
that doesn't sound very strong, but whatever.
つまり封印によってチェーンを修復し、それによって
I guess it's more like the tape
この
has the
部屋を
power to
再び
seal
密に
things
したってわけね。
because of the game rules rather than its actual tensile strength.
異議申請。エリカさんはすでにガムテープの封印を使い切ってるはずです。もう封印はできないはず。
異議却下。ガムテープの使用制限は回数じゃなかったでしょ。部屋の数よ。
Yeah, it was by the number of
3
rooms.
部屋までとい
You
う
really
場所の
shouldn't
制
have
限
done that, Battler.
エリカはその一部屋にこの客室を選んでるわ。だからエリカはこの部屋に何箇所でも、そして何
You
度も
really should have run that one by your lawyer.
そう
You're so dumb.
俺がそう
You're such an idiot. I need to kick you down a flight of stairs.
これがあなたのおごりの代償です。
Poraido.
情けとは おごる者が最も好む悪しき
というわけで坂のガムテープの封印によってチェーンロックが修復されて元の機能に復帰していることを宣言します。そしてそれにより私は入室と同時に施錠を行い、こ
Whoopsie!
の客室を内側より
Played a little trick on you! The white piece Erica held aloft represented the seal caused by the chain lock. This move would draw out Battler's king and drag it to the guillotine.
死ねバトラ。
I sure hope you thought of this, Battler. The piece for the chain lock was slammed right down at Battler's king's throat.
副賞要求。今このチェーンロックは施錠を維持している。
I sure hope you thought of this eventuality, otherwise it's so over. It's never been more over. Battler's face contorted. Beato, who was watching from behind, grimaced even more. This move was very painful. If his logic had him hiding in the closet until Erica left using the uproar in the bathroom to escape, then the chain lock must have been undone. In other words, he couldn't respond to her demand. If he didn't respond, Erica would use the blue truth in her next move. She would probably say you hid in the closet, then use a disturbance in the bathroom to escape. Since you then couldn't set the chain lock from the outside, you left it undone. And she would be right. This was checkmate. As Erica had predicted, she would strike the finishing blow on the second move. And on top of that, she would probably use the disappearing Battler to solve most of the crimes that were to follow. Losing the battle in this closed room would steal a major deciding piece from Battler. But what if he responded to her demand? What if he could say the lock created by the chain is still intact? Then, that would be fatal to Erica. It had already been shown with the red truth that this guest room could only be made into a closed room from the inside. So, this hopeless closed room would instead become Erica's coffin. With a riddle of that magnitude, Erica probably wouldn't solve the mystery of Battler's disappearance before the end. Each unsolved riddle gives an advantage to the witch side. Battler wanted to respond to this demand if at all possible. However, if he responded, if he answered by saying that the chain was still set, he would have to abandon the logic saying that he had escaped while Erica wasn't looking. Once he escaped, he wouldn't be able to set the chain lock again. It would make a riddle to corner Erica, but he would have to construct a different escape method. See, this is what that thing earlier was about that person being trapped in a room. He was Battler trying to think of a way out of the room without breaking the chain lock. Even a move such as him leaving the closet during the scene in the bathroom and hiding in another place, say under the bed, wouldn't work because he had reclaimed that Battler does not exist within the guest room. If he could construct logic that allowed him to escape from here while preserving the chain lock's position, then Erica would be the one facing a fatal blow. However, if he didn't have that logic, if he failed, it would be a logic error. A worse and lowest forbidden move that would instantly end the game in his defeat. He would have no way to recover. For Battler, look at him, he's thinking so hard. Deciding how to respond to this demand was a very advanced and difficult decision. Either way, Erica would probably corner him. I sure hope you have something figured out. I don't have much faith in this guy.
この客室はすでにその密室性についていくつもの赤き真実でそれを保証してしまっています。それをどうやって脱出するというのですか。
チェーンロックさえどうにかできれば。
If only. If he could somehow get around the chain lock, he could force Erica to deal with the terrible closed room. It would probably end up as a finishing blow to her. But in order to do that, he would need to make a trick for escaping the closed room that existed before Erica came back, which was now the closed room sealed by the chain that Erica set right after entering the room. And on top of that, he had to make sure that the chain that could only be set from the inside remained in place. If he could do that, if he could find a way, then it would end here. But I still can't think of that trick. Right now, Erica is demanding to know whether the chain lock is still set or not. I need to decide whether I'll take that challenge or back down, and I need to do it right now. If I can find a certain win trick, then this is the end. If I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain, and escaped back out of the fight. If I say that chain was set without a trick up my sleeve, then it's impossible for me to escape. In other words, it's a logic error.
この部屋での戦いを落としてもまだチャンスはあり
It'll
ま
be
す。
very hard though.
まだ2日目の未明ではありませんか。不可能犯罪を再び構築する時間も十分にあります。
いや、ダメだ。もしここで俺が部屋から逃げたことを認めたら、それはもう
Yeah, more or less.
犯人であることを認めたのと同じだ。この部屋の戦いを降りることは、このゲームの負けを認めるのと同じ。
Battler's point was a valid one. Since all of the other humans were still locked in the guest house, then if Battler alone was alive and free to move, Erica would probably base her explanation for all of the following impossible crimes on the blue truth that Battler was the perpetrator. If they wanted to forcefully turn that around, they would have to rewrite their tricks and logic so that someone other than Battler would be set up as the perpetrator. If they fixed up one flaw, it would give rise to the new flaws, which might eventually pile up and kill Battler. Even running away would mean tightening the noose around his own throat. The first truth, that Battler is the culprit, has already been hit upon. And yet I have to struggle desperately to get out of this. I need to. I'm on the edge. I've definitely been cornered in a dangerous spot. However, if I can just change my position, everything might turn around at once. If I can just make this chain my weapon, I can kill Erica.
まさか副将要
I
求
sure-
に応じるつもりですか。
This guy is not cooking.
チェーンロックを外さずに脱出できるロジックは終わりなんですか。ないです。答えたら最後。ロジックエラーで直ちに敗北です。どちらを選べばいいかは明白。
Battler is not cooking.
そうだ、明白なんだ。どちらの手を選んでもエリカの望む最悪の展開となる。どっちを選んでも最悪だな。
Excuse me.
勝った時、一番見返りのでかい握手を。
Yeah, but also it's the biggest loss if you win.
あんた脱出のロジックもないのに切り札もないのにレイズを受けるの。副将要求を受けて勝負する気なの。
俺の手札は役なしかもしれない。だがな、一枚入れば
You need a destiny
ストレートに
draw.
フラッシュにもロイヤルストレートにだって化ける手札なんだ。降りても乗っても地獄だな。勝った時、奴の息の根を止められる方を選ぶ。
狂気の一手だわ。狂人は時に自ら死地に飛び込むから奇跡を起こす。
That is the magic Kenzo talked about.
どうやってチェーンを破らずにこの密室を脱出するんですか。
英雄と異常者の差はたった一つ。
He's not cooking. There's nothing to cook. I can't let him cook something that isn't there.
勝ったか負けたか。あんたの大勝負拝見させてもらうわ。
If I can finish things with this move, then as I predicted, I can kill Erica on my second move. I still can't think of a trick for escaping this closed room. However, there has to be something. There has to. Once I think of that, I can make a magic illusion of me changing into a butterfly and slipping out of the crack in the door like smoke. If I have even a drop of that mad magician's blood in my veins, please let that honor give me just a fragment of a miracle right now.
さあバトラさん、あなたが私
さあ
をチェックメイトすると予告した2手目をお願いします。
エリカ卿の副将要求にお答えください。応ずるか拒否するか。
So, I mean, there's been a lot of times where Battler's been in a similar position, and a lot of times he's like, oh, I can't think of anything. But maybe, you know, this time he's not like screaming and crying, so maybe he can think of something. Slowly, Battler's hand stretched out to his king piece on the board. He lifted it up and slowly held it aloft, tracing a large circle in the sky. He's really drawing this out. He's trying to think. Would Battler respond, or wouldn't he? Would the lock caused by the chain be preserved, or wouldn't it? Would Battler's king crush the piece of the chain lock that stood right in front of it? Or would it slip away like a ghost and escape?
これが俺の予告通りこの2手目でお前は終わりだ。
Oh yeah?
行くぞウルドエリカ。
Let's see how this turns out. Battler's king had become a black lightning bolt that crashed down on the board. Oh, this music's... Hang on, is this a new song? This might go hard. Where had it gone? On top of the piece of the chain lock? Or past that piece?
要求チェーンロックは施錠を
Oh,
維
really?
持している。
Battler's king had left the chain lock piece in its place and had slipped past it. Battler, you're not cooking. The kitchen is on fire.
維持したままだと言えたらかっこいいですよね。
Let's rock.
Thank you, dude.
かっこいいでしょうね。
It would be cool.
でもね、かっこいいからってだけで自分なんていうか知ってます？
A sick, cool person?
後ろ宮バトルってうんですよ。
We call them Ushiromiya Battler.
ロジックエラー通りを申請。あんたの今の赤き真実は今自らのロジックを自ら断ちました。
The song is named Infant Queen Bee. That's a good name.
中立審判員は直ちにジャッジメントを行ってください。ダイラムダデルタ教道義ジュリラムダデルタロジックは通るのね。研修を
Lambda Delta, inspect what he's cooked.
道義ジュリバトラ見せなさい。
Blow it out your ass.
あんたの顔
Mods! Mods! Logic error! Mods!
バトルさあどうやるストレートなのね。
I sure hope it is.
役なしだったらごめんなさいじゃ済まないのよ。
ああごめんなさいで済ます気はない。
ロジックエラーになったらゲーム版がぶっ飛ぶのよ。あんたはベアトからこのゲーム版を受け継いだわ。あんたの大切なベアトから受け取った唯一の形見なんでしょ。だからあんたは断じて
Yeah, logic error is really bad. A logic error only becomes established when the witch admits to it. As long as they can keep thinking of new logic to escape with, they will not die, cannot die. However, that would be like living in an endless hell, living out of the mind.
あんたは永遠に思考の闇に落ちて這いずり回ってもロジックエラーを拒否してこの密室から出る方法を永遠に考え続ける地獄に閉じ込められるのよ。
But we were told to never stop thinking. That's a good thing, isn't it?
いいのね。それって暴虐の深淵の次くらいに辛いわよ。10階建てビルの屋上と100階建てビルの屋上から飛び降りる程度の差しかないけれど。
And both are really big. I mean, they both have the same ending.
バトラはもう手を差し置いて。一度
Yeah, Lambda's like, are you sure about this? You can say no. Let me give you an out.
あなたは公正を誓った神君としてさっさと道義に従う。
No coaching, Lambda.
バトラの密室脱出ロジックが有効かどうかロジックエラーでないかどうかを判断しなさい。考古学者のようにゆっくりと緻密に慎重にそして アイスクリーム屋が甘くて香ばしいバニラ醤油味のアイス
That's a really specific metaphor.
手際よくかき取るように
Why vanilla
素早
soy sauce? That actually sounds really gross. What's wrong with you?
ええ、分かってるわ。バトラー、それでは拝見するわ。
Soy sauce ice cream?
ベ
Gross.
アトナ、俺が負けると
思いたくありません。あなたはかつての私と何度も戦い、私が望んでやまなかった奇跡にたどり着いた方です。だからきっと今回も奇跡を勝ち取ると信じて。
I still believe.
ベアトリーチェって女はそういう理性と狂気のギリギリでずっと戦ってきた。俺に対する怒りと悲しみと言葉で言い表せないいくつもの感情を入り混じらせて、そして
I don't want to acknowledge his
一
last
番
one.
最後の最後の最後で勝ち取ったんだ。
That might have been the purpose of the card Beato had been gripping as she fell. Beato passed away without realizing that she had won. In the final game, the true victor was Beato.
そのベアト、俺はこのゲーム版を預かった。だから勝つ。だからお前だけは信じろ。
Heart of the cards, Battler. Destiny Dura!
ベアトリーチェ。
信じて。奇跡が起こるなら。バトラさん。
とっとと確認してください、ラムダデルタ
No more stalling!
ないんですよ、ロジックなんて。この密室から出る方法なんて存在しない。勇み足でしたよ、バトラさん。そりゃあこれで勝てればかっこいい。チェーンが破られてないのに姿を消せたなんて最高。かっこいい。うちに
So mysterious. Hold me! Judge, he's stalling! Judge, we're playing melee and he ran to the edge of the stage. Judge, stalling!
できるわけねえんですよ。これができたらまさに魔女。この密室から姿を煙のように消せたら認めるしかない。魔女の仕業だって。
エリカ卿を静かに。
Yeah, you really shouldn't make promises like that.
ラムダデルタ卿に研修中です。
What is Lambda Delta's judgment? Is Battler screwed or not?
通って行って戻って詰めて。
With sweat gathering on her forehead, Lambda Delta inspected the movements of the pieces from Battler's side. She was accurate and meticulous as an archaeologist, just as Burncastle had told her to be. Ooh, what's it gonna be? After gulping stiffly, Lambda looked several times between the formation of the pieces on the board and Battler's face, which remained tense but steady.
ラムダ、
検証終了したわ。
Oh yeah?
ロジックが通るわけがない。
Now, see, here's the problem. We're dealing with like the unstoppable force between versus the immovable object. One of those is Erica's terrible smugness that's begging for her to be brought down a peg. Like, that's her red flag. And Battler's red flag is acting too confident. So, which red flag is bigger?
神様、どうか。
エリカ、
なんです？
とても残念だ。
どっちの意味にも取れるようなことを。
See, that's what I was talking about. He's acting too confident.
楽しかったぜ。これで終わりだ。
He said it. Jawari
ど
da.
っちの意味だって言ってんですか。
静粛に。バトラの手の検証を終了したわ。判定は有効。
Yes, this is so funny. This is funnier than if it wasn't.
有効。
Yuka?
嘘よ。
判定は有効よ。赤き真実すべてに抵触しないロジックの提出を受け、その検証
He
を終え
was
たわ。
cooking after all, a splendiferous meal that would make even Goda proud.
魔女側プレイヤーの手および最後の復唱要求に応じた赤き真実は有効。バトラー、あんたを初めてすごいと思ったわ。
It's the first time you've actually done something pretty smart, Battler.
お前のゲームはな、
You gotta believe.
奇跡が必ず起こるんだよ。
バトラさん、ごめんなさい。もっと強く信じていればこんなところまで追い詰められることは。
Beato flew onto Battler's chest, sobbing. Erica staggered backwards, shaking her head back and forth dizzily. And Burncastle? Her face was like an expressionless mask. Then, slowly, it became a smile. And for some reason, it seemed the sign of some horrible emotion.
見事です。
Des.
よもやチェーンを破らずにこの密室を抜け出すとは感服です。
Yeah, Battler just like turns around real quick and like, whoo! And then turns back around and looks really cool again. With her small hands, Delaner started to applaud quietly. She was followed by Gertrude and then Cornelia. And then by Beato and Lambda Delta too. Congratulations! Omedeto! Applause filled the room. Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
お姉ちゃん、どうやって。
There it is. I was waiting for it. I knew one of you would do it.
なるほど。思考が密室にとらわれた者には見えぬ手か。
ありえない。ありえない。
Here comes the seethe! As Lambda Delta watched Erica, who was breathing hard, shocked and dizzy with this despair she couldn't accept, she had to take her hat off to the swiftness of Battler's heart and intellect, and to the power of his miracle. Incredible, Ushiromiya Battler. It's my complete loss for thinking that your power and Beato's would cancel each other out and bring an eternal draw. And Byrne, who thought everything would move according to her plan, even though she already knew your true strength, has also suffered a complete loss. Alright, now it's getting too good. Where's the catch? Byrne is the witch who waits for miracles. You are the witch who summons miracles. You are not Byrne's piece. Just now, without a doubt, you have surpassed Byrne. You really do. Okay, yeah. Where's the catch? Where's the other shoe dropping? This is too good. You really did, in this one moment, think up a trick by which to escape from this closed room. As Erica had predicted, Battler had been hiding in the closet. Then, during the disturbance in the bathroom, he had snuck out of the door. Erica had guessed this much. That's why they retroactively set the chain lock and sealed it to prevent Battler from doing this very thing. The chain lock cannot be reset from outside, so it should have been impossible to escape from the closed room. However, Battler didn't let his thinking get trapped inside this closed room, and so he broke through. Doesn't matter who, but let's explain it with his mother, Kyrie's piece. Just like Battler, the life or death status of the rest of the first Twilight victims has not been specified yet by the Red Truth. In other words, just like Battler, the others, and Kyrie specifically, can still move. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So Battler's kind of added like a double layer to this, where he's not just saying, what if Battler's still alive, but what if some of the others are too? That way he's confused who the culprit could be. And their closed rooms were not sealed, so they can go out as they please. Kyrie had come to save him. Kyrie followed behind Erica and waited in the hallway while the latter entered the guest room and sealed the door from the inside. Then, after Battler undid the chain lock and escaped, she entered the room in his place. Then, Kyrie reset the chain lock from the inside and hid in the closet, just like Battler had done. Yes, Battler truly isn't inside this guest room right now. However, that doesn't mean that no one else is inside it. She really was the right MILF in the right place at the right time. Kyrie took Battler's place in the closet. The one exception that Erica had left, and is there still. Kyrie saved Battler.
後ろ宮キリエには
Uh-oh.
バトラーを救えない。
I was waiting for it. Here's the other shoe. Huh? Hi, Delanner.
Damn.
どういうことよ。後ろ宮キリエにはバトラーを救えません。どうしてよ。キリエにバトラーを助けられない赤き真実はないわ。というかあんたどうして赤き真実が使えるの。
有効よ。ドラノールの赤き真実は有効よ。
Oh boy, I knew it. I knew it was too good to be true.
許可します。やってください。
I was only
ドラノール
pretending to see it, I swear. I swear Delanner just thought of something I hadn't. That's not how it works. I had thought of it, really.
どうしてあんたがそれを許可できるのよ。
有効よ。公正なジャッジメントとして私がこの
Yeah, you are the opposite of impartial, I think.
理由の開示なく。
すぐに開示するよ。すぐにね。
キリエの死亡宣言をバトラーは赤き真実で語っていないわ。キリエには死んだふりが許される。そしてガムテープの封印は3部屋に使い切り、キリエの部屋を封じることはできないはず。なのにどうしてキリエにバトラーが救えないなんて赤き真実が使えるの。赤き真実の根拠がないわ。
根拠はすぐに教えるわ。さあ、それよりラムだ。キリエではロジックを通せなくなったわ。バトラと入れ替わる他のコマにロジックを差し替えなさい。
ええ、バトラーを助けられるコマはまだいるん
Okay.
だから。
So they're definitely gonna say, well, I found a way for none of them to work. Reconstruct the logic. All we need is someone who can switch places with Battler. It doesn't have to be Kyrie.
なら夏日に差し替えるわ。後ろ宮夏日がバトラと入れ替わったのよ。
ドラノールやっちゃってください。
良いです。
Oh. Delanner's red longsword smashed Natsuhi's piece into little bits. How? How can Erica deny this logic without the detective's authority?
後ろ宮夏日にはバトラを救えません。じゃあエヴァ。後ろ宮エヴァ。後ろ宮エヴァにはバトラを救えません。
Oh, she's about to do it. Delanner, say the line.
無駄です。ローザにもマリアにも救えないのです。
Say the line, Delanner. Death. Sentence to death. The great equalizer is death.
異議申請。エリカさんは探偵権限を持たないはずです。その彼女がどうしてガムテープの封印以外の赤き真実を使えるのですか？
異議却下。探偵権限を持たないこともすなわち一切の赤き真実が
Does
使
it?
えないことを示しはしないわ。あるのね。
ええ、あるんです。探偵権限を持たない人間にも許されているいくつかの例外的な
Sure would have been nice if you told us any of these rules beforehand.
バカな。そんなものあるわ。
はい、ありはしません。しかし探偵権限を持たない人間にだけ許された
A certain action only permissible to humans without the detective's
魔女
authority.
によって容易に赤き真実に消化できるほどの圧倒的信頼性を持った真実
Okay.
となり得るのです。
探偵以外の人間に許されたある行為。
まさかエリカ、お前。
ピンときたわ。なるほどね。私の想像が当たっているならそれは有効だわ。赤き真実。
わかりません。探偵権限がないことによって許される力なんてあるんですか？
Is he? Are they referring to like the subjectivity thing?
一つだけある。
ようやく気づかれましたか？そうです。私はその力を得るためだけに今回探偵権限を放棄
Turning
した
like the thing Battler used on the last game against him too with Kinzo?
気が向いたらいつでも探偵宣言をしていいと言ってくれましたね。
You really shouldn't have. You should have not made so many promises. I would never show my opponents mercy like that.
探偵宣言が出さないんです。
ノックス、南條。
ノックス第70です。探偵が犯人であることを禁ず。
そんな。
How did? Wait, they made Battler the detective somehow? Finally, Beato realized everything. Yes, the detective's authority bestows several powers that are useful for reasoning, but it eliminates one single privilege. That is Noxus 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
今回のゲームでは探偵権限のない人間には完全な検視はできない。だから死者は全員死んだふりで、それで自在に歩き回って数々のトリックを行っている。そのロジックで以後の不可能判断
Can
を進めよう
humans
と
who
思われ
aren't
て
the
いたんですよ。
detective declare someone as a detective?
私が探偵宣言をしないと言い出した時、あなたは内心これで勝ったと思ったはずです。あなたも狡猾ですね。ガムテープの封印を与え、一見慈悲を与えたように見せましたが、結託して以後の犯行を行える手はずを整えてあったから
Yeah, okay.
です。ですから6人を下回る3部屋分しか与えなかったのです。どの部屋をどう封じようと、あなたの手下は誰かが自由に行動できる。そのあたりからうまく私を追い込んでいこうと企んでいたのでしょう。しかし残念ですね。つくづくあなたの甘さにはうんざりします。
At least it was an attempted trick on Battler's part. At least he isn't that
バ
stupid.
カな男です。
He's still really stupid though.
お前らの猿芝居にまんまと騙され、
Monkey show.
お前に慈悲を与えるというおごりを見せたことは俺そんな探偵権限などなくても人間にはあるんだ。絶対検視を誤らない方法だ。
Is the human lying in front of you alive or dead? You can answer that question by examining the corpse. With just a quick glance, your chances of being right are 50-50 either way. Various bits of knowledge and experience can be used to obtain a more precise result. However, no matter how much you do that, while you can reach up to 99%, you could never reach 100% accuracy. That's what most people would think. However, there is one way to conduct a perfect examination.
殺すということです。
That bitch. She's so insane! Oh, that's so good!
探偵権限のない私には犠牲者たちが死んでいるのか。
That makes so much sense when you're a psycho!
ですからそれを確定させる必要がありました。
She's like, it's the only way to be sure. I'm gonna stab him a bunch.
それは彼らがおとなしく駒置き場に退場してくれて以後のゲームを
You made one poor mistake, Battler. You assumed she's not a psychopath who would stab a dead body a
だ
bunch.
から私は慌ただしい屋敷内を駆け巡り全ての現場を訪れ全員をしっかりと
Re-killed him.
殺し直したのです。
もちろん殺し方も何でもいいわけじゃないわ。赤き真実で死を断定できる。
God, what did she fucking do? Did she just like
エリカはそれをしっかり踏まえて
Did she like remove their hearts and organs?
殺す行為そのものはいろいろだけど、その殺した全員の頭部
Oh,
を
okay, that
完
makes
全に
sense.
切断した。
Jesus Christ.
これは赤き真実に昇華するに十分な殺し方よ。
She's so nuts.
有効よ。頭部を切断されて生きながらえる人間など存在しない。
返り血も浴びずに何人もの頭部を切断なんてできるんですか？
例えば厨房からゴミ用の大きなビニール袋を持ってきて包丁をビニール越しに握ります。そしてビニールで死体全体を覆いながら作業すれば返り血は
She's so insane.
もちろん包丁もビニールも人数分用意し現場にそのまま捨てていきました。下手に持ち歩いて血ボタを廊下に走らせたり自分の服を汚したりなんて
So what? You go and re-stab them and leave the incriminating evidence there? Are people supposed to think that, like, the killer returned and just stabbed them more?
現場には私の指紋のついたビニールなどが残されているでしょうが
Oh, she just doesn't
警
care.
察が来るので物語が続かないこのゲームでは何の物証にもなりませんから捨てていって何の問題にもならない
Yes! Yes, she is!
なのミステリーで許されると思ってんのか。
Well, it's the kind of mystery we're
ファンタジ
in.
ー側の魔女に言われるとは心外ですご安心をあなたは殺していません時間の都合で最後に発見されたバトラさんだけ切断の
She just made sure he couldn't escape because everybody else had been beheaded, so they'd been blocked off as his savior. That's pretty good. That's a good plan, I'll admit.
ですのでいただいたガムテープで部屋ごと封印させてもらったわけですいえいえこのシナリオを読み切ってわざと泳がせたかもしれないわけですが
Yeah, maybe.
あ、そうだ殺したと赤で言えるついでにもう一
言えることがありました。
At that point, Erica stopped for a second, and can she really be wearing an even uglier expression than everything before now? With that highest quality face, she spoke.
私が殺した5人全員は
Jesus
私
Christ.
が殺す瞬間までちゃんと生きていました。皆さん律儀に殺される直前の瞬間まで頑張って死んで
She's really trying to make this as awful as possible. This is so good.
一番頑張り屋さんでした。
Good lord. Oh yeah, I forgot one of them was Maria.
同じ部屋で先にお母さんが殺されてるってのにずっと気づかずに死んだふりをしてたんですよ。
Battler made the worst mistake at all, which was being in character and not actually being willing to kill his own family. They're demons. Up until now, many witches and demons have appeared in this tale, but for the first time, here are true demons. Alright, think of something else real quick, Battler. This time, Beato understood the entire plot of this tale. This tale was just the story of it's just a prank, bro! Surely, someone had thought of playing a slightly harsh trick on this inconsiderate guest who loved to show off her intelligence and act the part of a great detective, and several people had agreed to go along with it. Then, the ones who would play victims would go into their assigned room, set the chain and the lock from the inside, and play dead to create a fake closed-room murder. If you think about it that way, the rooms chosen for the corpses seem to make more sense. It was only natural for Natsuhi to die in her own room. If you're going to play dead, God, it really does come down to Battler actually being a fucking child who wanted to spite her. If you're going to play dead, it's only natural that you'd want to lie down on your own bed. Eva's vanity is strong, so she must have asked to die in the VIP room. Kyrie was in Krause's study. It was probably well air-conditioned and comfortable. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. A soft sofa should have been a great place to play dead. Maria had done her best and had impressively acted the part of a lying dead alongside the wall. Battler was in a guest room. The temperature here was also nice. The bed must also have been fairly pleasant. Yes, the victims for this first Twilight had all died in comfortable rooms. In the past games, the corpses had often been found exposed in the courtyard or under the rose garden arbor, in the cold gardening shed or in the boiler room. This time, there was no victims in any such inhospitable environments. This is probably the truth. This is the story of a prank with no one dead from the beginning. And then, this demon turned it into a real murder case. Boy, I bet he wants to. You better come up with something, Battler. Asses to asses, cocks to cocks.
ゲームを続けましょう。あなたと入れ替わってくれる人間を他に提出してください。でないとあなたのトリック、ロジックエラーになりますよ。
There's now no one who can come to the rescue. Erica's killed all of them. Dude, there's no more food left to cook. He's done. He's the one being cooked. Which have been sealed by the tape.
誰かここに来られれば誰か 誰か来てくれ。
でもダメ。
Whoa, too close to the camera.
これを見てくださいよ。コーネリ
金系慎んで出頭するものなりや。
ア。わトラさん、これを見てください。なんだ。
God damn it. What are these? I hate her so much. It's the tape, though, we know. Erica, who is now so excited that her pronunciation was tumbling all over the place, pointed at two doors. Your Jordans are fake, Blattless one! It was the hallway on the second floor of the guest house. They were in front of the cousin room in the next room over.
ほら、何か扉に貼ってありますよ。これは何？これは何？ねえ、何？ガートルード。
金系いとこ部屋のガムテープの封印と知りたまえ。
Oh, yeah!
Very good. One more. こっちの扉の
金系隣部屋のガムテープの封印と知りたてまつれ。
Oh, fancy! Go!
さあ、お二方。そしてどうぞ、お茶の間のテレビの前の
Their
皆さんもご覧くだ
TVs.
さい。双方の部屋の扉、ガムテープの封印をどうぞご覧ください。さあ、そのどち
She's
らの
living the life right now. She is loving it.
破れてますか？破れて
This
ます
is
か？
the biggest high she's ever had.
さあ、高らかに赤き真実でお願いします。
金系慎んで申し上げる。どちらも破られていないものと知りたまえ。破られていない封印とはすなわち未だ何者の出入りも拒みたることの証と知りたまえ。
封印を破らずしての出入り、改めて言うに及ばず不可能と知りたてまつれ。
グッドです。
Even she said it. Good
ご覧の通りで
des.
す。あなたを助けに来ることができる人間はもはや存在しないのです。
The victims of the first Twilight have all been killed, and the guest house is still sealed. No one can come to the rescue. It's so over. It's so over. We were never back. We never arrived. It's always been over. Erica had guessed that this moment might come so long ago, and that was why she had made the strategic move of suddenly sealing those two rooms. This answered the doubts Cornelia had felt at the time. Wondering why the human side player wouldn't want so many free humans as possible was a natural, simple reaction to that move. However, if you sealed up all humans, there would be no room for magic to intervene. Why is magic magic? Because the people who see it say that it's magic. Then, is it possible for magic to exist in a place with no people? Do you hear the sound of one hand clapping? If a tree falls in the forest, do you hear it? Does the lack of anti-magic toxin mean that there's no problem? Wrong! Magic in a place that isn't being witnessed is no different from a delusion, a daydream. Magic that matches a result must be carried out by human hands. If all humans are sealed off, then magic cannot be created. This was Erica's strategy for this game, and her beautiful checkmate.
さて、誰が助けに来るんですか？あなたと入れ替わって代わりに宅室にとどまる。内側からチェーンロックをかけてくれた本当の人間を教えてください。入れたの話です。
Can't go back now, you already said Battler doesn't exist in this room, in red.
あなたのロジックは今断たれている。
You can't go all the way back to... Actually, Battler was dead the whole time, I swear.
誰があなたを助けに来てくれたというの？あなたは今ロジックエラーを起こしている。
待て、今それを考えてる。
は2つの権利と1つの義務があるわ。1つの権利は新しいロジックを構築して、もう1つの権利はロジックエラーを
That second one is really bad.
そして1つの義務はそのどちらかを必ず選ばなければならないことよ。
慈悲はあるわ。それを選択することに対し課せられる時間制限そうよ。
You're trapped in a thinking loop.
永遠にあるのだから。
きっとまだ方法が何か言い逃れのようなへりくつのような、とにかくきっと何かまだ方法が。
俺も考えてる。ベアとはどうだ。何かあったら教えてくれ。
You got any ideas, baby
ベア
girl?
とならきっとなんとかできるはずなんだ。
I don't know.
あいつはこういう密室をいくつも作ってみせたんだ。
She gave up pretty easily in the fourth game, all things considered. Beato felt awful. Why was she Beato and yet not? Surely the older would have thought up a trick under these restrictions. If only she could do that, she could guide Battler to victory, but she couldn't do it as her current self.
きっといいトリックが思いつくわ。
You know, eventually.
いつかきっと多分おそらく無理だと思う
ではバトラー、再び客室に戻るわよ。そここそがこれからのあなたの世界。
Yeah, that's the, that's where we were before, when it was the first person's perspective and he kept trying to escape and couldn't get out, like there was a collar on his neck and stuff. Once again, they returned to the slightly chilly guest room. It was all a premonition of this fate. It was the same room as before, of course, but it felt as though an unsettling darkness had crept in.
ここがこれからあなたの過ごす部屋よ。どんな方法でもいいからあなたはこの部屋から
Have
抜
fun
け出せばいい。
trying to escape forever.
ただし条件があります。お分かりと思いますが、それはあなたが自ら貸したものです。この部屋は内側から作られた
Yeah, it's the red that was written on the walls when he tried to
窓
escape.
の封印は健在ですので、窓からの脱出はありません。バスルームからの脱出方法ももちろんはっきり断言しましょう。この扉以外に脱出口はありません。しかしこの扉にはチェーンロックがかかっています。外すもかけ直すも自由ですが、それは内側からしかできません。そして扉から出ることさえ自由ですが、チェーンロックがかかっていない状態での退出は脱出とはなり得ません。あなたはチェーンロックを維持したままこの部屋から脱出してみせなくてはならない。
そんなできるわけが。
できるわけがないよ。
Yeah, good luck with that. Have fun.
自らが作った密室だわ。
一箇所だけ扉とは異なる脱出口を設けて
Oh,
おい
really?
たわ。それはバスルームに
Oh yeah, you gotta flush yourself.
どうしてもバトラさんが脱出するトリックが思いつかないと。
Flush yourself down the toilet.
涼しいって聞きなさい。
Burncastle guided Battler to the bathroom. It was just a normal bathroom. The setup that had surprised Erica to buy time was no longer working. However, the bundle of wire and the nippers that had been used to prepare that trap still lay in the empty bathtub. You should kill yourself! Now!
そのための道具に使ってもいいと。
どうぞプレゼントするの。ただし何を使おうとも部屋の外から施錠はできない。封印もごまかせないけれどね。この道具はチェーンロックをごまかすためにあるんじゃないの。もっと直接的にあなたをこの部屋から脱出させるためにあるのよ。
But that would basically doom him to Erica just guessing right away that he's the culprit.
さすがベル。よくもつくづくそんなえぐいことを。
このバスルームから
Yeah, just cut yourself into little pieces and flush yourself.
どこか見つけられる？
まさか
ベアトには分かるのか。頼む、教えてくれ。
そんな無理です。
頼む、どこだ。ここでゲームを終わらすわけにはいかねえんだ。
Dude, it's so over. I can't believe you haven't thought. Come on.
どこ？浴槽の下。
あるじゃないですか。この部屋から出ていける丸い穴が。ちょっと小さいけれどね。
He sucks so much.
そこの浴槽の底の排水口。そこからならチェーンロックを維持したまま外に出られるのよ。
Just gotta cut yourself up into little bits.
その出口から出るにはあなたの体は大きすぎるの。だからそこから出られるように道具を貸してあげることにしたのよ。
You can escape through the drain? How? She couldn't mean using those nippers for 100 years to widen that hole, right? Battler and Beato had already realized. They had figured out this demonic way out that the demons were proposing.
このニッパーであんたの体を通れるサイズにすればいいんです。
プチプチぶちのんびりとお風呂の中で温かなシャワーでも浴びながら自分の体を足の指あたりから少し
Gross.
ちぎっては流しちぎっては流しそれを繰り返せばあら不思議あなたはいつの間にか密室を脱出しているの
あら不思議ですね我が主。
What do you know?
それって兄弟揃って同じ末路です。
Torn into pieces. What is that laugh?
でもベル、それじゃあ最後にペンチを握ってる手だけが残っちゃうじゃない。
そこで今度は針金の出番なのよあらかじめバトラは手首を針金で縛ってその針金の先端を扉の隙間から廊下へ伸ばしておきなさい手首くらいならチェーンロックの隙間からもきっと出られるよそこまで小さくできたら私の廊下から針金を引っ張ってあなたをそこから救い出してあげるわ
我が主、引っ張ったらそれください。
Gross.
何に使う
Yeah, I really don't want to know.
でもダメよ孫の手にするって決めてあるからそしたらそれであんたの背中もポリポリしてあげるどう
Alright, don't make it weird.
バトラの手首で孫の手。主に背中ポリポリ。あいつらがうるさい。イラつく、ムカつく。
Well, it's your own fault, Battler.
すぐに静かになるわ。あなたの思考を乱す一切のノイズは永遠になくなるわ。
そいつは嬉しいぜ。静かになってせいせいすろ。
これは地獄の生還者からの忠告よ。
Survivor of
この
Hell?
賑やかさをよく楽しんでおきなさい。あんたをムカつかせる悪行増問さえ永遠の静寂の中
Planet
に
Delta is such a
正
funny
気を保つ
mystery.
温かな思い出になりうるんだから。ベルンやエリカが憎いならばそれはベルンたちの選別よ。憎しみがある限りあなたは諦めずに済む。諦めるってのはね、ここでは意味が違うのよ。諦めてなお出られぬ地獄が永遠であることを今のうちから覚悟なさい。
今あなたは生還者でじゃああなたも
私もね、たまに
What if this was all what it was all a dream?
ここにこうしていて
All a
楽し
dream.
くあんたたちと話をしているという妄想を見ているだけなのかもしれないと未だに悪夢に怯えさせられるんだ。私はこれが夢でないと永遠に感じ続けている。
All in her mind?
ねえ、あんたたちは本当に現実？未だに地獄の中にいて壊れた私が見ている妄想じゃ
No,
ない。
absolutely not.
ね
I'm very much a part of your sane real world. There was something in Lambda Delta's pleading expression that sent shivers down the spine. It was probably more terrifying than any threatening word she could have used with even the most vile expression on her face. It's time for Battler to realize. A logic error isn't so sympathetic that you can just stick out your tongue, ask for forgiveness, and you'll be more careful next time. It is never worth risking one by leaving things up to chance, even if you feel that you can't back down at this point in the fight. It's time for him to face reality and learn that the true risks and terrors implied by the words betting one's life on a fight, which must sound so exciting for a man.
バトラさん、しっかり。私も真剣に考えます。この部屋から脱出するトリックを一生懸命考えますから。きっと助けに来ますから。
I doubt it. Hey, I doubt it.
絶対に考えついてやるからな。見てろ。
ではお名残惜しいけどこれで私たちは退出しましょう。これ以上彼の仕事の邪魔はできないわ。
それではまたバトラさん、あなたが言うと
See you again.
Have a
Have a
nice
nice day.
じゃあねバトラー、しっかりね。
バトラさん、絶対諦めないで。必ずトリックは思いつきますから。
Hey, I doubt it.
私も考えて。必ず助けに来ますから。
ベアト。
That's it. You're alone forever. Before he could finish saying Beato's name, they had all disappeared. They hadn't disappeared in a golden spray or turned into butterflies and flown away. Just as though there had never been anyone in this room since the beginning, everyone but him had vanished in an instant. Nothing remains. Not their voices, their presence, their warmth, nor even the faint perfume Beato had worn. The frigid air of the room was wrapped only in the lonely sound of the wind and rain. With that overpowering feeling of isolation, I finally began to realize how horrible a punishment this would be.
ふざけやがって。こんな部屋簡単に出られるじゃねえか。いいか、部屋ってのはな、出たり入ったりができるようになってるんだぜ。それができなかったら部屋とは言わねえんだよ。
That's the face of coping right there. How pointless. It's easy to undo the lock and chain from the inside. Damn it. For some reason, I've always been clumsy, and undoing chain locks always gives me trouble. Oh, it's off. How pointless. Look, I can already open the door whenever I want. Hey, what's this cold feeling on my neck? There's something behind me, isn't there? What the hell is this? Why is there suddenly this iron collar around my neck that's attached to a chain? Damn it, who would do something like that? When I resist the chain lock, it disappears. And when I take it off, it appears. The chain's pretty long, so I can make it pretty far out into the hallway, but it won't let go of the door. Then if I close the door, stand on the outside and stick my hand through the crack, maybe I can figure out how to set the chain. Why, have I always been so clumsy? I'm not really clumsy. It's just that me and the chain locks don't go well together. Damn it, I hate chain locks. I hate chains. Why won't it work? Why can't I set the chain lock from the outside? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Dude, it's so over for this guy. So over. Battler called out. Oh, Beato called out to Battler repeatedly, shaking his shoulders hard. But by now, Battler's eyes were blank. The words didn't reach him. Burncastle and Erica had already left. The game was officially suspended until Battler could think of a new trick, but it was doubtful that it would be resumed even after 1,000 years, or more.
じゃあ私も行くわ。ごきげんよう、二人とも。
ごきげんようじゃありません。すぐにトリックを思いついてゲームを再開しますから。お時間は取らせません。だからまだとどまっていてください。お願いです。
同じ言葉を私たちは何人もの魔女に言わせてきたわ。そうして本当にゲームを再開できた魔女は幾人と知らない。
Okay, but there's been at least one, right?
それは私と
Oh, that's not
ベル
good.
だけよ。
That explains why you're both fucking insane.
どうしてそんな地獄を知っている人がその地獄に人を突き落とすんですか？退屈だから。それだけのために。
ええ、そうよ。退屈から逃げるためよ。退屈になるとね、思い出すからよ、あの地獄を。そしてね、相手を地獄に落とすことによってね、私は突き落とす側の人間なんだ。だからここは地獄じゃないって。
I feel like this is a metaphor for something. I don't know about you, henchpuns.
実感し続けなきゃ。またあの地獄の恐怖にとらわれてしまうのよ。
Metaphor for something that's already been discussed, probably.
あなたたちに抜けられた地獄なら必ず彼も抜けられます。私が助け出します。絶対に。
絶対に。この絶対の魔女ラムダデルタを前にしてあんたは絶対を誓うの？
Zettai-ni.
いいわ。かつてのあんたの後見人は私だもの。今のあんたは異なるとはいえ、最後に一つだけ世話を焼いてあげるわ。置き土産をあげる。
Yeah, it's not like the cycle of abuse has been discussed at length. Especially in episode 4.
それは何ですか？
希望よ。
Yo, they said the word! The
あん
Danganronpa
たが
word!
絶対を捨てない限り必ず叶うという希望よ。いい？かつてのあんたは無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ。かつてあんたは不可能犯罪を歌った推理小説に憧れて、それによって魔女の存在を主張して魔法をあまたに認めさせ、魔女への階段の一つとしたわ。
推理小説。
Maybe you should try reading some of those.
そう。かつてのあんたは立派な読書家。推理小説を愛し、密室犯罪を愛した。不可能犯罪の超エキスパートだった。あなたはいくつもの密室トリックを読み漁り、究極にして一なる原始のトリックに気づき、それを魔法体系の核にしたわ。バトラはあんたに言わなかった？かつてのあんただったらきっとこの窮地でもトリックを思いつくって。私がそれを認めるわ。絶対の魔女ラムダデルタの名で保証する。かつてのあんたならきっとこの密室トリックを
Gotta go back to the old you.
それが私からあんたへの置き土産よ。じゃあね。あんたはこの絶対の魔女に対し絶対と誓ったわ。だからさよならは言わない。また近いうちに。
See you again. Have a nice day.
また近いうちに。
Goodbye. Lambda Delta vanished into thin air. Then, in the smoking room of the witch, the two who held the title of Endless Witch were left behind. One had empty eyes. The other supported the first by his side. Ironically, it was the exact opposite of how their relationship had been in the previous game. It's like pottery, it rhymes! Well, that's it, everybody. End of the story. Umineko's over. Ignore that there's 2 more episodes. And now we're back where we started.
なんなの大切なお知らせって。
Ryukishi does love a cold open. I feel like more episodes have had a cold open than not at this point.
聞いてくれフルフル。イメージソングが CD になって登場するんだ。
Yo, I gotta pick that up.
嘘だー。
It is a lie. I did lie. It was a brilliant lie, though.
いつも同じような登場じゃ飽きたとお嘆きだったからね。
ちょっぴり趣向を変えてみたの。
僕たちはエンターテイナー。そして舞台は生もの。
たまにはアドリブもなくっちゃだわ。
It's true. Sometimes you gotta improv it.
お世話だぜ。うぜえぜ。
二人とも和ませてくれてありがとう。申し訳ないけど、まだ第二の試練をどうするか、もう少し時間が欲しい。できれば静かな時間をね。
申し訳ないねジョージ君。その第2の試練について。
Yeah, that's it's not gonna happen. Your game master went catatonic, so we can't do the game anymore.
ある人には朗報、ある人には強報かしら。
Sorry, your love death match is suspended forever.
事情を察してるだろうからね。何の話かわからない人たちは全て朗報さ。
ベアトリーチェ様。
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just keep pretending that everything's fine. Don't let it set in. 5 people were there. Only Battler was missing. Beato's expression was dark, and she kept hanging her head. Everyone realized that something must have happened to Battler.
第2の試練を前に、バトラ君がリタイアしたことをお知らせ
He
したい。
dropped out. Everyone murmured. Just what had happened?
魔女のゲームは彼を永遠に待ってくれるけど、愛し合う二人は永遠には待って。
I don't know how this is supposed to work when the witch's game is suspended. Like, are they just gonna be stuck here in this dimension forever even if they win?
恋はまさにアイスクリーム。甘くとろけるけれど、早く食べなければ失われてしまう。彼の復帰を待てるほど僕たちのゲームは気長じゃない。
朗報というのはそういう意味か。そりゃライバルが減るのは嬉しいけどよ。他人の不幸に喝采して喜ぶと思ったら大間違いだぜ。
一番強敵だと思ってたバトラ君はね。理由は聞かないよ。視界の悪魔たちがそう言うならそういうことなんだろう。
ではベアトリーチェ様はどうなるのですか。
私はもう試練の資格を失うそうです。
これは愛し合う二人の絆を確か
Yeah,
め
you're down
合
a
う支援
lover.
だからね。
今のバト
We're
ラ
missing
君は
one.
それができる状態じゃない。だからこの二人のペアは失格なの。本当にお気の毒。
しかし彼女もこの三つどもえの愛の試練の参加者の一人だから、このまま見届け人として立ち会ってもらおうと思うんだ。
それは明暗だわ。彼女にも試練を乗り越えた二人を祝福する資格はあるんだもの。
君はそれでいいのかい。
はい、最後まで見届けようと思います。そして
I don't know, maybe she'll learn
す
something.
ぐに戻ってきて資格を取り戻し、私と一緒に再び試練に戻ってくれることを信じています。
私は彼女に 見届け人の資格があると思います。
異論はねえぜ。邪険にする理由もありません。
しかし申し訳ないけれどバトラ君たちには悪いけ
A
ど
respected
今
opponent.
のうちに僕たちの試練を決着する。
さすがはジョージ君。私の中ではあなたが一番の本命なの。
その冷酷さを備えた愛がむしろ熱さを際立たせてくれるんだね。
No, I think he's just a sociopath.
これで3組は2組に減り3組になっていた状態は解消されたわけだ。僕たちは1対2で負けることに怯えてきたから積極的に叩く。
1対1ならただ潔く決闘するだけです。
Time for a little 2-on-2. They're playing doubles in melee.
結局最初からそうするべきだったって単純な結論になるわけだな。
The four people stood up as though responding to some invisible summons and faced each other, glaring. Only Beato was off to the side, watching the course of the young lovers fight in suspense. Each pair of lovers possessed an unbreakably strong bond. Then, isn't that enough? Their love is already real. There's no need to test it. So, why must they fight? The winners will be bound together by a magical miracle, and the defeated will fall apart. Why have the demons promised us that we'll fall apart without a magical miracle? Why is a demon's game like this necessary? I don't understand. No, these people aren't important right now. I have to think of a trick for escaping as soon as possible, so that I can save Battler-san from that closed room. Maybe one holds the answer for the other or something. Oh, hello.
厄介なことになったらしいな。
The other Beato.
お姉様。
We could have used you back there. Like 2 Beatos are better than 1, I think.
妹にして一なる自分の片割れであるそなたをわらわも助けたい。わらわなりにバトラの密室の謎に挑んでいるが、これは難解だ。まるでただの鎖を知恵の輪だと偽られているかのようにさえ感ずる。ラムダデルタさんに言われました。かつてのベアトリーチェなら絶対に解ける。
We gotta do the fusion dance. We got somebody play polymerization already. Do we have some sort of weird summoning condition that we don't know about?
そのかつてのベアトリーチェという存在はわらわたちが一つの姿となった完成された姿のことだ。わらわとてその身の一部分に過ぎぬ。解ける道理はない。
In other words, no matter how much we think in our incomplete forms, we won't be able to understand. Both the older and the younger sister have no way of solving this riddle. Beato shook her head, chasing that thought from her mind.
私は諦めません。あの密室は心を急速に蝕みます。一刻も早く助け出さなければバトラさんの心が壊れてしまう。無論
That would be bad,
わらわも
I
知恵
think.
を貸すことはいとわぬ。しかしわらわとて
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough nut to crack, this closed room.
私たちで知恵を出し合えばそれはきっと一なる私たち
I don't
が
think
い
it
たの
works
と
that
同じ答
way.
えのはず。どうかお姉様も諦めずにお知恵をお貸しください。
The fusion dance multiplies your power level. That's why you need to do that. Right now, you're only adding.
相変わらずわからぬがいいとも。他ならぬ自分自身の頼みである。わらわも知恵を絞ろうぜ。
ごらんフルフル、二人のベアトが一緒に考えているよ。
あの二人は本当にバトラを救い出せるのかしら。
救い出せるさ。愛の奇跡さえあればね。
そうねゼバル。愛の奇跡さえあれば絶対に。
The miracle.
ねえフルフル、僕たちがあの密室を解くヒントを与えてるって。
No, they're
気づくとは
they're fucking dumb. The two Beatos huddled together, and, straining their minds with all they had, they searched for a plan for saving Battler. It was as though they couldn't even see the four people glaring at each other and solemnly discussing the manner of the duel. Hey, what if you...
気づくわ。
What if the meaning is that you have to love yourself so the two Beatos can join the duel? Oh, I think they're too dumb to realize.
愛があれば絶対に。
What if it was a metaphor for self-love? They were the demons of love. Love is the single element, the source of all miracles. Could a miracle of love provide an answer for a closed room trick?
また出たわ。愛がなければ見えない。そのキャッチコピーが概念的なものとしては通用するのも理解するわ。
Yeah, but we're getting into weird magic rules.
密室トリックは情愛のかけらの一切混じらない純粋かつ冷酷な算数パズルよ。一体この悪魔たちは何をヒントだと語っているの？
私はすでにある答えを持っている。この悪魔たちの発言はそれが正しいことをさらに教えてくれている。
I bet it's the same answer I have.
はいはい、あんたはすごいわ。いつだって勝手に正解が分かってる。そして私には一言も教えてくれないんだわ。観測者ルールにのっとるなら、あんたがそれを私に教えない限り、あんたは正解が分かったふりをしてるだけの
Merely pretending.
嘘つきの可能性もあるってわけだわ。
やはり口の悪い巫女は良い。良いぞ人の子よ。私にとっては巫女の皮肉や雑言は神楽と同じ。
I see, so that's what you're into.
ああ、本当にイラつくご主人様だわ。お兄ちゃんのバカ。どうしてあんな密室を自ら。
考えるがいい。考えるのは物語の中の人物
Yeah, I
だけの
wonder
仕
who
事
she
で
should
は
be
ない。
telling to think right now, the author standing.
朗読者のそなたにも
Literally
思考を楽しむ
proper
権利が
noun reader.
私はそれを見るのが楽しい。
かけてもいいわ。あんた、前の巫女には絶対愛想をつかされて逃げられたんだわ。
私をなじって楽しむもよし。二人のベアトと共に悩むもよし。そなたが考えぬ限り物語は進まぬぞ。
どうしてよ。私は朗読者でしょ。ただ黙々と読み進めればいいだけの話でしょ。
No. You must read critically. Haven't you been to school? We call it active reading.
考えてほしいのです。読み手のあなたにも。
Just like turning to the camera. Come on. What did the author mean by this?
なるほど。あんた、つくづく嫌な作家ね。
Of course, Anja hadn't reached the end of the manuscript she was reading. However, it would end with just a few pages more. What about the rest of the tale? It should continue much further than this. There should be many more pages remaining. Those were inside a different brown envelope, which was in Hachijo's hands. With a grin on her face, Hachijo waved the thick brown envelope about. If you want to read more, do what I tell you.
クール。
Cool.
これはお嬢が一本取られましたぜ。
Thank you for your important input, Amakusa. You're very good, as usual. You have a lot to add. Letting you read only so far for free, and then stopping when it finally gets to the good part. Amakusa couldn't stop laughing at this evil business practice.
あなたなりの意見が推理が欲しいのです。それを先に私に話してくれたら、この続きの原稿をお渡ししましょう。
バカにしてるわ。こんなふざけた真似をされてまで、あんたの言いなりになると思う？
お嬢、まあまあまあまあ、落ち着いて。俺も先が読みたいですから、頭を冷やしてくださいって。
Come on, don't ruin it for the rest of us,
八
Anja.
条先生、原稿の続きですが、密室トリックの答えやいろんな謎の真相も書かれているんですよね。
もちろん
I bet the rest of the manuscript represents like the tea parties too. You're not allowed to read the rest until you do a little bit of thinking at the credits.
もっとも何も考えぬ思考なき者が読んでもわかるようには書いてありませんが。
I made it confusing on
あん
purpose.
たいつか熱烈な読者に裏切られたって刺されるわよ。
それを分かっているから人前に出ないのですよ。
People will throw rocks at
人の
me.
子よ。
とにかく八条先生はこうおっしゃいたいわけだ。まずは答えを聞かせろ。答え合わせはその後だと。
その通りです、青年。意地悪がしたいのではない。本当の意味で物語の結末をしっかりと理解してほしいから尋ねているのです。
天草。
Oh, he's getting a kick out of it. It's very funny to him.
そういえばあんたはテレビのクイズ番組とかめちゃくちゃ大真面目に挑戦してたもんね。なるほど。人生をあんたの方が私より数段楽しんでるみたいだわ。
さあ、バトラを密室から出す奇跡のトリックをどうかあなたも考えてください。
What trick could get a battler out of the
考えたもの
room?
にこそ、いえ、考えたものにしか
Man, that's
この
so hard
奇跡を与
though.
えたくないのですから。
Maybe if he hadn't fucked up so bad, I'd want to work with him on it. What is this? Where am I? Is this the marriage scene from the beginning? In the Witch's Cathedral. No, considering everything that's going on in here, maybe it should be called the Demon's Abode. Erica, who wanted to savor the memory of her perfect victory, stood with the whole vast cathedral to herself as the flush slowly left her cheeks. Then, though she thought herself alone on that balcony, she saw a shadow. It was Lambda Delta.
ラムダデルタ教でしたか。こんなところにお一人でいらっしゃるとはお珍しいです。
ああ、あんた大勝利おめでとう。おかしいわね。あんたには前回もそんなことを同じ場所で言った気がするわ。
Yeah, look how that turned out. That wasn't exactly a compliment. However, Erica was in such a good mood that even those words sounded like one.
さっきちらりと聞こえてしまったのですが。
何？
Oh, you. Always the rat in the walls eavesdropping.
ラムダデルタ教もかつてどこかの大魔女のゲーム版で。
I wonder if there's another visual novel we can read to find out about that.
駒ともてあそばれ無限地獄に閉じ込められた経験が終わりとか。
Erica had such a crude, triumphant look on her face, as though she'd managed to pry into some embarrassing memory from the other's past. However, Lambda Delta didn't look in the least bit flustered, and instead gazed down from the balcony in silence.
あるわ。私は何年閉じ込められたかしら。ベルンみたいに私も律儀に数えていればよかったかしら。うん、多分数えなくて正解だったわ。数えてしまったからベルンは壊れてしまったの。
Yeah, that's why she's such a fucking freak now.
我が主もロジックエラーの地獄に落ちたことがあるというのですか。
あるわ。ロジックエラーを起こしたのはあの子ではないけれど。
主がゲームマスターではない。
そうよ。当時あの子はまだ自覚さえしていない小さな駒だったわ。
This would be really fun. This will become really funny whenever I read Higurashi.
ロジックエラーを起こしたのはベルンの主であるゲームマスターだった。
我が主も魔女の駒だったのですか。
ええ、あの子の主。
This will make a lot of sense whenever I get around to that.
自分で作ったゲームのはずなのに途中でゴールがわからなくなった。
Is it the orange-haired girl? Is that who they're talking about? The funny orange-haired girl who's always covered in blood and looks like an axe murderer? I bet it is. Obviously you can't tell me, but I bet it is.
ゴールをなくしたとは。
ロジックエラーってことね。 どうやれば自分の望むゴールにたどり着けるか。そいつは自分のすごろくをロジックを描けなかった。
I bet a lot of people read Higurashi after Umineko. Was Higurashi translated after Umineko, or was it before? It just seems like Umineko is the more popular one. At least, you know, in English speaking.
だからいつまでもすごろくは壊れたままでゴールがなかった。
Officially, yes? Okay.
ならば自分一人で静かにそれを悩んで考え出せばいいのに、そいつはあろうことかその考えることさえも駒であるベルンに任せっきりにしたの。
She didn't want to do any work, huh?
無限の猿の定理って知ってる？
The infinite what?
無限の時間の中でデタラメにタイプライターを打ち続ければ、
Oh, the typewriter
いつ
thing.
か偶然にも文字列がハムレットと全く同じ文
They'll
章
eventually write Shakespeare.
いいえ、暴論ですね。
ひどい地獄よね。ベルンは無限の時間の間、意味もわからずデタラメにタイプライターを叩かせられて。
Burncastle was the monkey.
ゲームマスターは自分さえ思いつかないゴールを彼女に作らせようとしたのよ。
Could Erica even imagine how horrible a hell that would have been? A job you have to do 100 times, and a job with a 1/100th chance of success that you have to keep doing repeatedly. Probabilistically, that may look very similar, but the difference in cruelty between them is great. When you have to do a job 100 times, you steadily approach the end to get more efficient as you become more used to it. And it eventually does end. However, a job that succeeds with a 1/100th probability doesn't reflect the hard work of the individual in the slightest. Everything is left to luck. In the worst case scenario, even the task of flipping a coin until you get heads can last more than 100 years.
タイプライターの鍵盤数っていくつくらい？ 100 個くらいかしら。それをデタラメに叩いてハムレットになる確率って
Very, very small.
想像もつかないです。多分それはあまりに。
I guess that's why Burncastle is the Witch of Miracles, because it's a miracle to eventually be the monkey who wrote Hamlet.
そう。もはや無限にも等しい時間よ。それほどの気の遠くなる時間を奇跡を打ち出すまでタイプライターを叩かせ続けられたのよ。
それが奇跡の。
Hey, I was right.
あの子が魔女じゃなかったら、いえ、魔女になれなかったら、
I'm always spot on with my predictions.
多分今も永遠にタイプライターの前にくくりつけられた黒猫のままだったわ。あの子は奇跡に愛され、見事に奇跡を打ち出し、魔女となってあの地獄を生還したの。その地獄があまりに長すぎて、過酷すぎて、だからあんなにも意地悪で残酷な
Yeah, she's really not a happy
あんたも選べる
person.
ならあんな主は嫌だったでしょ。そんなことはないです。
Yeah, sure,
我が
whatever.
主の駒となれて私は光栄です。我が主は強き者、虐げる者です。
What happens when a piece no longer wants to be
弱者を
appeased?
踏みつけるのは当然の権利なので
This
す。
certainly is not foreshadowing any character development on Erica's part.
いじめる側の人間手は最上級のいじめっ子の作り方って知ってる？
Be the one who's bullying them first.
いいえ、簡単よ。短い時間でもいいからたっぷりいじめて、不意にそれをやめ、今度は力を与えるの。これをやれば誰であっても最上級のいじめっ子に生まれ変
Ryukishi
わる。
pounding on his keyboard with the force of a million hammers right now. It's not... There's no subtlety. It's all blunt trauma to my face.
しかもすごいことに、本人はほんの3日しかいじめられてなくても、その自分はいじめられっ子だと信じながら最上級のいじめっ子として君臨するの。
Do you get it yet? The cycle of abuse.
それが我が主と何か。
Even the most powerful people above you are affected
あ
by
ん
it.
たにベルンのことは何も分かってないわ。
You thought these witches were just some immortal crazy ladies, but they had a reason they became immortal
だから
crazy
私はね、
ladies.
ベルンがどんなに冷酷で残忍で最悪なゲロカスであっても、私だけはあの子の本当の姿を知っててあげたいの。そして私もね、私の本当の姿を理解してくれるのは地獄の生還者であるあの子だけだと思ってるのよ。あんたは私とベルンの仲を嫉妬してるみたいだけど、諦めなさい。あんたがくぐってきたと思ってる地獄なんて、私たちが這い出してきた地獄では瞬き一つ程度のもんなんだから。
This time, Erica was probably the one being mocked. The discouraged expression on her face clearly showed that she couldn't accept Lambda Delta's words.
お言葉ですが、地獄は長さではなく深さだと
Well,
考えて
that's where you're wrong.
ふーん、言うじゃない、真実の魔女エリカ。
ラムダデルタ教の潜られた地獄を私は存じません。そして私が地獄にいた時間などきっと瞬き一つ分程度でしょう。しかしその深みでは私は何度も
Are you sure about that?
っています。
あんたの戦勝祝いも兼ねて反論しないで聞いてあげるわ。
私に言わせれば、我が主の落ちた奇跡があれば抜けられる地獄も存じ上げませんが、絶対の意志があれば抜けられるラムダデルタ教の地獄
You
も
know, certainty.
どちらも抜けられるようにできている程度の地獄です。
へえ、言うじゃない。
私は
Sometimes worms are involved? Are you sure that isn't that one route in Fate that got really weird?
私の潜った地獄にはただ真実がありました。真実という冷酷な現実の前には一切の意志も、そして奇跡さえも介在できません。私はその真実を踏み越えてここへ至ったのです。
Why are worms so prominent in visual
真
novels?
実に耐えるという力
What is with visual novels and
私
worms?
はあなたにも我が主にも引けを取るつもりはありません。
真実に耐える力って何よ。
わからぬ者にはわかりません。それを制止できなかったからこそ、あなたたちは真実の魔女足りえないのではありませんか？
許すわ、その暴言も。
Without something something, it cannot
それ
something
に
something.
相槌を打ってあげることがこのラムダデルタからの勝利の褒美よ。
ありがとうございます、大ラムダデルタ教。
She's got a little star in her text.
あなたたちが仲良くしてるなんてね。
They're not getting along at all. They're just thinly veiling it. At some point, Burncastle had appeared on the opposite balcony of the cathedral. I'm just imagining, they're like 500 feet apart. I'm just imagining Burncastle saying that and I'm just like, what? What? Erica, noticing her, cried, "My master!" happily and dashed over.
ラムダデルタ教に
And by that,
我
we
が
mean
主の
teleported.
昔話を伺っておりました。奇跡の魔女である我が主にふさわしい奇
Simp.
跡の物語を。
Simp alert.
一度だけ許してあげる。
はい。
二度と私の昔の話はしないで。
A grimace rose to her face and blasted Erica's good mood away. Then she understood. Burncastle was also a witch running from boredom. If it caught up with her, she would remember. Those never-ending days of hell. This is proof that even my master still hasn't gotten over the pain and fear of hell. It means that she lacks the power to withstand the truth. For the first time, Erica felt just a little disdain for her master.
失礼しました。それよりこのようなところへどうしてお越しに？
あなたに褒美を取らせようと思って探してたのよ。
褒美です
ですか?
ありがとうございます、我が主。へえ、何それ羨ましい。何を取らせる気？
まずあんたを
I
借り
think
でな
someone is getting a
本当
little
の魔
big
女へ昇
too
格する
big
こと
for
を
her
認めるの。
britches.
後見人は私よ。真実の魔女フルドエリカ。
ありがとうございます。借りが抜けただけじゃないの。その程度の褒美じゃあまり嬉しくないわ。もっと素敵なご褒美がいいわよね。いえ、そんなことありません。十分嬉しいです。
Of course, on the inside, Erica did want another present. Mimicking Lime the Delta, she looked at her master to see if any further rewards would be coming.
もう一つの褒美は
Oh
あれ
boy!
よ。
Burncastle snapped her fingers. Oh, here comes the marriage part, I bet. You get to marry this coma guy. Great! As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered, and summoned Battler sitting in a throne at the center of the cathedral. Of course, his eyes were blank. He was still a shell of himself, his heart trapped in the closed room that he would never be able to escape from.
あの男をエリカに褒美と
Have
して与え
fun
るわ
with that.
バトラーを褒美に？
へえ、なるほどね。エリカにこのゲーム版の領地を全て相続しようって言ってくれてるのよ。
そういうこと。
You're the game master now. You're the man now, dog.
領主の証である片翼のわしの指輪をつけているわ。あれをあなたのものにすれば、あなたは正式にここの領主となる。私に嘱託されるんじゃない。名実ともにあなたの領地となるわ。
その指輪をバトラの指から抜き取れて。
Yeah, you take that ring. The ring Beato gave to him.
バカね。
It's like NTR.
女が男の指から指輪をもらえる儀式は一つしかないじゃない。
エリカ、領主夫人となってバトラをめとりなさい。
バトラをですか？
ええ、そうよ。永遠に目覚めない領主にはそばで支えて執務を
Yeah, you're
代行
like
す
the
る
the man behind the curtain, Erica.
つまりあなたがこの領地を支配するのよ。
そして結婚式を挙げ指輪を交換する。バトラの領主の指輪はあんたのものになる。
そして代わりにあなたは霊族の指
We
輪を
have to put the ring of being a bottom on him.
あなたは永遠にバトラを支配し恥ずかしない。この領地でゲーム版であなたの心が赴くままに大好きな物語を好きなだけ紡ぎなさい。
領主はフルドエリカ。あんたの望む物語は全てが叶うわ。領主は神。おめでとう。あなたはこの小さい
I mean, it's just one island.
神になるのよ。
I don't know how many more stories you can come up with. It's true that that well's gonna run out eventually, and then she'll be bored, and then what?
それは本当ですか？若主。私がこの世界の神に。
それが私があなたに最後に与える褒美。バトラの指輪を得てあなたは自らの世界を作りなさい。その時あなたはもう私の駒じゃない。一人の立派なそして素敵
A
な魔女だ。
splendiferous one.
おめでとうエリカ卿。そしていつかかつてベアトがそうしたようにまた訪れる。
Yeah, this does feel more like a gilded cage than anything. You get one tiny island and like, I don't know, less than 20 people to mess with. Great? Doesn't sound like much of a god to me.
これほどの栄誉はありません。そして気に入りました。バトラとの結婚。
Wonder what happens if Erica ever wants a little more than that.
攻略はないわけです。何しろあのベアトリーチェはバトラに尽くしたい、好かれたい。
Yeah, we gotta cuck her.
言われたらしいじゃないですか。そんな魔女が生み出した世界で私がバトラをめとり、汚す、恥ずかしめる。 逃れる人を奪われる苦しみ、よーくわかります。私はついにそれを与える側に回
You
れ
have
たのです
become the
ね。
bully. Wow, we talked about this like 5 minutes ago.
光栄です。これほどの栄誉はありません。
気に入ってくれてよかったわ。あなたが世界で一番喜ぶ褒美だと私は知っていたんだから。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。我が
It's really funny how Lambda Delta talks about this like a minute ago. She's like, hey, did you know that even if somebody suffers for a short time at the hands of other people and immediately gets power, they'll become also an abusive freak? And Erica's like, that sounds silly. I think my pain is worse than yours. And then she immediately falls for this. It was like less than 2 minutes ago you were talking about this. You're so dumb. Erica leapt down from the balcony and walked briskly toward Battler. Yeah, it's like that Gundam meme where it's like Burncastle shooting the words being stuck on a tiny island forever with Erica going, wow, humiliating Battler.
素敵なフィナーレじゃない。結婚式をやるのね。
そうよ、盛大にね。ベアとのゲームの最後にふさわしいじゃない。
もちろんベアトにも招待状は送るんでしょ。
I don't think she'll show up.
来てくれるといいんだけど。さあ、忙しくなるわよ。式の準備に段取り、招待状。
ウェディングドレスにケーキもね。披露宴の準備もしなくっちゃ。
Ooh, cake. I want some cake. The two witches disappeared, cackling. Only the two were to be wed remained in the cathedral.
聞こえてます？バトラさん。これからあなたがどうなるか。
Maybe you can hear a little bit. Battler's consciousness wasn't completely gone. He was very distant, but he was faintly tethered to reality. And that was what made it cruel. It was as cruel as though the spider called Erica had wrapped Battler up and was eating him while he was still conscious. No, she might have been like certain kinds of wasp. It was the cruelty of paralyzing her prey while it still lives so that she could save him for later and eat him. In other words, her cruelty was that of a predator.
出られませんよ、その密室は。だってあなたがあれほどに赤き真実を。
You're trapped in your own web, idiot!
安心して永遠に閉じ込められていてください。そうしている間にあなたの体は私がたっぷりと恥ずかしめて差し上げますから。あなたとの寝室は鏡張りにしましょう。あなたがどうやって恥ずかしめられているか、あなたの目にもよーく見えるよ。
Wow, we're getting freaky with it, huh?
そしてその部屋には天井に鳥かごを吊るしましょう。その中にはあなたの愛しの魔女
She must be cocked.
閉じ込めておきましょう。ね、素敵でしょう。わかるわ。こちら側はなんと
So funny. It's so funny how much of an idiot she is. We had this conversation like 5 minutes ago with Lambda. As he listened to this mad laugh, Battler couldn't even bring a distressed expression to his face. His heart was still trapped in the closed room he had created. His body and soul would soon be trapped within a new closed room of Erica's. A closed room called marriage! Am I right, fellas? The old ball and chain.
いやあ、聞いたかいフルフル。
Oh, is it about your image song CD?
バトラ 教とエリカ
Oh,
教
I
が
don't care
結
about
婚
that.
式ですって。
Their words were so similar to their usual shtick that Beto had asked them to repeat it again.
どういうことですか？
ご存知の通り、ここの領主様は
Can't do his job no
心を塞がれ
more.
てしまって物も言えない。
美しきエリカ教がその妻となられて執務を支えられることになったんですって。
The two demons explain the situation in a very simple yet dramatic way. I know what's going on. They're planning to take advantage of the fact that Battler's heart is sealed away, and use marriage to lock up his body as well, so that they can steal everything from him. At this rate, Battler's position as Game Master and his territory Lord's Ring will be stolen away.
おのれ泥棒猫め、好き放題しよって。奪い返そうぞ。わらわに関心はないが、そなたのこととあっては人事ではない。
体だけ奪い返しても仕方がないよ。何しろ婚約証書には大ベルンカステル教が立ち会い人に名を連ねておいでなんだ。
元老院の大魔女が立ち会い人を務める以上、破棄は本人の意思以外。
And one of them ain't exactly talking right now.
やはりバトラさんの心をあの密室から救い出さない限り助けることはできないのですね。
なら彼を密室から救い出す方法を見つけて。
You'll have to come up with something.
花婿を奪いに行くのね。ああ、それは素敵。
それができればオペラにしたいほどの美しい物語となろうぞ。
Yeah, like the one from Final Fantasy
バトラを
VI.
閉じ込める密室のなんと難解なことか。
It's a real
出
thinker.
口は扉のみ、そしてチェーンが閉じられていなければ脱出は認められない。
その上チェーンは外からは閉められなくて。
入れ替わりに来てくれる人もいないときたわ。
どう考えてもお手上げだ。諦めたらもう助けることはできないんです。今は諦めずに考え続けることだけが彼を救う
Gotta
唯一
keep
の手
thinking.
段です。
That's what they keep telling me, never stop thinking. Though Beato looked as though she was about to burst into tears, she clenched her fists tightly. She was so frustrated with her inability to think up any brilliant plan that her heart felt as though it would burst.
ゼパルとフルフルは最も強力な悪魔たちに名を連ねるであろうが、
Among
その魔力はあらゆる不可能を可
Row,
能
row,
としてき
fight
たと
the
いう。
power.
そなたらの魔力もしくは知恵でこの不可能な密室を破る妙案は出せるのか。
That would be cheating.
そうさ、愛ならどんな不可能も成し遂げる。
成し遂げられないということは愛が足りない証拠だわ。
それを
Can't you just give me the answer, please?
でも諦めない君の意志の強さには感服するよ。
そんなあなただからきっと奇跡を起こせるわ。
その奇跡のヒントくらい出せるか。
They already
わ
have.
らわは短い付き合いではある前に別れの選別に我が妹にせめてヒントくらいは出してやれぬか。
ヒントなら僕たちはいつだって与えてる。
Literally all of the time. They literally keep talking about it.
見えない。
見えぬから見せろというのに。
Just give me the
い
answer.
つもこういう調子でな。退屈はせぬが、こういう時には腹立たしい。
Zephard and Furfur certainly were demons who possessed a great power. The power of love that they bestowed had created several miracles in the past. Miracles so great that they left marks on human history. However, those miracles were never given easily. They would give trials, tell riddles, and sometimes help the truth be realized, so that those who desired power could create that power themselves. No matter how pitiful the eyes that looked up at them, the two demons would never lend their power out of pity. As it is with gods, so it is with demons. They help those who help themselves.
分かっています。自分で えますから。必ず私が。
見よ悪魔ども。今時純情な娘を。
She's so sweet.
愛を司る悪魔として。
Can't you
心が痛ま
look at her? Look at that face.
出せ出せヒントを。ヒントのヒントくらいなら出せるであろう。
Zepar and Furfur looked at each other. Of course, there was no pity on their faces. However, it could be seen that, though they did find the problem amusing, they were considering what they should do next.
どうするフルフル。
ヒントのヒントならいいかしら。
No such thing as a free hint in this country.
よし。それではゼパルとフルフルから愛のヒントのヒントをプレゼント。
Presento.
お願いします。
答えが見えないのは
愛が足りないから。
だからそういうヒントではなくて。
Okay, let's think this out. What could get you enough love, literally? Winning the game! Come on, this is so easy!
もしも足りないのなら
満ち溢れた恋人たちを観察してはどうだろう。
そうね、幸いなことにここには2組も
Who would have enough love? The fused Beato.
彼らが愛ゆえに戦うところを
Yeah, let's see how much they're murdering each other for love. Let's go over there.
僕たちの試練を観測者の立場から見てみるといいよ。
だからそういうヒントではないというに。
Beato the Elder yelled at them, asking for a more tangible hint. However, Zepar and Furfur just giggled and ran about like rats. They are also rats. There's a lot of rats in this story. However, Beato took their hint Beato took their hint to a hint seriously. Let's see how the battle royale is going over here. Now that the Beatos were out of it, the second trial was between George and Shannon on one side, and Jessica and Canon on the other. Team! Tear apart the two who are close. In other words, defeat one of the members on the opposing team. They were allowed to use any method they wanted. It could be a duel, or it could be rock, paper, scissors. The four of them had alternated between speaking together, then splitting up and discussing things amongst their teams, and had apparently finally reached a decision.
ゼパル、フルフル、いいかな。
おや、やっとお声がかかったよ。
なにジョージ、決闘の方法が決まった
No matter how much the two demons cheered the four of them on in a joking manner, their serious expressions did not waver.
はい、決闘することにしました。
決闘は僕とシャノンの2人が戦います。
Oh?
それは意外だね。1対1の決闘ならてっきり。
ジョージとジェシカが戦うものとばかり思っていたわ。
2人がどうしても自分たちで決着したいって聞かねえんだ。
僕も男として見守ることしかできな
Oh,
い。
this is a new song.
しかし、シャノンの決意は揺るがない。
She really wants to murder her
だ
brother.
から僕らはそれを尊重して信じるしかない。
カモン君、僕を信じてくれてありがとうございます。もし直接戦わなければならない日があったなら、そうするべきだとずっと思ってきたことなんです。
そしてそれが今日なのだと私たちは理解しました。もちろん避けることのできた日かもしれません。
しかしその日は訪れました。だから僕たちは逃げない。
そうだな、私も逃げないからここにいる。
同じだよ。シャノンを信じた。だからもう僕から何も言うこ
Let's
と
see
は
how this goes. I want to see what the fight is.
たとえシャノンが戦う決闘であっても 僕たちの力は一つだ。だからこれは共闘なんだ。
はい、そうです。私たちを代表するだけなんです。
愛する者たちの決めたことなら。
悪魔とて口を挟めはしないわ。
さて、君たちの決闘だけれど、どうやって。
まさか本当に決闘でいいのかしら。
At once, both Shannon and Canon nodded.
決闘の方法は？
どちらかが死んで終わる方法なら何でも結構です。
No holds barred, huh?
苦しむことなく安らかに、そして死に至る以外の無用の傷つけ合いを避けられるものを望みます。
ゼパル、私たちはこの高潔なる決闘の正しい
そうだね。分かったよ、二人とも。君たちの高潔な意志を尊重できる高潔なる決闘を僕らは提案する。
When Zephyr clapped loudly, a case with an old design appeared in the air and landed between Shannon and Canon. Furfur nodded at them, urging them to open it. Canon crouched down and opened the case. There were some antiques inside. They would have looked splendid hanging on the wall at some classy coffee shop. However, they were not mere decorations now. Oh. Pistols at dawn? Yeah! I love John Wick 4! Inside the case were 2 dueling pistols. Ancient, like the kind used in the Middle Ages. Yes, this was a dueling pistol case. That only those who wished for a fight to the death were allowed to open.
君たちの要望に応え、魔法を込めておいたよ。
体のどこに当たろうとも痛みなく、そして必ず死に至らせる魔法の玉。
What if they hit each other?
ありがとうございます。
Like, what if they both get shot?
最高の慈悲です。
二人が共に弾を外した時は
本来なら引き分け。でも僕たちの試練はそれを許さない。
二人が共に弾を外したなら、
Yeah, and then you'll walk a little bit closer.
どちらかが死ぬまでそれを繰り返す。
僕は依存ないよ。
私もよ。
Shannon, have either of you even looked at a gun before? Maybe Kinzo's Winchester.
私たちはようやく決着をつけられる。
後ろ宮ジョージ、君をシャノン、いや、サヨの立ち会い人と認めるよ。
了解だ。
後ろ宮ジェシカ、あなたをカノン、いいえ、ヨシアの立ち会い人と認めるわ。
僕たちは決闘責任者。この決闘を必ず決着させるまで責任を持つ。
When Zephyr and Furfur cried these words out, the whole area was blanketed in a gold-colored light, and then it cleared. It had become the rose garden where golden roses bloomed.
恋をめぐっての決闘とはな、古風なやつらよ。わらわも1000年の中で何度かピストルの決闘を見てきたが、
Duels with pistols are always cool.
決闘は初めて見る。
Draw!
悪魔が立ち会い人をするから。違う。普通恋の決闘とは一人を狙って二人の恋する者が戦うと決まっておる。しかし彼らは恋する二人に
Yeah, it's a team deathmatch.
戦おうとしている。
Team Melee!
これはとても珍妙だ。それはきっと魔法の奇跡が欲しいからです。私たちは魔法の奇跡がもらえないと恋が成就されない。宇宙を作るための最小人数は何人か。
Hey, we've heard this one before.
いえ、 知りません。
We've heard that one before. Shannon and Canon each took a pistol out of the case, returned to their respective witnesses, and checked the weapons over. Then, when they both decided that there were no problems, they checked once more to make sure that their opponent was prepared, and nodded to each other.
問題がなければ決闘者たちは2人で背中を向けて立ち、決められた歩数を歩いて距離を開いてもらう。
それから合図と同時にゼパルー、その歩数は何歩がいいかしら。
そうね。ではこの決闘の因縁となる数字をそれにしようじゃないか。
因縁となる数字？
Is it 6?
それはいくつなの？
僕たちがよく知る数字さ。そしてこのゲーム、物語が始まった時から何度も何度も繰り返されているあの数字さ。それは19。
19, that makes sense. Because of the 19 people on the island.
気に入ったよ。すべてと決別するにはいい数字だ。
19. Whenever the illusion of a 19th person was seen on the island, on which only 18 people were supposed to be, this number was used to refer to the witch. It was the number of years needed to create this tale. It was the number of years it took to reach this unavoidable day. And it was the age of the true territory lord of this world. Oh. That's food for thought.
向かい合って19歩歩き撃つ。
かなりの距離になる。早打ちが有利とは限らない場合だ。
That's making me think about some things.
多分それで決着してしまう。
それを当てればかすり傷一つ負わずに勝てる簡単なゲームさ。
それでは決闘者たち、背中を合わせて立ちなさい。
Yeah, the Cliff Baby was 19 years ago, yes. That's what I'm thinking about exactly. Shannon and Canon slow. I knew that would be important. I just think it's a red herring that baby was Battler. I think it's someone else in the story. Shannon and Canon slowly walked towards each other, facing each other. Once they turned away, they wouldn't see the other's face again until they killed them. So, this face-to-face meeting would never happen again.
今までありがとう。君という弟に出会えて楽しかった。
僕であらせてくれてありがとう。灰色の世界に彩りを見せてくれてありがとう。
どうして私たちは生まれたんだろうね。
生まれた時すぐに死ねればよかったんだ。
それはお父さんの罪だね。
そうさ。だからあいつも死ね。みんな死ね。
うん、みんな死ぬよ。もうすぐね。そしてすぐにみんな蘇って会えるよ。
In the Golden Land.
They're all dead. They just don't know it yet.
You're so right, Caleb Bloodman.
カゴの中の小鳥じゃない。
僕たちはようやくカゴを出てそれぞれの世界へ羽ばたけるんだ。
君ともっと早くこうして決闘をすればよかったね。
それがきっと今日なのさ。
今日だね。
1986年運命の日。
私たちのどちらかの死ぬ。
あるいは同時に打ち合って。
Yeah, like what happens then? Who wins if they both die?
それもありか。
You got any rules about that, Zephyr and Furfur? You said what happens if they both miss, but not if they both hit.
そうさ、それであっても必ず僕らの恋は成就されるのだ。
決闘の必要あったのかな。
あったさ。姉さん言ってるよ。僕たちはいずれにせよもっと早くに決闘するべきだった。
そうだね。私にとって君は
僕にとって姉さんは
もう邪魔なのだから。
Kinda raw. For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both. Why? For what reason? Why must such a day come for this pair that seemed so much like siblings, connected by a bond different from love? It was a great mystery. As great a mystery as the question of how this could be the key towards unlocking Battler San's closed room. If I watch over this duel instead of running away, will I find the key to solving that closed room? I will, right? Zephyr-san, Furfur-san. Meanwhile, somewhere else, I guess. Oh, here we are. The cathedral was beautifully decorated for the wedding between the territory lord, Lord Battler, and Lady Erica. What is this, like, beat? I feel like somebody's about to start, like, dropping some bars. A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. As befitting a demon's wedding, it was neither solemn nor quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity. Oh, hi! Haven't really seen you guys much this episode.
ゼパルとフルフルのところに身を寄せていると聞いています。愛を司れば魔王陛下とて退かねばならぬほどの力を持つ方です。きっと何かの力になってくれると思いたいのですが。
あいつらのことはよーく知ってるわ。素直に力を貸してくれる連中じゃないのはあんたもよーく知ってるでしょうが。
This song is very good. It's just kind of like different than everything else so far. It's very like the beginning at least was very hip hop almost.
しかしだからこそ奇跡にも通ずる力を。
Like somebody was about to start rapping over it or something.
とにかくバトラ君の心を密室から助け出せればなんとかなるのです。ガープは密室が大好物なんでしょう。何か妙案は思いつかないのですか。
ひどい密室。
Yeah, it's real tricky.
バトラとエリカの2人で赤き真実だらけのガッチガチ。内部からの単独脱出は不可能だと断言できるわ。
Yeah, you need help.
やはり誰かが入れ替わりで内側に入りチェーンを締めるほかありませんと。
I think that much is clear.
その誰かが現れてくれればバトラを助けるのは容易よ。
It's almost like you'd need the help of a great witch or something.
11人もいるんでしょ。
その11人はゲストハウスの2階にそれぞれ封じられています。
I mean, maybe you could somehow say Kinzo did it? Because people still think Kinzo's alive, right?
なんとかそこを抜けられれば。
なるほど。バトラ様の密室を解くのとゲストハウス2階の2つのどちらかの密室を解くのは同じ。
Maybe that wouldn't work because of the golden truth in the last game. They haven't quite explained how the golden truth works, so I don't know.
そういうことよ。バトラの客室だけにこだわる。
Like maybe the golden truth just eliminates something forever. You're not allowed to use Kinzo anymore because of it.
開く密室は客室じゃない。ゲストハウスの密室。
Well, yeah. Everybody knows Kinzo's dead, but for the sake of the game, they'd have to prove it. I don't know if that would work. I don't know. The Lanter's little glasses?
ゲストハウスの2部屋を我らアイゼルネユングフラグ封印を担当しております。
あんたらは封印と結界は大のお得意だもんね。
しかしさすがはミス
Where did she get the little glasses? They're so cute.
バトラを救うべく破るべき密室はゲストハウス側であると気づかれるとはお見事です。もうじき式も始まるでしょうが、それまでの退屈しのぎに一つ現場の最高。
いいのですか？
Right, so the closed room we have to worry about escaping isn't the one Battler's in. It's one in the guest house, so that we could construct a way for somebody to get out of there and help Battler out of the one he's in.
エリカ教の駒であるあなたの守秘義務に違反しません。
She does do a lot of paperwork, that's true.
存分に現場の封印を確認なされて絶望された方が心の底から式を祝福できるに違いないですから。
ユージュン乗るわ、その挑戦。リア、式前にちょっとつまみ食いさせてもらいましょうよ。
それではアイゼルネのお嬢様方、再構築をよろしくお願いいたします。
金系謹んで受けたまわり立てまする。
ここはいとこ部屋ですね。
隣部屋も構造は全く同じです。それでは存分にご検証を。
部屋にいるのはゲンジ、ゴーダ、カノ、そしてクラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカの計6人ですな。
隣部屋は秀吉、ジョージ、シャノ、熊沢、南條、計5人です。
バカね、あんたたち。誰がいるかなんて今はどうでもいいのよ。この部屋からどう脱出するか。
Right. It can be anyone.
そうでしたね。
It can be anyone that gets Battler out of his room. We just have to find a way to escape from this one.
扉も窓も封印されていますから、なんとか他の場所から脱出。
私ね、あんたら天界の連中が得意とする勢いで密室じゃないわよね、この部屋。
金系謹んで申し上げる。我らが担当したる密室は完璧なりや。
あんた前回は金蔵の部
Yeah,
屋
how did that work out for you, you dumb whore?
してたわよね。バトラは金蔵を。あの部屋の
Yeah,
ど
what
こから逃
if
がしたんだ
somebody
ったかしら。
looks away or something?
それはコーネリアのミスではありません。その筆跡は上司の私が賜ります。
金蔵の書斎の時と全く同じよ。窓よ。窓からこの密室は破れるわ。
Yeah, just do it when nobody's looking or something.
バレバレなのよ、あんたたちの手口は。
どうしてです？エリカ教は部屋単位で封印をしたのですよ。窓の封印ももちろん含まれ、部屋を丸ごと封じたはずです。
なるほど。どうやら私たちは封印の定義を勘違いしてしまっているようですな。ガムテープで封じられた密室は破れないわけではありません。
Yeah.
牢屋ではないのです。
そういうことよ。封印は確かに密室を保証するわ。でも密室を維持することを保証はしない。
What if somebody's just like, I gotta go to the bathroom, everybody, sorry.
ガムテープが破られない限り密室であることを保証す
They
る。
could, like, I don't know, put the tape back without ripping it, maybe.
我々は何も誤解させるつもりはありません。ガムテープが維持される限り密室を保証する。それだけです。
それでどうして窓からなら密室を破れるのですか？
簡単じゃない。 ガムテープをぶっちぎって外へ飛び出すだけよ。ゲストハウスの外壁の構造は知らないけど、あの小娘が誰にも知られずに這いずり回って外からガムテープが貼れる程度には足場もあるはず。
ガムテープを破れば封印が破られたことが直ちに分かります。そして私たちは封印が健在であることをバトラのロジックエラー時にも証明しているはずです。
そうね。確かにあんたたちはあの時点でも封印が破られていないことを証明したわ。だから密室だと私たちは誤解させられた。封印イコール密室とは限らないのよ。
Gop's specialty was dealing the finishing blow in closed room mysteries. She leaned back and looked down at the short Delanner as though a challenge such as this was taking candy from a baby. Delanner looked up at her with a bold expression and sparks flew between them.
封印イコール密室ではないのですか？そんなバカな。
思い出してリーア、あの時エリカたちは何の封印を見せた？何の封印の維持を見せたの？
The ones on the doors. They never said anything about the windows. It was just a sleight of hand, a misdirection. They couldn't confirm that the tape was still intact on the windows, so they just showed you the doors and let your assumptions do the rest.
天界大法院の得意そうな改ざん術ですな。
聞き捨てなりません。お伺いしましょう。
だから言ってるでしょ。窓よ。
Yeah, there's no red truth guaranteeing that the rooms were closed. They never said that the rooms were closed with a red truth. Did they?
確かにあんたたちは彼らを
This red truth is nothing but a red herring.
その際には窓も含んでいるわ。そしてその証明は封印時になされた。ここまでは OK よ。でもね。
Right? Erica said...
しかしその後、
we know for a fact Erica sealed the rooms when she left them. Never said anything about after.
ここには誰がいるんだっけ？ゲンジ、ゴーダ、カノン、クラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカ。誰でも可能よ。窓のガムテープをちぎってここから抜け出し、バトラを助けに行くだけ。
ですからその封印は健在であるとロジックエラー時にも証明が。
違いますよ。あの時エリカ教が証明された。
Yeah, she only mentioned the doors.
封印だけです。
Little bit of a misdirection can take you a long way when you're not thinking hard enough, Battler, you fucking dunce.
そういえばあの時エリカ教は2部屋の扉を示し、その封印の健在を主張しただけ。窓の封印には触れなかった。
What a delightful deception.
確かに封印時は扉も
A little bit of sleight of hand. It's just a magic trick. And not the kind we're thinking about. Yeah, it's literally all the same tricks Battler did in the last game turned against him.
つまりエリカがゲストハウスを去ってから以降、窓を破って自由に部屋を出ることが。
And Erica said herself she ran around the whole mansion like stabbing corpses. And that could have given anyone plenty of time to sneak Battler out.
どう？グーの音も出ないでしょう。これがあんたたちのやり口よ。
上司ドラノール、そろそろ。
どうやら新郎新婦が到着されるようです。
Now, the liner didn't confirm it, but I feel like that face says a lot.
おしゃべりはこれくらいにしましょう。それでは後ほど。
Goodbye. With a happy-looking grin on her face, the liner turned around. But that must have hit her where it hurts. Gop wouldn't let her get away. She grabbed the other's shoulder.
待ちなさい。ロジックエラー時に窓の封印が維持さ されているかを証明しなさいよ。でなければこの部屋の誰でもバトラの救出は可能だわ。
誰が救出を可能だというのですか？
誰でもいいのよ。じゃあ個人的好みでカノン君を指名するわ。身軽そうだし気配を消すのも得意だしね。エリカの後をつけ素早くバトラ君と入れ替わるのにぴったりだわ。
カノンに
Uh-oh.
不可能です。
不可能？ダメよ。普通の言葉じゃ信用しないわ。
I sure hope Canon isn't the one getting
赤き
shot.
真実であんたの赤きたちにかけて誓いなさい。
ミスカ、これより始めるのは神聖なるコンギです。その神聖なる場で太刀を抜けとおっしゃるのですか？
This track does have a vocal version. It really sounds like it should have vocals, so I believe you.
無礼無粋を極めるかと思います。それはまたの機会がいいです。それではこれにて。
カノンにバトラの救出が
Oh,
可能。
she said it in blue. You have to respond. She's in your DMs. Respond. Debate me. Debate me. Debate me.
エリカ封印後に窓を出て客室のバトラ君と入れ替わりチェーンロックを閉めてクローゼットに隠れた。
不可能です。窓も封印を維持しています。
Okay, well now we know.
無論ロジックエラー時にです。
Gop's rapid reverse roundhouse had followed her blue wedge crossed with Delanner's red longsword, and both pointed at the other's throat. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several goat guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting. Well,
何よ
so much for that theory, Gop.
どうしてもったいぶったのよ。
To mess with you.
やがてその思考にベアトリーチェが気づき、
Yeah, we did it to mess
そ
with
れを
her.
救出の鍵として婚礼に乱入してくるだろうと思っていました。しかしそれに先にあなたが食いつき、奥の手を見せることになるとは思いませんでした。
汚いやつだわ。あんたらわざと窓を疑わせてベアトに誘い出して返り討ちにしようと罠にしていたのね。
花嫁を警護する人間として当然のことです。これで満足ですか？魔界式の婚儀は実に下品で野蛮です。では失礼。
Well, this is real. This is still really difficult
まだ
then.
騙されないわよ。あんたが言った窓の封印はカノンのいとこ部屋のものでしょ？
Yeah, what about the other room?
じゃあ隣部屋の窓はどうなの？あんたはカノンの救出の可能性について不可能と切り返しただけよ。隣部屋の人間の可能性はまだ生きている。
しつこいお人です。
Oh, hello. It's been a while
お詫びするであ
since
り
we've seen you.
本式典警備役のシエスタ姉妹近衛隊であります。失礼ながらご両名の招待状と樹林を拝見します。
ドラノルエノックス、花嫁側参列者です。
It's the Chista sisters.
並びに花嫁警護役の証明書です。
ノックス主席殿と確認しました。バトラ教の婚儀へようこそ。歓迎いたします。
ガープよ、花婿側参列者招待状といけない。
受付治療院がないに。
Oh no, we gotta kick her out.
ダイレクトにここに来ちゃったから受付通ってないわ。てへ受領員
てへ
あなたはこんな時にどうしてまた。
ガープ様、失礼ながら別室へご同行願います。
We're gonna go interrogate you now. The Lanner watched, shrugged, and turned away.
待ちなさいよ、ドラノール。
天界大法院の見解をご希望でしたら、法院規定に従い
I'm not
ご
required
申
to
請をお願
talk
い
to you
いたします
anymore. This is the official henchman uniform. My lips are sealed.
金系
Yeah, you don't need to pay. You don't need to get stamps or pay for anything when you can just teleport in like GOP. 10 to 5 on weekdays? Wow, they get an hour and 15 break? Got strong unions in heaven.
20号線は一切認められるものと知りたてまつる。某イベントの申し込み書もそれが落ちるって噂があるに。
Don't sneak into Comic Cat.
多分本件青木真実を口頭での仮受付といたします。正式な申請が受理されるまで保留とし、重複申請を禁じます。
わけわかんないわ。私の青木真実に答えるの？答えないっての？
月曜日にご申請いただければ来月末頃にはご回答できるでしょう。
The liner's rubbing it in. She's being real mean right
重
now.
複申請は禁じられていますので、たった
She's
一
gloating
度あなたが
almost.
口にされた青木真実は本講義では使用不可とします。根拠法令大法院事務規則第214条の15、重複申請の禁止について
緊急謹んで申し上げる。ロジックエラー時の隣部屋の窓の封印が暴かれていたことを理由とする
What?
青木真実の使用を禁じるものと知りたまえ。
Why not? So what? Even if it could be true, you still have to come up with something else?
緊急謹んで申し上げる。当該の青木真実への回答義務は発生しないものと知りたてまつれ。
卑怯者、ちょっと話しなさいよ、ウサギ楽団。
The Cheester sisters led Gop away. Just when she thought she'd reached the core, they had underhandedly refused to respond. What if Battler wakes up during this wedding and has that answer himself? However, this is a big clue. There's a chance that the window seals on the next room over have been broken. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Battler. And yet, just now, that move was sealed away. The use of any blue based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken, has been prevented. It's now impossible to claim that the 5 who could have saved Battler were the ones who did it.
何よそれ、卑怯だわ。それが答えなんじゃないの？窓だけ封印の維持を証明していないのは私も気づいてるわ。
Like, is it saying that's wrong?
青木真実に使えないなんてどうすればいいのよ。ああ、分かってるわ。フェザリーヌはどうせ自分だけ答えに気づいててほくそ笑んでるんでしょ。
すまぬな。
Because it just feels like straight up cheating if that's the case.
これには困った。
ちょっと何を言い出すのよ。
Yeah, she doesn't have an answer for once?
私も隣部屋の窓がまだ開いていることは気づいていた。しかしながらそれを反論に使えぬと封じられるとは想像もしなかった。
これって重大なルール違反じ
Yeah,
ゃ
it
ないの？
doesn't seem very fair.
だって正解が言えないクイズなんてフェアなゲームじゃない。これ向こう側のロジックエラーじゃないの？
それがロジックエラーにならないからこうして物語が続いているとも受け取れる。
つまり隣部屋の窓と全く無関係な他の答えがあるってこと？
あるいは窓の話をせずに隣部屋の5人の誰かが助けに来られたことを説明するか。
窓の話をしないってことは窓を使わずに部屋を出るってことだわ。それでは隣部屋だって密室と変わらない。
ふむ。
Yes, it
だから
is.
私も困ってしまった。このおかしな封印宣言のせいで2つの部屋は再び密室に戻ったも同然になってしまった。おそらくだが。
おそらく何？八百万を束ねて超えるっていうあんたの知能ならどんな答えが見つかるの？
答えはない。
What?
ない？ないって何？
隣部屋の窓以外に出口はない。 にもかかわらず隣部屋の窓を推理に組み込むことが許されぬこの密室を解く答えは
So, it's something else?
ないならどうなるの？答えがない以上説明義務を求められているプレイヤーが敗
But
北する
defeat
のは
can't be certain. That runs counter to the point of the game.
それって手詰まりってことじゃない。
Doesn't it?
つまり今のドラノールの宣言はある意味とどめチェックメイトってことじゃない。
いや一手あるにはある。しかしその手は二度と使えぬ手だ。そしてそれはベアトの心臓の一部でもある。
この物語の最大の謎の
What,
一つ。
saying a witch did it?
そうだ。それを使えばあるいはなんとか。
Feathery inside deeply. It was something she hadn't done once before now. I see. So, as long as this tale has been, it is finally time for the curtain to close. 2 more episodes? Are you sure? Exposing the answer to this riddle means the same as finally killing Beato. But perhaps Battler is the only one qualified to make that decision. If he weaves such a tale as the Game Master, no one will be able to stop it now. The greatest riddle of this tale will probably be revealed very soon. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. What? This song started and I'm like, Devil Trigger? But it was something different. It was the sound of the several dozen Chester Sister Imperial Guards. Several dozen? Wow. Members of the Honor Guard who stood in a line across the cathedral and stamped their heels in unison. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke. Oh hey, we're back where we began finally. Yo, I can fucking dance to this. We're grooving.
領主にして無限の魔術師であらせられるバトラ教と真実の魔女であらせられるエリカ教の婚儀にようこそご参列を。
I can do many video game weapon reloading animations to this dance. Zephar and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral. Having them invited to host a wedding was a great honor. Though they had to ask for silence, the attendants who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with an enormous applause. Yeah, where's Beato? She's in her ninja suit? They searched for Beato in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere. Yeah, if Zephyr and Furfur are here, that means something must have happened. Dun, 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 dun. What, did that one want to marry Erica or something?
それでは新郎新婦の入場を迎えよう。
厳かに迎えてどうか二人の門出を祝ってほしい。いでよ新郎新婦。
The shackles called marriage? What did Ryakishi mean by this? The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. And then, the Territory Lord and his beautiful bride came into view. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. The Chester Honor Guards stood at attention along either side of the path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down. Chiser sisters that weren't part of the honor guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and the like, keeping an eye out for any intruders.
00より40が41が
They're not gonna get him like they got Kennedy.
天井狙撃手異常ない
Ceiling snipers. 410 and 45 were on top of a massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of other chandeliers. This seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendants wouldn't notice.
現在ベアトリーチェ教と疑わしき参列者36名と
They're being profiled.
襲撃可能地帯の131名を同時捕捉監視中
警戒を怠るな必ずベアトリーチェ教が今後襲撃するはずだ
夢を奪いに襲撃なんて燃えるに
Where are we at? We're at a wedding.
410嫁じゃないです婿です嫁で会ってるに
What do they mean by this? What do they mean by Battler playing the role of a bride? The Chister sniper teams on the chandeliers use super high efficiency observers to track the movements of the several hundred attendants. If any one of those made any suspicious movements, the Chisters had been given permission to fire immediately. The one on the chandeliers, Chister 127, that overkilling monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. The one on the chandelier across from that is Chister 20. Her firing rate is 6,000 shots per minute. This Chister fires 6,000 arrows per minute. Costs $12 million. However, she's using a portable magazine this time, so 2 seconds is all it'd take for her to use up her ammo. Costs $12 million per second. Lazy bum could barely do her job for 2 seconds. Yeah. Slowly, and making a show of it, the two walked down the red-carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blank. If you look closely, you could probably tell that Erica was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erica to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, who held the long ceremonial arms in the shape of the one-winged eagle. How humiliating. Yeah, they say it in red even. They already made the ball and... No, wait, I made the ball and chain it. Not the novel.
当然よベアトリーチェ様が強欲なお方自分のおもちゃをみすみす
Her favorite toy.
必ずおいでになるジュエリー披露宴は美味しい料理がいっぱい出そうだね
Yummy.
ああ私も早く花嫁衣装着たい
Burn Castle and Lambda Delta were in the nobles' seating on the balcony. They were sipping some bizarre carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show.
素敵な花嫁衣装じゃないいいわねこういうの
前座よこんなの
ひどいわねどっちのイベントが真打ちなのよまさかベルン本気でベアトが来
It
る
would
と
be
思って
pretty
るの
cool if she did.
あんたも知っての通りバトラの密室は完璧よベアトに勝てる道理なんてないわそうでしょ
あんたも聞いてるでしょ隣部屋の窓が封印を破られてる可能
A chance.
ドラノールがそれを一応は封じたようだけど概念否定をしただけで窓を塞いで
Yeah, how do you deny concepts even?
また窓から飛び出すわよ片翼のわしとやらが
I'm glad you caught me live. Welcome, young man to matter. I should be going for a little while longer. We'll see how I'm feeling. I get the feeling we're coming to the end of the main episode, but I've heard the tea parties for this one are extremely long, so I don't know. The link to my Twitch from the YouTube is wrong? Oh no, I'll have to fix that later, thank you.
絶対来るにかける。
奇跡的に来るにかける。
はあ、成立しないわね。
Yeah, you can't both want the same thing. You gotta be betting against each other. The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beato would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the closed room and take Battler back.
あんたは裏から見てたら
The Deep Party for episode 6 is short? Really? Somebody told me they were long. I guess we'll find out. You've been watching... Oh, wait.
トリック。
一応ね。でもエリカが頑張りまくっちゃったから、もう私にもさっぱりよ。
4, 5, and 7 are the long ones? Maybe somebody told me... Maybe they were talking about 7 and I just got it mixed up. Well, we'll find out. We've still got time.
へえ。あんたはきっともう気づいてるんだわ。あるんでしょバトラを救うトリックが。
Like, that first note sounds like the first note of Devil Trigger from DMC5, so it tripped me up. Sounds like it's gonna go about da 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 da.
あるわ。でも難しいわ。
It's tough, huh?
その手を使うと、ベアトの心臓の一端。
Interesting.
そうでしょ
なんだ、わかってるじゃない。
ねえ、賭けを変えない
何に？
勝つのはベアとかエリカか。
あんたがエリカにかけるって言うならいいわよ。
We did learn that this episode is a confession. There's no difficulty level to it. That's the reason. I guess that's what they mean by exposing part of Beato's heart.
勝ち目の根拠は？
もしその手
I guess it's a confession too, because
心臓の一端だというなら
you're not supposed to. Well, the mystery turned out to be something different. Battler locked himself in his own closed room.
ゲームマスターのバトラはそれを晒すのに躊躇する。
Interesting.
だから勝てない。
I think I have a slight idea, but I'm not sure if it's time yet.
ゲムに巻いてうまく逃げるに決まってる。
I'm not sure if this is the right time to say what I've been thinking for a long time.
眠らせると誓ってるのよ。それはベル、甘いわ。
The bet was made, based on the assumption of that certain miracle that Beato would come. Virgilia, who was standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the window seal on the next room over hadn't been checked, hoping that this would give him a hint. You're just assuming Beato likes Battler because of some past reason? Well, she pretty much just herself said as much. And I'll say this much as regarding my theory. I forget which number it is, but whatever. Nox is whatever. The culprit has to be a character introduced early in the story. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to lean forward, two Cheester sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. That powerful force told her that she won't be able to move even a step forward. Trapped, she was forced to stand there and watch as Battler walked past. Nox is first, okay, that was it.
しかし、あの密室は自分だけの力では抜けられない。誰かが助けに来なければ抜けられない。
あの子が助けに来なければ、バトラ君は出られないのですね。
密室の鍵さえあれば、必ずその方法をお嬢様ならきっと。お嬢様。
You saw the thing Erica did this episode was possible very early when Battler didn't name her in the list of people who didn't do it, told your friends as a joke theory, and was laughing so hard when it was actually right. Yeah, that's a real good twist, isn't it? She's not the detective anymore, so she can do a murder. That's a pretty good one. It's kind of funny to realize in a way that the detective's authority held her back. Thank you, Renove. I can always count on you. Renove's such a bro. The bride and groom's procession slowly advanced down the path to the grave and reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erica glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that closed room. Once more, the sound of the Cheester-honored guards stamping their heel rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral again. Now the wedding ceremony would finally begin.
人は愛のために生きるのです。すなわち、今日あなた方は生まれてきた意味を。
That means it's over. You can die now.
生きる力、愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。今日という日の輝きがどうかお二人を永遠に祝福しますように。さあ、
Yeah, we're at the start.
愛の制約を物言えぬ夫に代わりて。
妻は二人を代表して。
That seems a little unfair.
バトラはエリカを、エリカはバトラを。健やかな日もやめる日も支え合って。
She looks so funny in the dress. It's only here for this one scene, maybe. So they didn't put. So they didn't worry too much about it, maybe.
聞こえませんよ、バトラさん。文句があるなら、もっとはっきり大きな声で言ってください。
Oh yeah, I should see how the dress in pachinko mode looks. Hang on, Battler. It's very funny. Battler in the cape looks alright. I don't like the pachinko sprites for Battler. His face is a triangle. It looks weird.
それ以上の文句が終わりでしたら、まずはロジックエラーの密室からお出になってからにしてください。安心して、その日まで永遠に私があなたを支えてあげますから。
Yeah, no, I prefer the Ryakishi sprites kind of overall, I've found.
ああ、誓いよ、永遠なれ。
永遠なれ! Yeah, it's really weird. I learned because I've been reading the manga episodes between each VN episode. You all know this, and knowing that the pachinko artist did a couple of those, including the first one, was like a weird shock because the manga looks really good. I don't know what happened for the sprites. The thunderous applause celebrated their marriage to subordination. After the oath, they would symbolize the bonds. It was the exchanging of the rings. The Territory Lord's ring with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger would become Erica's. By this, she would become the ruler of this game board. And in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erica had prepared. Wow, he really is the bride. He's becoming forced into being a male wife. At a glance, it just looked like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and mark him as another's property.
さあ、二人は指輪の交換を。
身動きできぬ夫の指を、妻はどうか支えてあげて。
Erica respectfully took Battler's right hand, then slowly pulled off the Territory Lord's ring that had been on his ring finger. That was the ring Beato had entrusted him with. Erica stole it away. Cucked! The woman who is cucked is now doing the cucking.
それを私みたいな女に奪われるのって。はい、聞こえません。もう一度お願いします。
地獄。もちろん。
He's trying.
それならご安心を、バトラさん。
Erica pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it gross, and told him where they were.
ここがそこですよ。
Then, slowly, she took Beato's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand.
では花嫁、続いてあなたの指輪を花婿に。
すごい指輪ね。彼を永遠に逃がさない。
It's big diamond.
これは貸せ。
I mean, yeah, she's explained her thoughts on consent many times with certain words. Even Battler's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erica held. It was like Erica herself. On the outside, it shone beautifully and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will. And on the inside, to symbolize never letting go of the prey it had latched onto, it had 8 sharp thorns pointing inwards. If they had been growing out of the outer side, it would have looked like the color of a guard dog from hell. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? By twisting the diamond, those thorns could slide in or out. In other words, if you twisted it after thrusting the finger inside, the inward-facing thorns would bite down, never releasing until the end of time. Jeez. Could you get any less subtle? Then, even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erica for all eternity. Yes, it is very silly, Battler. Who the hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase. And furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. She raised Battler's left hand and stroked his ring finger as if tasting it. Erica pressed the ring of subordination against the tip of his finger. If a ring is made to fit too tightly, it can be painful and hard to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway. So its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. They're putting the cock ring on him. Even without the thorns, forcing a small ring like this on would hurt.
この指輪はあなたの身も心も魂も、そしてあなたは永遠に生きた人形。死ぬことも許しません。私に永遠に怪我され、恥ずかしめられ、私が勝利の美酒の味を忘れるために、あなたはその身をもって私にそれを思い出させるのです。何度もね。舌が噛めるなら今のうちにどうぞ。指輪が通ればそれすらもできなくなりますから。
Battler didn't even have the strength to bite his tongue. Even if he had, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the closed room, so he couldn't kill himself. However, if he accepted the ring, he would never even be able to think about escaping from the room, much less commit suicide. I'm very excited for Ryukishi's Silent Hill, yes. Man, this is barely even a metaphor anymore. It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body from the inside. The pain would always torment Battler. But, fortunately, the power of the ring even stole away the heart that could understand that pain. Erica kept screwing that too small demon's ring on.
入るわけ。大丈夫です。
Okay.
入りますから。ちゃんと。
I feel like I've seen that dialogue in other places. With an obscene laugh, Erica let a silver thread drip from her mouth and soaked the finger. Wow! Wow! Wow!
力を抜いてください。一気に奥まで。
Wow!
無駄な抵抗なんかしないでください。抵抗しない方が痛くないですよ。
I think we get it, okay? I've read doujins less vulgar than this. Slowly, Battler's finger went deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which would never be removed again. Man, I've seen some of these tags before. The base. I absolutely do not want Ryakushi to make eroge. Are you kidding me? The demon's ring tightened around the finger, so much that it seemed the finger would snap off along with the bone. Could Battler's hazy expression of anguish really describe how unbearable this filthy pain was? Boy, this is sure the moment to interrupt this. Erica touched the ring's diamond knob. If she twisted it, the thorns would bite in and never let go again. Yeah, Anja's reading all this right now. The look on her face must be something. We've already accused her of being a bit of a brocon.
いいですよ。許してください。エリカ様って言えたらやめてあげます。本当。お許しください、エリカ様。生涯を犬として扱われ、首輪につながれて生きることを誓いますから。
I think she might be lying,
お
Battler.
許しくださいって。そう言えたら、この指輪だけは許してあげます。はい、よく聞こえませんよ。
He still has that little bit of pride left.
てめえを許さねえ。
あなたをこんな目に遭わせちゃって。
違う。ベアトの指輪を怪我したお前を俺は絶対許さねえ。
How cute. Though Battler's eyes had suddenly been forced into a muddled condition, they appeared strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Battler had used up the last of his fleeting resistance, just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so that he could say those words of a resistance until the very end. They got me fighting for my life. Erica smiled. Then she turned the diamond. Alright, well, so much for the story, everybody. That's it. You can all go home now. In that instance, Battler let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. Okay, he's done. His howl had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, it still rang out throughout the cathedral. I'm looking at my watch. Alright, that's it. It's over. Good night, everybody. I'm kidding. We'll see what's next, I guess. A dreary breeze blew through the golden rose garden. Shannon and Canon had already finished walking 19 steps, their backs still facing each other. Oh, we're doing this, okay. When the demons, I thought we had kind of just left it, and we wouldn't find out, but I guess we are doing it. When the demons conducting the trial gave the signal, they would both turn and settle this. Each had one of the dueling pistols given by the demons in their hands. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. The duel would not end until one of them died. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all of their thoughts to them, as well as their fates. Just watching over their partners was now the only way they could show their trust. This is like a very slow version of the main melody. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Shannon and Canon stood quietly with their backs turned. They had already set aside the feelings they'd built up during all those days they'd known each other. The next time they laid eyes on the other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling that trigger. The only one who still couldn't muster any determination or resolve towards this duel was Beato. The closer the moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Canon or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they being forced to kill each other? Are you sure?
ゼパルさん、フルフルさん、どうしてこんな決闘を？こんなの恋の試練じゃない。やっぱりあなたたちは悪魔なんです。どちらかの恋人たちを破綻させて、それを見て喜びたいだけの悪魔なんです。
静かに。
恋人たちの邪魔になるわ。
邪魔をしてるのはあなたたちじゃないですか。どちらかが倒れる。倒れた方の恋人たちが嘆き悲しむ。あなたたちさえいなければ誰も悲しまない。
それは違う。僕たちがこの決闘を取り持たなかったら、
二組はどちらも破綻したわ。これは必要な決闘なの。
Better one than none.
私は最初から納得できなかったんです。魔法の奇跡がなければ恋って成し遂げられないんですか？恋って愛し合う二人さえいれば他に何もいらないんじゃないんですか？この決闘は無意味です。だからやめて。二人ともシャノンもカノンもあんなにも実の兄弟のように仲良しだったあなたたちがどうして殺し合わなくちゃいけないの？私にはどうしてもわからない。
Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell. However, no one's expression changed.
そうだよ。よく気づいたね。
それこそ愛の真実。
何がですか？
愛し合う二人以外に
Normally.
本来は何もいらないんだ。
So it's something specific about this relationship.
だからそれが
Or a set of
二
them.
人でないとき。
Oh. Okay.
私たちは決闘でその数を二人にしなくてはならない。
Alright, well that's just... You're just telling me one of the things?
一人の女性を奪い合っての決闘ならまだわかります。愛し合ういびつな三人を二人にする決闘。しかし彼らは二人と二人、それぞれの世界はもう完成されてるじゃないですか。
Hey, well, I guess I'll just say it. How often do you see Shannon and Canon in the same room?
争わなければならない理由が何もない。
世界を生み出す最小の人数は2人。
2人が揃って初めて世界は生まれ。
I wasn't expecting them to just say it.
だからこの決闘は必要なんだ。
彼らがその人数を満たすために。
家具は人間未満だから一人を満たせないと言い出すんですか？
Yeah, they're only ever together. Like I've said this since episode 2. The only perspective I trust is Battler's. How often does Battler see them in the same place?
家具は人間未満。だから家具と人間じゃ2人を満たせない。
そんなのおかしいです。愛し合う二人の身分なんて関係ない。
Oh, see, now they're trying to confuse me.
いや、あるよ。本当に愛し合う2人の身分は関係ないの？
妻を持つ男との恋は許されるの？夫を持つ女との恋は許されるの？
親との恋は許される。子との恋は許される。恋の許されない身分なんていくらでもある。
じゃあ家具って何なんですか？どうして家具は恋をしちゃいけないんですか？
魂が一人に満たないから。シャノンもカノンも。
In episode 5 he does, but guess what? In that one, Battler wasn't the detective, was he?
あなたたちはみんな家具。
His perspective wasn't objective anymore.
魂が一人分に満たないから人間以下。
人を愛する資格はただ一つ。一人に満たつ魂を持っていること。だから愛し合う二人は世界を生み出せる。
例えば妻を持つ男はもう一人の女を愛する資格を持つと思う？
Yeah, he never sees both of their corpses in episode 2. One of them disappears, right?
あるわけがない。二人の
Battler never saw that one of them in person, if I remember right.
一人分に満たない。
He only heard about it from somebody else.
そのような男に愛する資格はない。
That trick won't work on me, antimatter. I remember episode 5, he's not the detective, so you can't trust Battler's perspective in that one. He literally makes that the crux of the argument that makes him win that episode. With the Kinza thing.
それは甘い愛の偽善。
Am I saying there are only 16 people on the island? 17. Oh, yeah, 16. I guess if you don't include Erica.
僕たちはね。
Then yeah, 16.
恋をする資格を偽る人間を
We keep whittling down that number, don't we?
世界を生み出す最小人数を
Yes, my idea for a little bit, because I started to notice how rare Shannon and Canon are in the same scene. Canon's body disappears a lot. In episode 2, there was that thing about him being like a goat. So I've been thinking for a while, what if they're the same person? For some reason. That's why this fight is necessary. It's like Zephar and Furfur keep saying, it would be like cheating, because they're the same person. If both Jessica and George got their relationship, it would be cheating, because Canon and Shannon are the same person. I can't believe I was right about that.
僕たちの試練はそのためにある。罪深き魂たちに一人分の魂を取り戻させ、本当の恋ができるようにするために。
ゼパル様、フルフル様。
And I guess I can say this much. If Shannon and Canon are the same person, and they're also part of the relationship, and you know, that means they had to compete. What does it mean that Beato and Battler also had to be part of the competition?
僕たちの心の準備ができました。
Because I've had an idea about Beato's identity since episode 4.
どうか決闘の合図をお願いします。
The pair, bidding farewell, quickly asked for the signal to be given. Zephar nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furfur spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the two duelists.
見ているといいわ。
愛し合う恋人たちのどちらかが破綻する決闘を。
いいえ、これは破綻のための決闘。
Thank you for Megane mode. I can see the truth now, combined with my love.
本当の恋を成就させるための決闘。
Yeah, that was something I was thinking about too, Yum Antimatter. That was the exact scene I was thinking of. Where it's like they're all talking in the kitchen and like Canon just goes totally unnoticed. All in her mind?
私にはあなたたち。
いいえ、わかりなさい。
It's one reason the anime was also bad. Yeah, I remember hearing the anime makes it unsolvable.
これは本当に人を愛することができる人間が。
Like, they even make a point of saying it feels like Goda always ignores Canon. And, like, Genji would acknowledge Canon, because he's in on Kinzo's fucking weird shit.
意味がわからない。
Who is the real Canon or Shannon? Okay, I'll tell you who I think it is. I think it's Shannon.
どちらが勝とうとも。
Or, like, both, kind of. I'll get to my explanation later when we get to another thing.
今彼らが家具としての日々が終わる。
合図は簡単。僕が1、2の3を数える。3と同時に決闘開始だ。
承知してます。
同じく。
Yeah, they said Canon only came on recently to the staff. Battler met him for the first time in episode 1.
2人が共に弾を外したら一度中断。再び弾を与え、もう一度背中合わせからやり直し。
But again, the only time Battler witnesses Canon is when both he and Shannon are in the same place.
決着がつくまで繰り返したい。
ゼバラ、この決闘過去に何度も見てるのかい？
もちろん何度も見てきたよ。
大抵何度の打ち合いで決着がつくんだよ。
ほとんどの場合、ガンガン一発。
But you got a weird, like, double identity thing going on.
みんな随分と拳銃の腕がいいんだな。
違うよ。片方が外せば残った方は悠々と追い詰めて撃つことができる。初段をもし外したらまず勝ち目はないね。
しかしぼんやりしていれば引き金も引けずに負け
You
る。
have to be solid in your resolve.
同じ負けるならせめて引き金を引いてから負けたい。
いい覚悟だよ、二人とも。では、行くよ。
Stop the music. We gotta be even more dramatic. New music.
H
2の
In the Golden Rose Garden, when the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a single gun firing or the sound of both going off at the same time. In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there, with gun raised and smoke trailing the barrel, was Canon, and, lying on the earth, was Shannon.
シャノンさいや、シャノンが倒れたのは銃声より早かった。
Oh, she ducked. Jessica's distressed. Shannon going gunslinger mode? Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Slowly, Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a bet. If Canon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Canon shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. Canon had also made a bet. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a firearm, because apparently that's things they know very well about. He was fully aware that, if he assumed Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first, he would lose before even pulling the trigger. So he had decided to shoot right away. And he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Since he intended to shoot right away, he would be more mentally prepared, so he was confident that he'd be able to shoot accurately. If Canon had cautiously turned around and Shannon had shot him instantly with the strength of her will, then Canon wouldn't even have been able to pull the trigger. So no impatience on Canon's part was to blame here. The two had simply given it their all, left their fates to the heavens, and reached this result. Yes, I love John Wick 4.
まさかあの短気な姉さんが撃たないなんてね。
私も意外だった。あの慎重なカノン君が振り向きざまなんてね。
As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. And Canon had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. If they both thought this, then what had happened next would turn the assumption on its head. Wait, what? Canon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. He's Naruto running! This duel could only be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this fight around. And if Shannon calmly shot through Canon, it would end. The odds that Shannon would miss were that he could get close enough to her before she fired. Canon would bet all the chips he had on them. Shannon could draw Canon in into the last second, then shoot him from a close distance. If she pulled the trigger just before he reached her, then even if she missed, they would just start again from the beginning. Shannon kept the gun pointing at Canon's forehead as she compared these options until the final moment. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. The goddess of fortune smiles impartially. Surviving past the final moment, Shannon could have shot Canon barreled into her chest. He then swung his hand up and knocked the gun Shannon held into the air. That strike sent Shannon's gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Canon's gun also flew from his hand and danced through the air. Oh, they're both gonna catch it and be like, we don't know who has the loaded gun. The two guns danced a rondo through the sky, reached their peak, and began to fall. By that time, neither knew whose gun was which. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. Not a witch of miracles, though. That one's occupied. The pair looked up at the brilliant sky and entrusted everything to the goddess of fortune. Then they each grabbed one of the guns out of the air. And after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Even that had been like a dance. Then they each pressed the barrel of their gun up against the other's forehead, both as steady as a rock. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet. When they both pressed the triggers, one would die and one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica wouldn't know the result until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The muzzle of Cannon's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm, and the muzzle of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which, and yet, both expressions were solemn. The faces of those who would believe in their fate unswervingly until the moment the triggers were pulled.
悲しまないで。私たちはすぐに黄金鏡で会えるよ。
僕たちはもっと早くこうするべきだったね。
そうすれば再会しなくて済むのにね。
Gotta decide who's who.
この決闘さえも、もはや今日という日の前にはただの茶番さ。
そうだね。どうせ蘇る黄金鏡の前には
That's true.
本当にただの茶番。じゃあ後ほど。
What happens when everything just resets for the next game?
さようなら。
おい、どうした？しっかりしろ！
Suddenly, Cannon fell to the floor as if he'd had an attack of anemia. Oh no, that's that other kid. That's Shiki. It had happened without any warning beforehand, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open.
そんな。どうしたんだ？どういうことだ？これは。
Trying to get a look at that wound, Goda wiped the Cannon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth without any trace of a wound. And yet, blood was pouring out, almost as though it was seeping through his skin.
何やってやがんだ！しっかり止血しろい！それが傷がないのに血が止まらない。
カノンがしっかり！カノンが！よしやくん！
Cannon's forehead was pale, and though his eyes were open, they had lost the light of the living. Just like a puppet whose strings had been cut! They said it, chat. He had passed away. Jessica dashed up to Cannon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and as the still hot blood was smeared over her forehead as well, she sobbed. Have you, though? Is even this not the real you? Shannon leaned against George's chest, as though the strings holding her up had been cut. Okay, you can't see that twice, it's getting silly now. George held her in silence. There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried golden flower petals, and the sound of Jessica's grieving sobs.
これで僕たちへの試練はもう十分かい？
十分さ。おめでとう。残ったのは君たちだ。
君たちを祝福するわ。でも忘れないで、愛を育むのがこれからのあなたたちの務め。
この奇跡が生み出した恋の種を
Somehow I
どうか
I
しっ
don't
かり
think George
育
will
て
do
て
that.
ほしい。
もちろんさ。彼女と君たちにかけて誓う。
それでは魔法の奇跡をシャノンに。
今こそ君の魂を人間に一人分に満たそう。集え満たぬ魂よ、一なる魂となりて愛を知りたまえ。
When Zephyr and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. They came from the losers of the trial, from Canon, who had been defeated, and from Beato, who had dropped out. What did they mean by that? That Beato is an incomplete soul involved with Shanna. Slowly, the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of gold dust. Yeah, I don't know. If you don't get it by now, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't get Beato's true identity at this very moment, I don't know. It's fine. I don't know anything for your intelligence. As she yelled, Beato the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly.
カノンは死んだから消える。そしてベアトはバトラーを愛するために生まれたから、その資格を失って消える。
これはとても公平。あなたが生き残ったなら他の二人が消え去ったのだ。
我が妹よ、しっかりせよ。バトラの密室を解き救うのではなかったのか。こんなところで果ててどうする。それでも一なるわらわの片割れか。
私ってどうしてバトラさんを好きになるなんて目的のために生まれたんですか。どうして私はバトラさんを好きなの。好きになる理由を実は知らないんです。
Yeah, oh yeah, I guess if the true territorial lord is 19, that means congratulations to George for accidentally not being a freak. George immediately dumps her. I don't know what we're gonna do with this other one. She's like still part of the equation.
Jessica みたいなタイプの女なら結構好きかもな。俺がガサツなように向こうもガサツがちょうどいいんだ。お互いよ、汚ね言葉遣いで気づかれなく、男女とか気にしないでバカがやれる。
Oh man.
ラフな関係が理想かもな。
This is so far beyond not subtle anymore. What do you mean the type of girl he said he liked 8 years ago is the type of girl who is now tormenting him in an endless
俺
game?
に彼女ができるとしたら、いつも俺がジェシカとバカやってるみたいにはちゃめちゃな関係がいいよな。容姿の好み？
God, he's just gonna say blonde, isn't he?
別にそんなのは気にしねえけどよ。まあ、洋画とかに出てくる金髪ボーイ、青目のグラマラスな彼女だったら。最高だぜ。ちいちもませろーいってな。
How do you not figure it out at this point? The girl he said, he even said he had a crush on Shannon at the time. Come on, how do you not figure it out? Beatrice, listen. I am giving you my love for Ushiromiya Battler. Become the kind of woman Battler wants. Take the golden hair he likes. Take the blue eyes he likes. Take this personality that matches his. And then you must love him in my place. And then, if possible, you must be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please take my feelings that went unfulfilled. My feelings that I couldn't hold back, and make my wish come true. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokunjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will become the master of this island and wait for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. You ever think about how Kinzo only put up a picture depicting Beato recently? Within the last few years? Almost like he didn't know what she actually looked like before now? From this day forward, you will do this in my... 2 years ago, almost exactly when he died. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all of my worries onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. You ever think about how Beato really hates Shannon for some reason in episode 2? From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything. You will bring blessings to all lovers. When that happens, I pray that you and I will both succeed in finding happiness. But yeah, her weakness is a mirror. Like, this is... I first started thinking Shannon was Beato in, like... late episode 4. When I started to notice that Shannon and Canon are never around each other except in front of Battler. And also, what was it exactly? I'm trying to think of what exactly the event was that started to make me think it. Like, the suspicion started as far back as episode 2 when I thought it was weird that Beato was so hateful towards Shannon specifically. And was, like, really mean to Canon for no reason. Like, she was really spiteful towards those two specifically. But I'm trying to remember what, like, specific incident might have confirmed it for me. Hang on, I wrote a Google Doc about this. Let me look it up. I wrote a document specifically for this theory. Yeah, my ancient texts. It was a while ago that I wrote them. Here it is. Oh yeah, I remember now. It was when I read the episode 5... Wait, was it episode 4? It was the episode 5 manga, I'm pretty sure. Because Battler mentions in episode 5 that he had a crush on someone once. But in episode 4, and like I don't consider this a spoiler, the manga does, because he mentioned it back earlier in the VN that it was Shannon specifically, but I had forgotten until I read that moment in the episode 5 manga where he said he had a crush on somebody once. And the manga shows like a silhouette of Shannon walking off with George behind him as he says that. So that's when I began to suspect, because it's in that scene where he's talking about how the mystery story is also kind of like a love story. And like I just kind of connected the dots immediately from that. Just those imageries being put together. Like I thought about how Shannon is the only person to hear Beatrice as like a voice in her head. Which doesn't happen to anybody else. Everybody else just like actually sees her. Like they see her physically. Like Eva and Natsuhi, whenever they're like imagining Beatrice, they see her physically. Shannon is the first person to quote unquote release her by breaking the mirror, and before that it's just a voice in her head. So that really stuck out to me. That was when it became to sort of come together. And this is kind of supplementary, but I believe the reason she kind of projected all of this onto the idea of Beatrice the Golden Witch specifically is because I think they're from that orphanage that Kinzo runs. And I think what Kinzo is doing with that orphanage is like quote-unquote grooming people to be like weird Beatrice replacements, or the replacements for the woman he was in love with that he believes is Beatrice, who quote-unquote gave him the gold. Yeah, her talking about like Battler promising to come to her on a white horse. That's what I think Battler's crime was not doing that. Like she took that more seriously than she thought at the time. Like I think they both later thought of it as something not serious, and Battler literally forgot about like doing this like relationship promise with Shannon in the past. Yeah, and then like he disappeared, and like as Shannon got older she realized, she's like, oh fuck, I'm stuck here with these horrible people. And so she started to get like angry at Battler for that. That's why I think the baby with Natsuhi was a red herring. I think that baby's Shannon. I don't think it was Battler. I think that was a red herring saying it was Battler. Like, so I think Kinzo is like Kinzo is all in on his weird magic shit. Like he believes. He's a believer. I don't think there's I think even though we see so much of Kinzo after he's dead through the interpretations of other people, so it's not 100% guaranteed if he really believes, but I think he was, and that he, like, thought he could use the kids from the orphanage as, like, a vessel for Beatrice, which is why he calls them furniture and less than human, because he thinks of them as just, like, vessels. Yeah, and the only one Natsuhi told her favorite season 2 was Shannon. That was a big hint, too. And that was what the person on the phone said. So yeah. That you know how I kept saying throughout like this and like the back half of episode 5 is that I would lay out my theory when the time came. I didn't think it would be now, but that's been my theory for a while. I don't know if I've got everything quite right. Like what else have I got written here? Like, obviously Genji and Kumasawa are in on it. I don't know about Nanjo. I don't know if Nanjo's in on it. He might just be duped. Yeah, and there's still 2 more episodes. There's still a lot more to reveal. I mean, there's still the how done it. I have a theory on the how done it, which by which I mean how everybody dies at the end, right? Because no matter what happens, everybody dies at the end. So I guess that's the last theory I have yet to reveal, is how I think everybody dies at the end. Because like they keep saying, you know, everybody dies, goes to the Golden Land. Everybody dies no matter what at the end of the story, right? Like, we saw this in episode 1, even Battler dies. He sees, like, all the butterflies and stuff, the silhouette of Beatrice, and then he dies too. But, I will lay that out later. I think that's still an important piece of this. Anyways, that's it. I'll like post the Google Doc in the Discord or something. If you're not in the Discord, join the Discord so you can read my theory in full. From this day forward, you will no longer be me. From this day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split apart a single soul and share it. And though, of course, neither of us will possess a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than those of humans. Let us be blessed, my dear Beatrice. No one will be able to see your form. However, I alone can see you. And if you are loved by many people, I'm sure that everyone will be able to see you someday. With love, they will be able to see us, acknowledge our true identity, because... yeah. Actually, is there any way to look at edit history on this? I want to, like, proof that the last time I edit this... Okay, last edit. I'm reading the last edit. The last edit of this was on March 13th, which was when I was in episode 5. So, that's how you know this is legit. I'll take a... I'll take a screenshot of that edit for proof. So that I'm not... so that you all just don't think I'm... So there's absolute... I know you all believe me, because I'm important. And you all love me. But, I'll take a screenshot for proof anyways.
私たちは夢を見ているのか。ふざけろ。こりゃ何の冗談だよ。え？
なんだ、南條先生を呼んできます。
ゴーだ。もういい。
Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And his for the most reasonable words spoken. If they called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse of, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like leftover snow on a spring's day, Kanon's form had been. By now, not even a trace remained. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold, vanishing completely. 'Cause he was never real! This one was made up by an author. We made him up.
さよなら、お嬢様。ジェシカ。カノンさん。僕たちはも 誰の目にも触れられない。それはつまり彼らの世界ではいないのと同じことだけれども、でもこうして僕たちはここにいる。
そうですね。私たちはここにいる。
僕たちには体なんて肉でできた檻でしかないのだから、悲しむ必要なんてない。
でも気の毒ですね、ジェシカさん。
だからこれが僕の罪なのさ。だから僕たち家具は恋をしてはいけなかったんだ。
あなたはこれから
姿を失っても、そして話しかけることができなくても、もしもジェシカが僕に語りかけてくれた時、その背中でそっとうなずくくらいのことしかできないけれど、だからそばにいることにする。
良いことだと思います。
君はどうする？
バトラさんを密室から助けたいです。
密室？
Rare Canon laugh. After looking a bit taken aback, Canon laughed gently. Beato, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour.
どうして笑うんですか？私には大切なことなんです。
だって密室なんて体のある人間たちの問題じゃないか。
You just do it. You're a ghost.
僕らはすでに肉の檻から解放された存在だよ。密室なんか僕たちの妨げになるものか。
そんなのいいんですか？
Yeah, you guys have turned on no clip. You can do it.
チェーンロックとかガムテープの封印とか赤き真実とか。
そうか、君はコマの世界じゃなくてそれより上の世界。
Yeah, it's real messed up stuff.
だから僕たちとは違う制約があるらしい。やれやれ。
Canon stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
カノンさん。
敗者同士の仲さ。いいよ、僕が行ってきてあげるよ。僕がお屋敷の客室へ行ってバトラ様を外に出し、
But the lantern said in red that was
チェ
impossible.
ーンをかけて代わりにクローゼットに隠れる。それでいいかい？
気持ちは嬉しいです。でもカノンさんはいとこ部屋から出て
She said it in red.
エリカさんの封印のせいで。
Unlike the next room over, the cousin room containing Canon was a guaranteed, completed closed room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, he couldn't even escape himself.
なら君の魔法で僕に力を与えて。
私の魔法で？
僕に魔法をかけて。
そんな。私魔法の使い方なんて。
君は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェじゃないのかい？
私は魔女ですけれど、その魔法どころか密室トリックもわからないただの。
やれやれ。いいかいベアトリーチェ、一度しか教えないよ。魔女ってのはね。
魔女ってのは？
魔女ってのは謎を解かされる側じゃない。
謎を。
They're the one who makes them.
ああ、そうさ。どうして魔女が誰かの謎で頭を抱えてるんだい？
Yeah, that's the whole trick. That's Erica's trick. Even though you're the one who's supposed to be making the puzzles, she's got you on the back foot the whole time.
頭を抱えるのは
You don't have to worry about solving her puzzles, you just have to make a new one.
じゃあ魔女の仕事は？
僕の知ってる黄金の魔女ベアととびっきりの魔法で誰にもわからない難問を生み出して煙に巻いて 嘲笑ってるやつを言うんだ。誰にもわからない最悪の謎を作って徹底的に煙に巻いてこき下ろしている。相手に出された謎で頭を抱えるのはね、君じゃない。君の相手の
悩むのは私の相手の仕事。
後ろ宮バトラーをどうやって密室から出すかを悩む。チェーンロックの密室、バカバカしいね。なら君はそんなの
Create a closed room around that other one.
あいつらを悩ませてやろうじゃないか。僕の手を貸せよ。
悩むのは私じゃなくて、
あいつらの方さ、地獄の悪魔をひれ伏して属する。最悪の密室トリックを無限に使いこなす。無限の魔女ベアトリーチェの本当の恐ろしさ。そろそろ連中に思い出してもいい頃だ。
バトラさんの密室より最悪の密室。
僕らはもうそれを手に入れてるじゃないか。
最悪の。
Oh, she's thinking real hard. In the back of Beato's mind, images she remembered began to flit by, one after another. The mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. Yeah, look at all those diagrams! Trick, mistake, lure, taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? I think I've seen something like it in a book before. Beato's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up.
あともう一個。
何です？
それ、密室の魔女の喋り方にふさわしく。
Yeah, you have to be a bitch!
やっぱり私は。
我々はなくちゃ。
I have to be me. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied raucously, Delaner could be seen leaning against a pillar, trying to escape from the noise. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her.
それは本当ですか？
金系。
The people have heard, Lady Delaner. She's so fucking back.
コーネリア補佐官が現場保全に向かいたるものなり。
The rumors are
エ
true.
リカ教にも中心すべきかと存じ上げ立てまつる。
わかりました。ご中心申し上げます。ガートルードは式前警備長に連絡です。
She's on her way here.
御意。ご歓談中失礼いたします。本式典警備長であります。
A second Beato has hit the game board.
私？なに？なんかよ。
だからはしゃぎすぎだって言ったのよ。さすがにシャンパンタワーでボーリング。
Champagne Tower bowling?
少し油を絞られてきなさい。
エルン、ほら。もう何よ。私なんかした？
受付に差出人不明の。
Oh, let's fucking go. Is it gonna be the envelope from Kinzo's mansion?
私
The one with the wing on it?
全部ポイしちゃう主義なの。そんなの捨てちゃって。
Yeah!
これなのですが。
何それ？これ届いたことは誰かに言った？
いえ、受付の姉妹兵2名と私のみです。すでに箝口令を与えました。
The instant she saw that envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. Berncastle had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erica. Bern, and of course Erica, were both drunk. If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It's true that this envelope has no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfills the same purpose. This seal is... Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out its contents, and read them. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she smiled like a kid who's just thought of a nasty trick.
いかがしますか。狙撃犯は赤色弾頭を携行しています。
Red warheads?
ご許可をいただければ装填命令を出します。
何言ってんのよ。今日はどんだけ豪華な来賓が。
Yeah, they were invited, weren't they?
万一参列者に流れ弾が当たったら、シエスタこの得体の新しい妹たちは向こう10年は工場から弾頭台に直行しなきゃなんないくらいの責任になるわよ。
了解。通常弾頭
Regular warheads.
煉獄の7姉妹に監視をつけますか。
いるわけないでしょ。だって7組はバトラの、そして今やエリカの家具じゃない。どうして味方に監視をつけちゃうの。とにかく警備を、まあそこそこにちゃちゃっと厳重にしなさい。
先ほどガートルード上席補佐官より準戦闘配備勧告を受けました。理由は不明であります。
ガートルードがじゃあ勧告に従っちゃいなさい。パーティーは賑やかな方がいいって。
Let's have a big fight.
了解であり
It's
ます。
gonna be a battle royale.
WO よりシエスタ17、シエスタ38、シエスタ45、コード R、警戒発令。レベル2で待機を伝達。
17コピー、38コピー、45
了解。そこでコピーといえばかっこいいのにね。
You ruined it!
焦っちゃってつい。そうそう45。ちょっとこっち来て。なんです？ちょっと。
Hey, there's a time and a place. Oh, I thought she was touching something else.
耳おっとくん。
なんですって冗談でしょ。ありえない。
現在コーネリアを向かわせています。ベアトリーチェがここを襲撃する可能性。
I love how this is more like an action movie now, where it's like, what do you mean the hero we thought we killed survived, and he's coming here with a lot of guns?
中断されて退避されることを進言いたします。
どうしたのエリカ。何か余興に手違いでも。
Yeah, it's like a heist movie.
いいえ、我が主。どうぞ引き続き。
Holding out for a hero is gonna start playing.
あ、誰か。
It's like Princess Bride. Marriage. Ah, marriage.
ベルンカステル島に梅干しワインのおか
Except
わりを。
Andre the Giant isn't here. Erica didn't have time to hide her agitation. When Berncastle saw this, she knew that their final, late guest had finally arrived.
ルシネ、ゲストハウスで動きがあったそうよ。
ゲストハウス？ゲーム版のことなんか今はくだらない話だわ。
それが密室のいとこ部屋からカノン君が失踪したって。
Renove is Inigo Montoya. Now we're talking.
はあ？あんた分かってんの？いとこ部屋は扉も窓も完璧に封印されてる。
Are they though?
失踪なんて不可能だわ。いや、私も裏を取ってきた。間違いない。カノンはいとこ部屋より姿を消している。いとこ部屋のどこかに隠れてるとか。
Is he though?
あるいは最初からうまくごまかしてもともと部屋に入ってなかったとか。不可能だわ。いとこ部屋にはエリカ卿が読み上げた特定個人数名以外の全員が入ってることが保証されてるのよ。ごまかして逃れることは不可能だわ。
What if he was pretending to be one of them? One of the other people?
封印結果よ。いや、それよりカノンは一体どこへ？至急探しなさい。
At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of the guests filled the cathedral.
来たわね。
It's time, lads.
WO よりオールシエスタ。
Oh, siesta!
コード R 警戒。シエスタ17。電源系統回復は
ネガティブ。管理室スタッフとの通信が途絶中。
It's like a heist movie.
コードレッド。ロックンロール。
Rock and roll?
コピー。
コピー。コピー。
了解。あ、じゃなくてコピー。
The sniper team and the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunition.
エリカ卿、控室。
Yeah, Beto's gonna go all John Wick on their asses again. There's that wedding scene in John Wick 2.
ここは危険です。
何が危険なんです？この世界の領主は私です。その私が何に怯えて逃げろと言うんです。
ガートルード、要人警護結界準備。コーネリアを至急呼び戻すのです。
近景、対応中なり。結界？あんたらの無様でみっともない結界で婚礼衣装の私を包もうってんですか？なんたる侮辱！
The disturbance made even Battler groan as he sat in the next seat over like a doll. I'm just imagining like they gave him a plate of cake to hold and he immediately drops it on his pants. So like he's just like sitting there emotionless as this piece of cake is sitting on his crotch. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on.
遅かったじゃない。ねえ、ラムダ。
そうね。待ちくたびれちゃったわね。
さっきのあれ、誰からのラブレター？
ファンレターよ。ラムダちゃんファンクラブの。
Lambda Chan Fun Club. Lambda Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The whispering demon attendants all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
来たみたいね。
カープ、あなたもう戻ってきていいんですか？
私にほら、牢屋って。
No, I just teleported back in.
確かに。
でもリーチェ、バトラの密室もいとこ部屋も、そして唯一可能性のあった隣部屋もすべて。
Are you sure about that?
どうやってバトラを救い出す気なの？
お嬢様が何かのトリック X を用意できたと仮定しましょう。となれば、それをエリカ卿に突きつけるべく乗り込んでくるは必至。
That's some good reasoning, Renove. I like that.
しかし、この大勢のシエスタ兵たちが相手では、まさかこんなに隠れていたなんて。無理だわ。縫い殺されてしまう。
Rabbit Ears dashed all about the hall. Incredible that she could remain hidden and unnoticed with so many people around.
エリカに一度だけ肉薄するチャンスがあれば、五分の勝負までは持ち込めるわ。
なるほど、その手ですか。しかし、そのアイテムをお嬢様がお持ちだといいのですが、いつも面倒くさがって、いくらご用意しても嫌われていましたからな。やれやれ、最後まで世話の焼けるお嬢様だ。
Amid the crowd, Renove took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw, she understood what that in his hand meant. True, with that, it should be possible to stop the attacks from the Chester troops.
まあ、エリカに聞かなきゃそれまでだけどね。問題は、たった一度でもいいから。
I definitely don't get XCOM jokes. I've never played it.
シエスタたちはそれを断固阻止するはずよ。リーアなら、その時間をプレゼントできそうね。
Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was that the siesta troops standing at her back. Since the time she tried to jump out in front of the procession, she'd been marked constantly. It was possible, with Regilia's vast magic power, to momentarily take out all of the Siesta troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erica. The Siesta troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. We're so back. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance to that red-carpeted path to the grave, a calm, majestic figure was...
警護隊射殺せよ。ネガティブ身元照合中。
Delana ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Siesta 00 didn't respond. Was it because she had been warned about shooting the guests, and was afraid of the consequences of possibly shooting a drunk guest pulling some sort of prank? No, 00 was just calmly and coolly carrying out her duties.
おや、これはこれは。てっきりご欠席かと思っていましたよ。
The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Siesta honor guards.
最高の来賓であるあなたがお越しにならないので、ご心配申し上げておりましたとも。でもせめて披露宴には間に合ってよかった。
We're so back. Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly.
Let's rock.
Yeah, she's got the thing! Yeah!
フルドエリカ祝福に来たぜ。
She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was there really any need to confirm her identity now? Who else could possess such an overwhelming presence?
ベアトリチェ地獄で会おうぜはわらわの好む別れの挨拶言葉であるよ。身元確認大ベアトリーチェ教徒確認。まさにここがそうだぜ。フルドエリカ
Thank you, Duke. At that moment, the two Siesta troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Renove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. Hey, don't do that. That's a private place. It was clear he had applied some sort of magic.
どなたかお医者様をお嬢さん方が貧血のようだ。
オールシエスタオープンファイヤー。ベアト今です。
Just an instant before the Siesta troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present what her true name had meant at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave that exploded through the cathedral. Its shock wave made the stained glass windows shatter and colorful glass shards poured down everywhere.
冷戦防御復旧急げ。
However, all of the Siesta honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. As opposed to puppets. Different thing. The ceiling snipers were defended and able to avoid a crash, but it would take several minutes before the system could be rebooted. That span of time should be enough to reach Erica. However, it wouldn't be possible to defeat Erica in just a few minutes. There was no way they'd be able to carry Battler away in that time. What else could they use this precious time for? Beato dashed down the red-carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Siesta troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place Hell. In that case, running from Hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection. As she dashed, she snatched something white from Renove's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. However, at that instant, a golden thread came from in front of her and rapidly sewed the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. Pt.9 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded her ears in 45s over beforehand. So they were the only ones who weren't taken out. Whoa, that hurt my eyes a little. Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her. Beato jumped sideways away from the carpet, then dashed across the long table covered with beautiful food. What is this action movie scene? The gold snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering dishes left and right. You already used that simile. You already used the sewing machine one. The goat attendants ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium. The pair of snipers attacking from the chandelier high above were much further away than Erika was, too far for Beato to reach. Furthermore, their position landed the entire cathedral inside of the range of fire. Took your ammo. What is this? She just pulled like a Bugs Bunny trick. Gop handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over backwards, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her the right way up. No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gop. Gop twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with her thumbs. The Cheester's greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. Hey, no one's allowed to do that to me, okay? On the other chandeliers, even more powerful siesters were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more in time. Virgilia is so funny. Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Erika and Battler was seated. Then a red barrier took form, blocking her path. It was the VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beato's path. It's expanding. As the oldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Delana glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes. It's like she's goading Lucifer on. Yeah, if Battler can say anything.
つまみ食いしちゃおう。
The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder and her concentration had wavered. But it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer.
誰の命令なりや、エリカ卿にその指示はなきなりと知りたまえ。
あるわ。我らが主の命令よ。
物家の主に何を命令できるというなり。
This is absolutely Battler's most baby girl moment, yes. All the women are coming to rescue him.
物聞かずともそれを察するが家具の道と見つけたり
ならやむなし。
The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to be called a literal Iron Maiden and received no damage at all, it was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier.
上出来だ我が家具たち。
Beato shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Erica. Her rival. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erica. Death sentence to Lanner.
遅いです。もはや時間切れです。ベアトリーチェ卿。
シエスタ17よりオールシエスタへデータリンク。大天使衛星よりデータ入電。
Archangel satellite? Do they have a laser satellite?
シエスタ20再起動完了。シエスタ127再起動完了。
Time over, nie.
そこらめ。
リーチェ幸運を。
ドラノール。どけ、ドラノールエーノックス。そなたの出番はない。
It kind of is.
新たに否定する赤き真実。ベルンカステル教より賜っています。ここがあなたの墓場となり、残念です。
I don't know what Burncastle has allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me.
そなたとは後でたっぷりと遊んでやろう。だが今はどけ。
There's no time. The Cheesters have already finished reactivating. I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time.
聞くのはあなたの方です。出番を間違えた哀れな出演者があなたです。
The Lanner's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed straight for the crown of Beato's head. However, in that instant, there was a thunk and the curve missed slightly. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the longsword, knocked the Lanner aside, and finally stood right in front of Erica. This time, not a single person stood in her way. You're stuck, dummy! Teehee! Lambda's trick!
緊急花嫁警護役より緊急要請。シエスタ姉妹この得体は直ちに侵入者を射殺したてまつれ。
The commotion quieted. However, no one shot. Why? They could have shot if they'd wanted to. All of the Siesta troops had completely targeted and removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger.
なぜ射殺せぬことなりや。式典警備役は直ちに。
松野です。あれは。
Delanner's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erica would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore it, they could shoot to kill. However, if Erica picked that up, they must not do so. So they couldn't pull the triggers until Erica decided.
どうして誰も撃たないの？
よく見なさいよ。あれ、ベアトがエリカに投げつけたあれよ。
Lambda Delta pointed, still chopping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at— oh, she threw her glove. She's challenging her. It had fallen to Erica's feet. She threw one of Renobe's gloves. What was that white thing? She really knows what she's doing. She knows Erica can't resist. The thing that had hit Erica in the face and fallen to the floor was a white glove that Beato had gotten from Renove. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. It was an objection to the wedding. Yeah, a request for a duel.
それを受け入れることを意味する。
拾わなければシエスタたちが殺してくれるわ。拾う必要ないじゃない。
拾わなくてもいいさ。でも決闘を逃げたおめえを僕らと参列の悪魔処刑は3回すべてに知らしめるだろうね。恋の決闘を逃げた臆病者の名を永遠にね。
Can't let that goss spread. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Erica just kicked it away, then at that very instant, the Chiestas would probably all fire at once, turning her into a golden embroidery. So Erica didn't have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's closed room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So, if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
拾わなければ私はこの衣装を汚すことなくあんたを
それも披露宴の余興には面白い。だが、そなたは
You know you can't resist, you bitch.
へえ、どうしてです？
わらわがそなたにぴったりの最高の土産を持ってきたからだ。そなたはそれが知りたい。だから拾うさ。
興味ないです。さようなら。
拾うさ。わらわが持ってきたバトラの客室などくだらぬ。もっとシンプルで単純で絶対に解けぬ密室をそなたは聞きたいはずさ。
You can't resist.
絶対解けぬ。
You know you wanna solve it.
そなたは
She can't resist a good mystery. She said it herself.
なぜなら
You see her cracking.
探偵だからだ。
The detective can't say no to a mystery. Yeah, there she goes. She throws off the dress. Erica threw off her wedding dress as though it were a cape. Yes, before she is a bride or a piece or a witch, she is one thing first and foremost.
私は探偵です。
Watashi wa tante で
あ
す。
なたを私の対戦相手に認めます。ただ、あなたはこのゲームに登場する資格を
Her doing that is one of her intros in the fighting game. That rules. Good night, Pyropoyo. Thanks for sticking with us.
その手袋を拾えばそなたとの戦いの中でそれが修正できたことを証明しよう。
Good. Ooh. The cathedral was filled with chatter. Erica had picked up the glove. A duel? A duel? The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. They love the drama. They love the soap opera stuff. At Erica's nod, Delaner pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be able to allowed to interfere in any way. And Battler's still a corpse. It's okay, I'm just pretending. This is weird. weird how she's switching between the voices. Beata's resolute expression returned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erica. Ah, there can be no doubt. That's the expression worn only by the Golden Witch, the presence of the Master of Closed Rooms. Yeah, Sayaka Ohara's brilliant. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. He's Naruto running. That rushing figure was Kanon. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest. What is this guitar? This fucking hero theme. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it as though trying to break through, and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Kanon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And, as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Uchiromiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then the doors to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was the honor and rigidity of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't rigid all the time. When the family was out of sight and he didn't have to preserve the air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. Battler had to get it from somewhere. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. I guess that explains how they know firearms. Kraus-sama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as though he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madam was a really strict person. Ever since some rumor went around saying that she was strict on female servants but soft towards male servants, I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. When I've seen her all alone, I've noticed her shoulders sag with the pain many times. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others stayed a long time. Genji-sama was the one person I might have called my father. I am both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. They all mix together, cancel out, and I end up with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She's helped me out many times. I've always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my Nei-san. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy! Still, when I complimented his stew, he would sometimes turn red and say there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wonder why such a strong memory popped up at the instant I ran past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Oh. It's a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. I really did have enough time to build up a love that wouldn't lose to George-sama and Shannon's. But since I could only see the gray sea, I wasted almost all of that time. What did she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we never really made that clear. No, she told me. We should have stayed together longer to eventually find that out. It would have been fine to find reasons for our love later. It took me far too long to realize that. Now, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off and they were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Definitely a lot of things would be solved if George was not weird, yes. Battler responded faintly. He probably hadn't even imagined that would help come to his eternal closed room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought about by a fleeting delusion that he couldn't bear to open his eyes easily. Cannon grabbed Battler by the arms and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made its way inside. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed, torn, and twisted up into a bundle. He had probably used trial and error to see if that could be used as a rope for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. The traces could be seen throughout the room and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect this tale, he had nearly been prepared to accept Berncastle's brutal method of escape, cutting himself into pieces and washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body, to protect the game that Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years has it been in the closed room of the logic error? When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, is tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And, even in the last moment when his heart died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this closed room, that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor with the chain still around his neck. You either come in the sink or you sink in the cum. He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again. Well, at least he still has his cool cape. Battler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone. By now, Battler knew the terror of this endless closed room better than anyone else. So he was more filled with shock than happiness. Shock at the determination of the one who was willing to become the new prisoner.
しかし
バトラ様はまだやらなければならないことが。
俺は
早くお戻りを。あなたの代わりに戦っている人がいる。そしてあなたの帰りを待っている人がいる。あなたはまた帰らないのですか？
His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler.
本当にいいのか？
はい、それでいいんです。これであの時の借りが返せるのですから。
借り？俺、カノン。
What, you still don't know?
バトラ様の借りではありません。いいから言ってください。僕は借りを作らない主義なんです。さあ、早く。あなたは今度こそ待たせてはいけないんです。だから早く。
Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Canon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this closed room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Canon went out into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this endless closed room, in Battler's place.
カノン君、俺もだぜ。
何がですか？
俺も借りを作らない男だぜ。この恩は必ず返す。それもすぐにだ。
期待していいやら。さあ、走ってあなたの愛する人のところへ。そしてどうかもう二度と。
Yeah, it keeps happening. It's getting really embarrassing for you. Battler didn't turn back again. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor, whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the very end of the corridor, beyond the light. Canon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now he only had to worry about his own job. Stay in this room, and fix the error in logic.
これでチェーンロックをかけて。
As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Then, if he hid in the one place Erica hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the last place I'll see. We're shoving Canon back into the closet. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be preserved.
簡単な仕事だな。バラの手入れより簡単さ。
Canon went in it and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a single small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It was a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces would never tip again. So, for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place.
別にいいさ。これで借りは返したよ。ベアトリーチェ。
The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, I've paid back all of my debts now. Now, all of my debts are...
ジェシカが貸してくれた。返してないや。いいよね。ジェシカ。あれ、君だから、プレゼントにしてもらってもいいかな。ダビングして渡すから。ダメ。
Slowly, Canon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And, after the inside of the cramped, dark closet glittered like a gold planetarium, it faded away like the light of fireflies and was painted over by a pitch blackness for all eternity. Rip to a real one. In the cathedral, the goat attendants were all jostling around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erica. In their hands were the pistols given to them by Zephar and Furfur.
フリントロック式ですか。
Yo, another duel?
また古墳。
気にするな。悪魔というのは様式美にこだわるものでな。
Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. This wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder. Like the pistols used in the duel between Shannon and Canon, whose bullets had contained a magic that would always kill, these pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead.
ベアト、心配の必要はないわよ。あっさり勝って、またリーアは悪態の日々だわ。
この勝負が終わりましたら、たまには有給を申請
We're unionizing, right, guys?
私
The Tulpas are unionizing?
たまにはぶらりとカリブの方へ船旅に出
この勝負が終わったらはやめとけって。決闘前に演技でもないわ。ベアと緊張感を持ってヘラヘラ笑ってる場合じゃありません。
なんでリーチがリラックスしてて、リーアが緊張してんのよ。もう。
ベアトリーチ様、しっかり。
ベアトリーチ様に不利な一騎打ちだ。どうして？
本来魔女は手数で勝負できる。ところがゲームが中断されたため、手持ちは
Yeah, it's the only thing, so we're just gonna make something up.
エリカはその謎だけ青きくさびでうがてば、すべての謎を解明したことになってしまう。勝てるわよ、ベアトリーチェ様とバトラ様の我らが二人の主を私は信じる。
お呼びですか。
ありがとう。珍しく勝ちも負けも五分五分だと思ってます。
50-50, huh?
だから先にお礼を言っときます。
すべて職務です。感謝の必要はありません。
あんたが前回のゲームの時、私がボロクソに負けたのにかばってくれた時嬉しかった。私生まれてから誰かにかばわれ
Yeah, she said, the liner said she's mid, but I like her.
我が主にさ、私はかばわれたことがない。私が主に与えられたのは、暴かれた真実には暴き返すことで自分
Yeah, it's a
の
bit
痛みを
fruity.
打ち消すという
Little fruity.
傷つけ合いの仕方だけでした。
傲慢をお許しください。私は守らねばと思いました。あなたがどんなか弱い真実で生き、それをよりもっともらしい虚実の横暴で虐げられてきたか、あなたを守りたいと
Bit
思い
fruity.
ました。
ありがとう。短い間だったけど、あんたは最高のパートナーでした。
これからも
です。そうですね。あいつを倒したら、あんたと一緒にこの島でいっぱいミステリ
You're
ーを
like the
作りましょ
Watson
う
to my Holmes. Really homoerotic.
そしてそれをあんたに出題していじめて遊ぶ。どうです？
気に入りました。あなたの挑戦楽しみにしています。
あ、嘘ごめん。今の撤回です。こういうのマキフラグって言うんでしょ？
It is a little bit, isn't it? talking about what you're gonna do after a fight is totally a loser flag. Rare Delaner laugh. When the two demons clap their hands, the duelists instantly return to their bold, tense smiles. Yes, I knew it. I knew they would be loaded with red and blue. Time for gunslinger mode. The crowd split and Lambda. Cheers for Lambda. It's like the sitcom audience. The crowd split and Lambda walked forward with Burncastle by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high. Yeah, but that's what... Battler was running the game wrong the whole time, because he allowed Erica to set himself on the back foot, and he started acting like the detective again, where it's like, well, I escaped this way with this specific person helping me, instead of setting up a new mystery. The many goat attendants knew the details of Battler's closed room. They realized how difficult it was. And though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, no one had been able to find an answer. And now, it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one. Right, again, another thing Battler got set on the back foot for was explaining stuff. He never once did he go, it was magic. He always kept trying to explain things logically, because he got too used to being the detective. Battler kind of got caught up in like creating elaborate traps and stuff with like the shower and everything, that he actually made everything too explainable. Yeah, he allowed himself to be bound by Nox. He was thinking too hard about the Nox stuff instead of like trying to make... The whole thing is he should have just tried to let Erica do all the work, but he got too wrapped up in trying to make a perfect mystery that he forgot about the fantasy. Yeah. Battler and Canon not the same person. She can't see. Erica doesn't have love in her heart. She can't see who it really is. Erica turned around, pressed her fingers against the barrel of the pistol, made her blue truth into a bullet, and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beato had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erica to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then, she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the Territory Lord right next to the two witches who were here as witnesses. Yeah, Battler also got caught up in repeating things in red and stuff. Like, he literally fell into a trap of, like, doing all the work for Erica, basically. He could have just said, I don't have to tell you anything. It was magic. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake so that he could be saved. It was all he could do just to look at Beato with those sluggish eyes. But a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Erica closed her eyes tightly. Like, just one more thing. Like, Battler's closed room probably would have worked if he didn't keep, trying to explain things in red. And, like, going, and we did it this way, we did it that way, instead of just saying, fuck you, it's magic. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear. Good. It's always been like this, but my concentration really is good. Are you ready, me? Furudo, Erica? First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that closed room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There's to be a trick. Canon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is the next step. No, it's actually the step before that one. Canon was in the cousin room in the guest house. That room was completely sealed with packing tape, and it's been proven that the seal was intact until the time of the logic error. In other words, Canon escaped from a closed room that was absolute with no chance for excuse or a twisted logic. Good duh. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate closed room. How did he escape from the perfect closed room known as the cousin room? If I get stuck thinking only about that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. Yeah, eat shit, Conan! That room is a perfect closed room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways to escape from there is a waste of time. The real question is how Canon was somewhere outside the cousin room when it was sealed. The cousin room is a completely sealed can. If he was in there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. In other words, at the time the cousin room was sealed, he wasn't inside it anymore. She doesn't know, chat. She doesn't know. Let's look at the time I checked everyone's locations and sealed the room. That's the most suspicious part. She doesn't have the detective's authority. She can't be objective about about identities. At that time, we have the 5 people in the next room over, whom I confirmed with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo. I mentioned the names of those 5 people during the location check and confirmed that they were in the next room over. Then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone else, so whether he was Canon or Yoshia or even Puru Pico Man, they all should have been sealed in the cousin room. It seems perfect at a glance. However, though that phrase, everyone else, seems perfect, it's fishy. Strictly speaking, everyone else refers to all humans whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over. So, humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin room. It seems that Canon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshia, but that was no red truth. In other words, what if Canon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over? She doesn't know, chat! They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. Another hint for people who still don't get it, that Canon is around the same age as George. Even though people have said before that Canon seems younger than Jessica. So what if there were two Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the red truth saying that Hideyoshi George, Kumasawa Shannon, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Canon's real name was Tanaka George. Tanaka George. Both Ushiromiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that same room at the same time. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. It looked in my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Canon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see, the double name trick. Stupid, so stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Canon, who is hiding in the next room over, not the cousin room, left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang! The gun had fired and the tip of my finger was stained with blood. The Blue Truth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I've already had Delanner seal that one. That's right, you dumb bitch. You had her seal both rooms. Blue Truth arguing about the window of the next room over is forbidden, so I can't use it. Hoist by your own petard.
うるさいです。ちょっとしたミスです。
隣部屋の窓、くだらん小細工で塞いだようだな。ガープに聞いたぞ。
Right? Those seals could be removed, but she said you can't talk about it, so her own hurt by her own trick.
そうですか。それが何か。
ドラノール、そのくだらぬ封印を解け。今やその封印は貴様らの枷である。
Beato has figured out everything I've been thinking, and she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument.
エリカ卿と解いてください。あんにゃろう。後悔させてやります。
準備はいいようだね。決闘者たち、良ければ向き合って銃口を。そして真実の火種で着火を。
After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erica spun around. Beato had been facing her since the beginning. She wore a confident, challenging smile as if she'd been kept waiting. Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other.
来い。楽しませてもらうぞ。
始めなさい。まずカノンがいかにしてそれを弾丸とします。
ほう、そちらから来るか。来るがよいぞ。存分に
参ります。
After holding she's gonna get so owned. We already know this won't work. After holding the gun high and pointing at Beato once more, Erica pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth.
いとこ部屋は完全な密室が最後まで保証されています。よってカノンがこの部屋に本当にいたなら脱出は不可能です。つまりカノンは封印時にいとこ部屋にいなかったのです。カノンの名は仮のもの。本名は未だ不明です。
So close, but so far
彼
away.
の本名が仮に隣部屋の誰かと同じ
So close, but so far
隣部屋
away.
の在室確認に矛盾しない。つまりいとこ部屋に収容されず隣部屋にいることができるということ。
The goat attendants chattered and clapped their hands, thinking, yes, such a move could work. I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am the detective.
隣部屋はロジックエラー時には扉のみしかその維持が証明されませんでした。 よって窓の封印は破られた可能性があります。カノンは隣部屋に存在し、その窓から脱出したのです。以上。
And any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erika's gun that fell to the floor. Beato's red bullet had knocked Erika's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erika's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beato had missed on purpose. There was a bold smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erika a little longer. No, that's exactly what made her Beato. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable closed-room tricks. She doesn't know, chat.
そして隣部屋の人数は5人である。この5つの名に該当する者以外は存在しない。すべての名は本人以外には名乗れない。
It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It was simple and severe. Now that the number of people had been limited to 5, any leeway for Canon hiding there had been completely denied. Also, it was now clear that only people holding those 5 names existed within the room. Erika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that the person held 2 names, so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people, which would let an unnamed Canon sneak in. Furthermore, the part about how people could only use their own names was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories. She doesn't know how a sense of identity works, chat. Game だぜ。
魔法でカノンが部屋を抜け出したっていうの。それよりどうして銃を弾くなんて甘い真似を。
人間側は魔女の謎を全て打ち砕き、魔女側は人間側の推理を一つ打ち砕けばいい。これではアンフェアだろ。だからわらわも同じにすることにした。
同じ？
わらわもそなたの推理をすべて打ち砕いて勝利することにした。
Actually, I'm using it as a way to gloat.
カノン脱出の謎はわらわの勝ちだが、もう一つ。バトラに辛酸をなめさせた最初の戦場に戻ろうぞ。
Wow. When Beato snapped her finger, that guest room of Battler's was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all.
エリカ、拾え銃を。この部屋をお前の棺桶にしてくれるわ。
その言葉、そっくりお返しします。私にチャンスを与えたことを後悔させてやります。
立ち会い人よ、エリカに X を許す。
X？ 説明不要の根拠ね。
Ah! Wow, you're giving her all the handicaps to show her how inferior she is.
で、何を許すの？
エリカはカノンの密室脱出トリックの説明義務を負わずに、カノンをこの客室トリックをめぐる青き真実に組み入れることを許そう。
A theory explaining how Canon saved Battler would also need to explain how Canon escaped from his own closed room, or it would have no basis. Erika had already lost that basis. Beato was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part. Owned. You're so owned.
あんたはカノンがバトラを助けたことを赤き真実で保証してるんですから、そんなのもらえて当然です。
Erika faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to 0. Let's go, Furuto Erika. Detective Furuto Erika? As long as Canon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Canon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Canon entered in his place. Canon set the chain lock. Canon went in the closet. The end. This satisfies the two red truths about the chain lock being set in Battler's absence. And in exchange for this escape trick, Canon remains inside the guest room. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a closed room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic closed room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? The rescuer switched places with him. Then the rescuer hid in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible. And yet, Beato thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitely, categorically no other way. But if I give in here, I couldn't call myself the detective. Consider it, imagine, don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. What I can expect to see is, yes, a wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely slips through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll have them repeat line after line. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet.
副賞要求バトラ救出時客室に入ったのはカノンのみである
認めようぞバトラ救出時客室に入ったのはカノンのみであるそういう話
I think this is a new track? Yeah, it goes hard.
副賞要求私の入室からロジックエラージまで私とバトラとカノン以外に入退室したものは
Liberated Liberator? That's a good
存在しない
name. Liberated
認めようぞそなたの入室からロジックエラージまで客室を出入りしたのはそなたとバトラとカノンのみ
副賞要求それはすなわち3人のことである
認めようそなたとバトラとカノンで3人である
定義確認この3人の定義は体の数に等しいと考えていい
She's really going into the legalese for this one.
したってことですよね
I've had enough of things being mixed about with names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear.
無論だ3人すなわち3体が出入りしたそなたとカノンは入ったのにバトラは出たの全ての名は本人以外に名乗れない赤き真実ですでに語っているよってエリバトラカノンの名はいずれも本人にしか名乗れない
副賞要求私は救出者ではない
当然だそなたは探偵ではないか安心せよわらわはそれを尊重する
定義確認救出者の定義とは
Wow, she's going all in. This is also important. I want to quickly remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally.
救出者とはバトラの開けたチェーンロックを再びかけ直したものということにするバトラを救う意志があったかどうかは問わないことにしておく
Since she said after Battler unset the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. From that point on, I wouldn't undo the chain again for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it was impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More. I can focus it even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Canon can be the rescuer. And Beato has already said that Canon is the rescuer with the red truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Canon to be involved. At least, so far.
副賞要求出入りの定義とは客室と外部の境界をまたいだかどうかである認めよう副賞要求客室とはベッドルームバスルームクローゼット内の全てを含む
認めようぞクローゼット内を客室でないと言い逃れる気などさらさらないわ
定義確認客室内とはベッドルームバスルームクローゼット内の3区分である
わらわもその認識でいるぞそしてすでにそなたはベッドルームバスルームの2区分で誰も隠れていないことを赤き真実で確認したはずだ
副賞要求クローゼット内には誰かがいる
拒否す
るNot giving you that one
どうして
What if there isn't someone in the closet?
カノンは魔法が使えるの
What if he just disappeared from the closet?
確かにクローゼットに一時姿を隠しはしたがその後すぐに魔法で姿を消したのだからクローゼット内には不在よって復唱はできるわ
I can't tell a lie with the red truth. That would be silly.
バカ魔女側には魔法で行ったことについて
Yeah, this is where Battler stumbled. He responded to every explain it with red truth instead of just going, nope, I don't wanna. No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Canon disappeared with magic using the red truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't think of any way around the theory I've had since the beginning. Canon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no other way he isn't. I'll say it again. This closed room can only be escaped from by switching places with a rescuer. If Canon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Canon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him, and I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who have gone in and out of the room have been confirmed both by name and number of people. At this rate, my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I do not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. So it can't be that he escaped after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. The guest room was sealed at the same time Battler's corpse was examined, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, when I entered the room, it is certain that Battler was hiding somewhere in the guest room. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still set is as follows. Because of the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allowed Battler's escape, is Canon, the only person who entered the room except for me and Battler. After Canon entered the room, he set the chain, hid in the one place he could hide in the guest house room, the closet. Well, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought I'd cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. What was the order in which I searched the guest room? First, the bedroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. That's it, right there. When I examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Canon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, my guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart during a span of 1 minute. I've spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Canon's in the closet. He's still in that closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. He's still in that closet.
見つけた。やっと見つけましたよ。あんたのトリック。
トリック? That was a close one. If I'd been one step slower, I'd have said there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet. And then she'd just say that the closet was empty. Huh? No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see, now I get it. It's a logic switching trick. Damn that Beato. So in resolving the logic hour, she's discovered this strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Canon hide under the bed. If I only notice the bed, she'll have Canon hide in the closet. Even though either one would be right, I'd lose no matter which I chose. Unless I expose both at the same time, I can't checkmate her. Incredible. I've never heard of such an unfair trick. If it was a sleight of hand, I'd just be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, it'd just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it's a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. Or wait, would it be a discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches and mystery war, it is such a refined board layout. The beautiful placement of the black pieces that cornered my white king felt almost like an art. So beautiful that, if I were a god in some old legend, I might wish to stick it in the sky as a constellation. The beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I felt honored at being allowed to participate in this game of truth and witches as a human. And, ironically, it taught me, the one who had always believed in a single truth, that there isn't necessarily just one truth. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see completely different truths, and she still doesn't get it! And though each of these truths are truth, they're incomplete if they're all... She still doesn't get it. She's had this realization and she still doesn't get what the story is about, chat room. This is just Ryukishi making fun of certain readers right now. In my life until now, just how many truths have I missed because I was blinded by some trivial truth? This is the true nature of the world.
真実は一つしか存在しないというおごりが、たった一つの真実を見つけただけで、それ以外の真実から私たちを盲目にしてしまう。
She still doesn't get it.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェさん。まさか魔女にこの世界の真理を教えられるとは思いませんでした。
Slowly, with a soft and quiet gesture, like a flower opening with the morning dew dripping down its side, Erica raised her gun.
私の勝ちです。あなたのダブルチェック見切りました。ならば来るがよ。バトラの客室失踪トリックは以下の通りです。バトラは私の室内探索中、クローゼット内に隠れていました。そしてバスルームの騒ぎの間にチェーンを外し室外へ脱出しました。この時廊下にはカノンが待機していました。カノンは入れ替わりで客室に入りチェーンを施錠しました。これがバトラ失踪のトリックです。
Battler's trick.
そしてその後彼は
It's
ベッ
Battler's
ドルー
trick.
ム内に隠れました。私がベッドルームに不審者がいないことを確認した後のことですので、それは有効です。よって救出者カノンはベッドルームに潜伏しています。
And destroyed. Erica's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of the blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Beato didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with the red truth.
ベッドルームカノンは存在し
Owned. Ooh, the goat. Ooh, the goat attendants gasped. Erica had apparently been defeated, denied by the red truth. For the goats, who couldn't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost.
次が本命です。これが並び立つ真実を知り得た人間の答えです。どうやら幻想物語では第二の番までが終わってるみたいですし、ならば私が残りの番を遂行して黄金鏡への扉を開いてあげましょう。あなたが負けて消えるならば、それは黄金のバラに包まれてがふさわしい。
The fires of blue truth flashed at Erica's feet, and she loaded a blue truth bullet once more. The overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato. She was aiming behind Beato, at the closet.
ベッドルームを否定したならば、もう逃げ場はここしかない。死ね、カノン
！Let's get you out of that closet, boy. The 5 wedges of blue truth she released shot right past Beato's cheek, hair, and shoulders, and then pin-cushioned the door to the closet to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, on the 7th twilight, on the 8th twilight, gouge and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance.
これが私の暴く真実です。以上。
When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. Then, as though this completed the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the room that had been created around them became countless golden flower petals and drifted away. By now, the duelists and the crowd of attendants were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Lands. However, the closet behind Beato remains. It stood there all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a dreary wind, the coal-covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. That figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a grayish robe. Of course, that also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clear that this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would have been nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. Owned! We played a little funny joke on you. Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness.
客室にカノンは存在しない。もちろんクローゼット、ベッドルーム、バスルーム。カノンはバトラーを逃がしクローゼットに隠れ、そして魔法にて消えた。それが魔女の真実。以上。
勝負ありです。それ以上は。
Shoot that bitch!
勝者ベアトリーチェ
The attendants let out a cheer. Oh wait, I thought that was meant to be Erica being in pain. Ooh! Regilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The 7 sisters jumped about in celebration. Then, at the same moment the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory, the head's ring worn by Erica, who was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the cursed ring on Battler's finger both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Oh man, the cock ring is off of him, thank God. Battler was starting to regain consciousness. She's switching the voices, it's so funny. Beato lashed onto the coughing Battler in joy. Then Virgilia, Gop, and Renove did the same. All of the seven sisters also crowded out about him in delight.
ひべえトリックだ。こんなので通ると思ってんのか。こんなトリックじゃまた人間どもがこんなのミステリーじゃねえって騒ぎ出すぜ。
ミステリーじゃね
いいえ、立派なトリックです。愛がない人には見えないです。バトラさん、バトラさん。
People without love cannot see it. Oh, I didn't realize she was still crying, sorry. The rose of blood in Erica's chest wouldn't stop opening its petal.
第3度概念否定症存続系中和剤を不可大至急の最短承認でのみ中和可能駒の主の最短承認が必要なる
ベルンカステル教最短のご許可をベルンカステル教どちらに
式典警備隊に捜索要請ベルンカステル教を探したまえ了解であります。オールシエスタデータリンク捜索体制。
卑劣。主駒の決闘を見届けないなんて。
Seems pretty typical of Burn Castle. Erica, who was being held by Delanner, had already realized that her master was nowhere to be seen. But she didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she didn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life. That bitch dead! I feel like we've accomplished that, yes? You're pretty pathetic right now. I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
エリカ教動いてはいけません。
下がりなさい。下がれ!
When Erica yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her were forced back and fell on their butts.
私は真実の魔女フルドエリカ。真実の魔女とは真実に耐える魔女。私はようやく自分の本当の真実を
Oh yeah?
受け入れられそうなんです。
The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. For a loser, that sort of expression is the best.
エリカ教もう決闘は終わっています。
終わってないんだ。
死が二人を分かつまで
誰にも彼女の散り際を汚せない。
The two demons grabbed Delanner's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erica walked towards Beato and Battler despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, it became golden flower petals, which drifted away. So as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died, so even though it had been settled, it hadn't ended. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser.
エリカ。
復活おめでとうございます。あんた、長男の層を持ってますよ。ろくな女に好かれやしない。
そうだな。俺もろくな女に惚れね
えな。ベアト。いいえ。あんたたちに頼みが。
もう人たちを望むのですか？
エリカ。
受けようぜ。そなたの高潔なる申し出を断る。
ありがとう。
As her consciousness began to waver, Erica raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erica. Then Battler placed his hand on hers. Love, love, Tenkyoken.
これ以上何の論点があるというのです。
エリカ様。
私はなぜ何の力にもなれずここ
に見届けなさい。それが親友の仕事でしょ。
Yes, her very close friend. History will say they were roommates. Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. So though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use?
最後に自己紹介しとこうと思いまして。
What's she saying this late into the game? No one could imagine the red truth that Erica had loaded.
ベアト、いいのか？
はい、構いません。
わかった。
せめて最後の引き金は一緒に。
わかってるぜ。
Oh right, they said this is the one that would expose Beato's heart. This, I don't know about this one. I don't have any idea what's going on with this, unless it's something I already predicted and it just connects in a way I don't expect. Battler placed his hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger.
バトラさん、会えてよかった。
俺たちは永遠にずっと一緒だ。
イチャイチャと見せつけてくれます。イラついてきてたんです。やっぱお涙で退場は私の好みじゃないです。
Well, you know, she was herself till the very end.
やっぱ悪役は最後の
There
最後
you
まで
go.
こういう
That's the Erica everybody knows and loves.
いい面構えだぜ。お前との結婚生活もヘドが出るくらい楽しかったかもな。
当然です。毎日のけぞらせまくって
Like a record baby, right? Round, round.
快楽の世界に閉じ込めてあげた
のに。お前ごとき小娘。バトラを虜にするにはまだ1000年早いわ。
ああ。
10年早いんだよ。
それが一番キュートです。お互い最後はこういう顔がいいですよね。
Hey, there's the lyrics. Somebody did say this had a vocal version.
これが探偵
Groovy.
フルドエリカの最後の捨て台詞。
Yeah, that's where Ultraman Zero stole his line from. You're 1,000 years too early. Alij_S22, thanks for following. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army.
そして自己紹介です。
Erica spun in a magnificent and graceful rondo. It's the second time they've used that word in this episode, scattering blood and golden flower petals around her as she raised her gun.
はじめましてこんにちは。探偵フルドエリカと申します。招かれざる客人ですが、どうか歓迎を。我こそは来訪者、
ロッケン島の18人目の人間。
申し訳ないが
そなたを迎えても
Love, love, Tenkyo Ken.
17人だ
Yep, 17. Wow, I was right. I was right. Ushiromiya Battler died on the first Twilight. Beatrice, Furudo Erika, Featherine, Ushiromiya Anje. Ushiromiya Kinzo died before the game's start time. Ushiromiya Kraus, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Ushiromiya Natsuki died on the first Twilight. Ushiromiya Jessica, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Ushiromiya Eva died on the first Twilight. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Ushiromiya George, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Ushiromiya Rudolph, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Ushiromiya Kyrie died on the first Twilight. Ushiromiya Rosa died on the first Twilight. Ushiromiya Maria died on the first Twilight. Nanjo, alive at the time of the game's suspension. Renoue Genji. Shannon, alive at the game's Twilight. Kanon died at the second Twilight. All the rest. Kumasawa, Amakusa, Kachijo. Lambda Delta. Those are hard to read fast. Burncastle, Virgilia. Renove. Eva Beatrice. That's right, she was in this episode for a little bit too. Zepard, Fuduru. Delanner, Gertrude, Cornelia, like Lucifer, Leviathan, Satan, Belphegor, Mammon, Beelzebub. The cursive's kind of hard to read. Asmodeus, Cheester 00, Cheester 410, Sakataro, that's what it was. Cheester 45, and all of the goats, Sixth game. Dawn of the Golden Witch. Tea party is short? Are you sure? Are both tea parties together short? Like, are we talking under an hour short? Because if it's over an hour, I'll just save it for next time. Because somebody told me the episode 6 ones were long. Episode 6's tea parties are around 40 minutes. 40 minutes each or 40 minutes combined? Together? Okay. Alright, that's fine. We'll do the tea parties then. That was a really good ending to that episode. I'm glad all of my theories were confirmed right. You're officially married now. Good job, you two. Beato took Battler's hand and put a ring with the seal of the one-winged eagle on his finger. It's so weird to hear her switching between the voices.
この指輪はバトラさんのものです。
本当にいいのかこれはお前が生み出した世界そして物語はい
あなたと一緒になりたくて生み出した物語
That was the whole point. You forgot the promise.
もうこの世界の目的は果たされました。だからこれからはあなたが紡いでください。
After the tea parties, I need to read just Erica's profile on the tips? Okay.
私とあなたのこれからの物語を。
てんじゃ勝手が狂うか領主のめんどくさい仕事を押し付けるだけよ 夫人は威張るだけでいいから実に気楽なことだ。
She's got a
わ
point.
らわは日々を遊んでそなた
She's
が
got a
新しい
point.
物語を書くのを待てばいい。そして新しい物語のたびにそなたのためにどんな役でもこなす。
It's a good moment. I'm enjoying this.
凶悪な魔女でも公的種でも
You could be my Moriarty.
恋人でも妻でも
俺の物語は激しいぞ。朝から晩まで大忙しだ。
What did they mean by this? Will they be fucking?
望むところよ。
Beato's hand relinquished the ring of the territory lord. From Battler, she received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the territory lord. They exchanged their rings, and their wedding was complete. Talk about a shotgun wedding. Hey, what bada bing, waka waka. Then the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. A thunderous applause rang out for them.
今宵の慶事を記念し、領主陛下より叙勲が与えられます。
呼ばれたる者は前へ。
Yeah, we gotta give everybody their rewards. Gotta give them the Emmys. At Battler's nod, Beato read the name of the first guest to be recognized.
カノン、前へ。
Oh, hi, Jessica. A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask, and yelled. That's okay, we can make him out of magic. It's just like a false persona anyways, we'll play pretend. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beato, and took the form of Canon kneeling in front of those two nobles. Yeah, Canon not being real in the real world means he's double real in the magic world, exactly. Canon had already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Land.
Canon, ここに。
そなたは囚われ
Yeah, this is advanced RP.
夫の危機に対し
Very respectable. Someone once said VTubers are like advanced RP. This is on a level even beyond that. We've got multiple in here.
これを救出し永遠の牢獄に自ら残る
I have to show Canon / Shannon / Beato some respect for this level of multitasking.
その献身叙勲に値する。よってその身の復活と士官を許可するものである。
はっ、ありがたき幸せ。
It's like if every VTuber was also every member of their own chat room. That's what it's like. Jessica raced forward and landed sobbing in Canon's chest. Canon patted her head gently and held her.
家具として使えるんじゃないぜ。人間として使えるんだぜ。
You're still a servant, but you know, we'll treat you nice.
そこの意味、理解してるよな。
After glancing at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again and nodded forcefully.
後ろ宮ジョージ並びにシャノン前へ。
Unfortunately, George is breaking up with her now that he knows she's above the age of 60. Now that he knows she's actually over 18. George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they had already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled.
後ろ宮ジョージ、ここに。
シャノン、ここに。
そなたらはゼパルとフルフルの試練を
They weren't that hard.
見事最後まで耐え抜いた。その見事な功績と愛情、決意と高潔さは模範としてこの上なく叙勲に値する。よって両名の結婚証明書を陛下の署名にて発行する。
ありがたき幸せ。
本証明書は何人たりとも
You get a
異議
piece
申
of
し立てする
paper.
ことは叶わない。
Congratulations.
叙勲者親族一同は心して祝福せよ。
Congratulations on your fake marriage. Unlike our real marriage.
しがらみは一切なしで、どうか二人に米粒の雨をぶつけて祝福してやってくれ。よっ、おめでとう、ご両人。
It's so funny that if they're still pretending a little bit that they're different people. Just for the few, just to really mess with the few people who still don't get it. You throw rice at weddings? Yeah. I think it's kind of an old-fashioned thing. For the consideration of the game... It's weird. It's weird. For the consideration of the game, they're different people. For the games previous to now, at least. When the Territory Lord clapped his hands in celebration, it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then, a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one.
いいこと？
Oh, hi.
あんまりしょっぱいお味噌汁作ったら許さないんだからね。それからジョージは少し太りやすいから砂糖は控えめに。
ジョージ、男は結婚したらな、親より嫁を大切にせなあかん。母さんが何を言ってもな、シャノンちゃんをしっかり守る。
I know your mom's a real bitch, but you can... It's fine.
当然さ。
ジョージさん。
ジョージはね、きっちり7時間寝ないとダメなのよ。
What is he, 10?
夜更かしさせたら許さないんだから
7
ね。
p.m.?
背中を流すのも耳の掃除も妻の仕事なのよ。そうだったんですか？私としては
Natsuki! No, don't listen to her.
仕事内容は家による。
ルドルフさん、妻を大事にしてる？
Absolutely not. I hate women.
なんでそこ疑うんだよ。
お幸せにね、ご両人。
My husband ran away from
結
me.
婚はゴールじゃないわ。むしろスタートよ。
Yes, you would know.
おめでとう、おめでとう。
That's true, they weren't married, you're right. My apologies. Your baby daddy ran out on you. Even Sakutaro is here.
負けてられないですね。
絶対負けねえぜ。畜生。
All of the Ushiromiya family, all of the servants, and all of the spirits and demons in attendance, except Kinzo, who's, you know, he's dead, and celebrated the honorees with an even greater applause.
黄金の魔女によって紡がれる物語。
Me, no, there's 2 more episodes, so where's the other shoe dropping? When's Burn Castle gonna say something quirky?
気分にて物語を結ぶのが良いだろう。以下は黄金の魔女の碑文より黄金鏡の書。魔女は賢者を唱え4つの宝を与える。1つ目、黄金鏡のすべて。
Yeah, where's that gold? Everybody loves the gold.
1つ目、すべての死者を
Okay, we've got that. Check that off the list.
1つ目、失った
Yep, we got that.
愛を蘇らせる。
Multiple loves, even.
一つ魔女を永遠に
And we're working on that last one.
安らかに眠れ、我が最愛の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
I think there's still a couple pieces missing, guys.
これでベアとは満足して眠りについたってこと？
そう解釈するのが妥当であろう。
I've still got 2 more manuscripts, though, so...
それで
No!
ゲームはお開きになったから お兄ちゃんは解放されるんでしょ？お兄ちゃんはどうなるの？
さて、そのかけらの書物はそこまでの物語しか
That's it.
記しておらん。
Story over.
お兄ちゃんがどうなるか結局分からずじまいじゃない。
Nothing comes next for him. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and had a great time together there. But yeah, we get it. It's a metaphor for them being fucking dead. Even if the tale tells us that the truth is that everyone died in that huge accident.
でもいろいろと興味深いことが知れたわ。あの島はやっぱりとんでもない
Yeah, a lot of
幻
fucked
想
up
の
things
島なの
happened there. At least 2 people were illusions,
まっ
even.
たくだ。そしてそなたの朗読はとても素晴らしいものだった。
なんだかぶっ通して6時間くらい
Me
映画を
glancing at how
見せら
long
れ
I've
た
been
の
streaming,
よかった。
I feel you, Anji.
疲れた。
後宮エンジェ、本当にご苦労だった。我が退屈はそなたの朗読によって癒された。
Well, I'm glad you're
このペタ
satisfied.
リング、
Feathering just had a good
過去
meal.
のことも忘れて久しい年月ぶりに心よりそなたに感謝するぞ。
感謝するなら私にも何か助訓してほしいわね。
ふむ、何が良いか少し時間をもらおう。考える。
She's going into thinking mode. Featherine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it, apparently trying to think of something.
後宮エンジェ、本当にご苦労だった。よくぞ最後まで朗読に付き合ってくれた。これにて我が巫女の任を解く。
Are they
そ
though?
なたは元の世界に戻り、そなたに与えられた運命を再開すれば
Yeah,
いい。
I don't know. It's a really shitty fate. You might as well just stay here, honestly.
やれやれ。とんだ寄り道だったって感じね。
すねるな。褒美は今考えている。そうだな。たまには少し。
Thinking?
いや、もう随分とやっていない。壺のインクも干からびて墨になっていそうであるな。
Even after the tale ended, Anja and Hachijo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It had been very serious and fiery. Anja had acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle which had drifted here once more from the Rokenjima of 12 years previous, to tell her of one truth. And it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, that was only one truth, and it did not mean an end to her journey. However, maybe it can be viewed this way. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, at that moment, just enjoying the feeling along with the bitter coffee Hachijo had made was enough.
ありがとう。最後まで読んでくれて。
How many layers of meta-narrative are you on right now, fam?
そしてあなたの考えと感想をありがとう。きっと一番最初の無限の魔女も喜んでいると思います。
なんだ、素直にそういうことも言えるじゃない。最初からそういう口調で喋ってればもっとファンも増えるんじゃない？
あなたという素晴らしい読者を称えているだけです。物言わぬ、考えることもできぬ豚どもに読ませるくらいならば、あなた一人のために原稿を記す方が、私に与えられた寿命という時間をよほど有意義に費やせると言いたいだけ。
Yeah, all my other fans suck. They don't get it.
だからそういうことを言わなきゃいいのに。ま、一応は褒められたと思っておくわ。さて。
I get the feeling that I've spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I've spent a major fraction of my life here. Well, comparatively. Though it should feel uncomfortable, sitting here on a sofa in someone else's house. For some strange reason, it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock says it's only been about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange.
お連れの方は遅いですね。
長電話かしら。男のくせに気持ち悪いやつ。
He said he was going to make a scheduled report to Okanogi-san, didn't he? Even though he was told that he could use the phone here, he declined and went to look for a public phone somewhere. Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. He's a moron, so I'll let him do what he wants.
公衆電話って遠いんですか？
通りに出てずっと下っていけば角のお店にありますよ。
これでおいとまします。これ、洋館代にでも。
そのお金をあなたに払ったら、また来て、私の新しい原稿を読んで、
Yeah, we've still got 2 more.
聞かせてくれますか？
札束払ってまで、私みたいな可愛くない女に原稿を読んでほしいんですか？
いいえ、あなたは本当に良い、よく考える読者だった。あなたのような人を探すために、私たちは物語を紡ぎ、世に放っているのです。
褒めすぎだわ。私は読書に感情移入しすぎるタイプなだけよ。
この短くない時間を割いてくれたお礼に、いつかきっとあなたの物語を書きましょう。
Maybe in like 1 or 2 episodes.
またあ
Who
んたの
knows?
偽書に私が登場するの？今度はマシな殺し方を頼むわ。
Yeah, not the clamps.
奇跡はお好き？
ご都合主義？昔は嫌いだったけど、最近は大歓迎よ。ただ、口が肥えてるんで、ビルから飛び降りて無傷なくらいじゃ、もう奇跡には入れてないけど。
では、
Whenever Hachijo is on screen, you know you're about to be hit in the head with a hammer.
いつか。
どうも。突然押しかけて、ひどいことばっかり言ってすみませんでした。
いいえ、有意義な対談でしたよ。編集局長さんにまたあなたとの対談をセッティングしてもらおうかしら。
その機会がまたあるならね。See you again.
Have a nice day.
ええ、またいつかあなたの真実にたどり着けますように。
ありがとう。
もしあなたの真実にたどり着けたなら、あなたの真実もいつか物語にしてみてください。
あんたらの魔女仲間になれと？どうかしら。文字書くの苦手だし、良き読者が良き執筆者とは限らないわよ。
If this story were made like 10 or 20 years later, Hachijo would just be a true crime podcaster, yeah.
いやいや、全く。私も人の本は全く読めませんし。
やれやれ。じゃあこれで。
あなたとはこれで二度と会わないだろうけれど、いつかどこかで別のあなたにまた会える幸運を。
In some other fragment or whatever.
最後に一つだけ聞いてもいい？
どうぞ。
物語の中に登場したフェザリーヌって魔女。
That's your
あ
self-insert.
れはあんたよね。
語るのもおこがましいですが、そのつもりです。
こういう質問もおかしいんだけど、あんたがフェザリーヌなの？フェザリーヌがあんたなの？
さて、何の話やら。
That mysterious woman was mysterious to the last. And so, the day of which I had no memories ended, and on the following day I would take a boat to Nijima. I'll probably never meet her again. However, that just means that I won't meet her, so some other me might meet her somewhere down the road. Just as I have reached several truths, they must also want to reach the truth. So long, Featherine. If you ever write a decent story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by.
おかげさまでこんな豪勢なエスコートは初めてですぜ。おこのぎの旦那も招待したいくらいだ。
遠慮する。もう俺は年だ。
That's Okanogi, I think.
飛んだり跳ねたりは卒業したぜ。
The person on the end of the line was Okanogi. Okanogi was also a man who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone.
こっちはク
Yeah,
ー
we
ル
don't
な
have
旅を
those
してま
cell
すん
phone
で
things yet.
今んところ飛んだり跳ねたりの必要はありません。
スマデラカスミが死に物狂いで探している。
Yeah, that Yakuza bitch is crazy.
話じゃ。すでに六軒島への足まで用意させてるらしい。鉢合わせする。
Oh, if he knew... Okay. Well, maybe... Anja killing them with the stakes was just like her interpreting Amakusa sniping all those guys from like 50 miles away if he already knew she was gonna be there. Like he had the bag of guns and stuff.
せいぜい5、6人前後のグループだろう。武装も
Take the shot, Amakusa.
お前の敵じゃない。好きに暴れろ。だが確実に殺せ。お前好みのおもちゃは用意できたか。
もちろん。旦那もよくこんなもんが国内で手配できるもんだ。
Behind Amakusa was the rental car that they'd borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag.
スマデラ本家も了承済みだが、終わったらとっとと日本を離れろ。
The Sumadera family's like, yeah, okay, you could kill the bitch.
今度は成田でカップ麺を箱で買うのを忘れるんじゃねえぜ。
今度は気をつけますって。ちょろい仕事です。
あと、例の件も分かってるよな。
例の件。はて、何のことやら。
とぼけやがって。まあいいさ。お前はなんだかんだ言って、昔から俺の期待を裏切
I
らない。
wonder what that could be.
お前さえ容量が良けりゃ手を汚さずにす。いくらでもやりようがあるさ。
何の話か分かりかねますぜ。
エンジちゃんもかわいそうな子なのは分かってんだ。ならそうと真相の令状らしく振る舞ってくれりゃいいんだが、エヴァさん亡き後、俺たちは結束していくことで合意してる。みこしは大事だが、少々よろしくない。
I see, so he's getting rid of her too.
世界平和のために。
World peace? Oh no, is another one of my theories true?
流れ次第ってことですぜ。スマデラの黒服がマシな銃の撃ち方をして。
That one was the most far-fetched one though! How can I be so right about everything? Oh, I haven't said that one yet. I'm saving it.
まさかほんの数日の逃避行でエンジちゃんとできちまったわけじゃねえだろうな。
Oh, never.
あんなちちくせえ小娘。
I've only flirted with her.
冗談を。
いや、俺は別にいいんだぜ。お前もようやく女にちょっかいを出すくらいには吹っ切れたってことじゃねえか。世界の半分は女なんだぜ。一人や二人でうじうじしてたら身が持たねえぜ。
おっと、噂すりゃなんとやらだ。お嬢が来ました。そんじゃこれで新島の宿に着いたら連絡しますぜ。それじゃ。
Anju was walking down the street. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived a long life.
ずいぶん長電話だったのね。待ち疲れたからおいとましてきたわ。
すみませんすみません。お嬢はどうでした？何か面白いことは分かりましたかい？
面白かった。収穫はそれだけよ。
Harvested, that's a weird way to say it.
そいつはクールだ。
Cool da. After Amakusa opened the passenger's side door, Anja got in the car. Amakusa quickly ran around to the driver's seat.
じゃあ港へ向かいます。旦那の情報じゃスマドラ家が網を張ってるらしいですぜ。
それに引っかかるようなら私の運もその程度。引っかからないなら六軒島は私を待ってるわ。任せましょう、運に。
運か。
どうするか決めかねている時、あるいはどうでもいい時、コイントスのように運命に身を任すのも悪いことじゃないわ。
へへ。なら俺もそいつに任せてみますかね。嫌いじゃねえや、そういうの。
ボディーガードが運任せとか言い出したわ。最悪。
旦那との電話のせいですっかりオチを読み損ねちまった。あの後どうなったんですかい？聞かせてくださいよ。
Tell me how the story ended.
嫌よ。
Should have been there. Shouldn't have left.
そりゃ残念。
Shouldn't have gotten up to go to the bathroom during the movie. The car dashed through the hilly town. That car wouldn't return to Hachijo's house for all eternity. However, Anja didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle that the current Endless Witch, Hachijo Toya, had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where a witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Anja's eyes. That's the first tea party. Now we gotta do the spooky tea party. For those who are not humans. In the purple dimension.
どこ?
Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat, and I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her, and then won't answer when I call her name? Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I'd left the cathedral. I'd planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze to kill time on until the end of that farcical reception.
確かに人の顔を見たくなかったから人気のない方へばかり進んだけど、さすがにこれはいないにも程があるわ。
I, the great Burn Castle, am lost? A miracle like that certainly wouldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached, a period that's no different from infinity. So when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it is not a miracle, but the product of someone's design. Okay, I get it. It's been less than 1,000 years for Beato, because it was all part of some funny keikaku. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this corridor is because someone's design has forced me here.
誰? こんな手の込んだ真似で私を呼ぶのはよっぽどの恥ずかしがり屋みたいね。こんな人気のないところに呼び出すんだから。
Then, from the other end of the dark corridor, I hear a sound. It sounded as though some small animal, like a dog or a cat, was walking at a quick pace. Sakataro? No miracle could cause a dog or cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I'm being guided in that direction. Very well. This might be some new theme to keep me entertained. If this is some new joke of Lambda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a whoa! And then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. Damn, these bitches gay. In the direction the noise had come from, it was not only dim, but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could sense something in that darkness. Whoa! Jump scare. There were two emerald green glints, probably cat eyes. The eyes of a black cat that peered through the darkness.
あなたが呼んだの？
Oh boy, are we getting another new character? Another witch that's in a tier above other witches?
それともあなたが使い？
Ah! When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. The marks were unsettling, as though the cat had run through a pool of blood. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, then even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out those red footprints. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but that served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onwards. As though it was telling me to follow, the cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. Well, you know what they say about cats and curiosity, Burncastle. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the dark corridor. Forward, turn, head down what appeared to be stairs from time to time. And then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, it went through the crack of a door.
ここ。
I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air and the slight change in the echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room, not a corridor. The sounds of the cat's footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, there was that same black cat gobbling down some blood-stained pet food. I see. So this is its reward for bringing me here.
猫、お食事中悪いけれど、そろそろあんたの主人を呼んでちょうだい。それともまさか、あんたが私を呼んだ本人ってわけじゃないわよね。
Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it is an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner. Good job. Great. Good stuff. When I did kick the cat, it sailed away like a stuffed animal, hit the wall, and fell to the ground. Awesome. You cooked a little too hard there, Burn. Then it vanished, melting into the darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at its food plate, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it up on there.
なんなの？
This is a little creepy.
この趣味の悪い艦隊は、ケルトはひどいことをする。
Is it Featherine? The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Burncastle had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. Yeah, it's Featherine's place.
そなたであろうが、その猫は
You just kicked yourself, idiot!
肉を食らい、選ぶ道もあることを学んだ猫よ。久しぶりであるな。
あんたが教えなきゃ気づかずに済んだ道よ。肉の味を教えた化け物。生き返ったのね。フェザリーヌ・アウアウローラ。
She had a hard time pronouncing that one. Alavora.
アウグストゥス・アウローラであると、そなたには何度教えても覚えぬな。よい、それもまた懐かしい。噂は聞き及んでいるぞ。 奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルを名乗り、あまり褒められぬかけら遊びをして回っているとな。
Your game sucks. What, her pronouncing it like that is a Higurashi reference? Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I figured Featherine had more to do with this than just being, oh, I'm just an observer, I'm just taking a peek. I have nothing to do with this game, I just happened to find it and I'm taking a look. Come on. Come on, nobody bought that. Berncastle sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with the place.
何を怯えているか。私はこれまでで最も長く過ごした巫女との再会を喜んでいるだけであろうが。
The 1,000-year-old observer. Berncastle's manner seemed completely relaxed. However, Featherine admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And, judging by the expression that had risen to Burn's face, Featherine had been right on the mark.
私に対する当てつけにも程があるわ。血の足跡を残しながら歩き、血まみれの肉を頬張る猫なんてね。
I don't know. Sounds about right.
怯えるな。よく見よ。血まみれの肉を頬張る猫などどこにいる？そなたを迎えに行った褒美にビスケットの皿を与えただけではないか。
They're just biscuits. Come on, get your vision checked. See? Well, those are pumpkins, but okay. It was as though we'll use our imagination. Let's use some theater of the mind here, henchbuns, and pretend those are biscuits. It was as though soot covering the plate at her feet was blown away, even though there was no wind. There lay an adorable and perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Berncastle didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Featherine shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," and she rocked her rocking chair.
相変わらず不愉快なやつだわ。でもね、今は愉快よ。あんたの真似をしてるとね、本当に退屈しないわ。
なじれ、好きに。かつて別れに際し、そなたに許した置き土産だ。
口の悪い巫女は退屈しないから好き。ち、バカバカしい。あんたを喜ばせるくらいなら口をつぐむわ。
Nah, no way. This could not be a metaphor. Come on.
それで何の用？
There's definitely nothing going on with, like, parental relationships in this game.
ベアトリーチェのゲームがバトラの勝利によ
I'm
って
just
終わった
acting
そう
the way you taught me, Mom.
感激していた。なかなか面白かった。
Ooh, I'm observing.
私が無様な役で、それは面白かったでしょうよ。
とんでもない。なかなか光栄であった。ベアトもそなたに感謝しているだろう。
それで
It was all a
ベ
prank,
アトの
bro.
ゲームのかけらを朗読しろって言うならお断りよ。私はもうあんたの巫女じゃない。
私はベアトのゲームをすべて感激してきた。ラムダデルタのゲームもバトラのゲームも興味深く感激させてもらった。一応すべての謎に私なりの答えを用意できたつもりでいる。犯人、動機、個別のトリック、碑文の謎は最後がギリギリわからぬが、私が実際に六軒島に行き検証すればわかる程度のレベル
Then
ま
why
での
don't
推理
you?
は持っている。
それで
無論真実は一つでない以上、私の推
You're
理も許
given
さ
a
れる
lot
可
of
能性の
caveats
中の
here.
一つに過ぎぬだろう。しかしそれは可能性の範囲内であり、さまつな問題だ。
何よあんた、私とベアとのゲームの論争がしたいの？
違う。したいのは答え合わせだ。
Show me the answer sheet now. Those words of Featherine's made Berncastle straighten up. Her old master did not fail to notice that small reaction.
そなたも出演者として参照のように
But
物語を
Byrne
盛
doesn't
り上
know
げ
the answers, does she? Lambda does.
その過程で多くの
Byrne
真
never
実
had the
を知る
qualifications to be Game Master.
しかしベアトが巧みに隠してきたいくつかの謎についてはそなたも
なるほど。私にまた腹渡を食いちぎって引きずり出す役をやらせたいのね。
感激を得ればパンフレットを読み舞台裏を知るのはそなた風に言うなら食後にたしなむ紅茶のようなものだ。それはたしなみだが欠かすことはできぬ。
生きてるうちはめでて遊んで死んだら肉を食
Who
らっ
doesn't?
てご機嫌満腹。
This is how all stories should be
あんた
devoured.
にとって猫は二度役に立つわけだわ。死ね化け物。
答え合わせがしたい。そなたも知りたいはずだ。ベアトの亡骸を葬ると思い、その葬儀をそなたに執り行ってほしいということだ。それならばどうか人の子よ。
多少は私好みな頼み方になってきたわ。
When Featherine snapped her fingers, a thin spotlight appeared on the table, which was covered with cluttered books. Berncastle's a cat, yeah, she has a tail. There lay a folded version of the game board for Beato's game. The Witch of Theater Going spun her finger in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, showing the black and white pieces lined up inside it.
ゲーム版もコマもすべて揃っている。過去のゲームの寄付もすべて揃っている。
I've got them written down meticulously. With a rustling sound, the book flipped through all of its pages of its own accord, front to back, shut itself, and flew to the side of the game board where it waited. Inside it, all of the movements of the pieces during previous games were recorded.
なるほど。足りないのはプレイヤーと解説者だけってわけ。
紅茶も足りぬな。梅干しも足りぬか。もちろん用意しよう。
She's a thirsty bitch.
いいわ。それにからし大福もつけてくれたら手を打つわ。
交渉は成立だ。
条件が一つ。
ほう、それは何か。
朗読者は私。愛がないからいろいろとおかしい。
Yeah, that actually is going to be really problematic, considering all we know now.
でもどう読むか、どう抑揚をつけるかは朗読者の自由よ。
私は答え合わせがしたいだけだ。物語になど興味はない。そなたがどんな物語を紡ごうと全く興味がない。なるほど。ようやくそなたが何をしたいのか。
You really want to fuck with those people, don't you?
条件。
いいだろう。私は答えが知りたい。そなたは鬱憤が晴らしたい。交渉は成立だ。
When Featherine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared as though beckoning Berncastle to sit there. It was a throne, horribly mismatched with the furnishings of this room. Yo, Battler gets his own painting! Wait, I've seen this before. This is...
認めようぞ。座るがよい。ゲームマスターはそなただ。
Oh no, this is gonna be bad. She doesn't even have the answers. How can she be Game Master? How can Berncastle be the Game Master?
本当にいいのね。
That's gonna suck!
そなたの鬱憤が晴れるような好きな物語を紡げばいい。私には興味ないことだ。ただし、私からも条件を一つ。私の求める答え合わせをすべてせよ。隠し事も
Yeah, surely it won't be pointlessly cruel and
一
malicious.
切なしだ。
任せなさい。腹渡
Should
引き
not
裂
have
いて
given this
中身
girl
をすべて引きず
the
り出すの
DM
は私
scream.
の最も得意とするところ。あんたの仕込みだもの。
This is a bad idea.
紅茶を入れよう。魔法でなく、私自らの手でな。主が巫女に茶を入れて信ぜようぞ。
かつてベアトは私に紅茶を飲むなら魔女とに限ると言ったわ。
我らにはどうやら違うようだ。
We both hate each other. This is like advanced fizzy aroma? It's like a new arrangement of it. Yo, it's got lyrics. And cow and cat meows in the background. At some point, the dish piled with biscuits had once again been covered with a mountain of torn apart meat and a splatter of red. No, not just the meat, even the bowels.
紅茶を飲むなら。
化け物同士に限るわ。
I'm sure that's not ominous about how the next game will go. Well, that was all of episode 6. These episodes keep topping each other, and I'm very, very curious about where the story can go next now that I have a very strong grasp on the mystery. Like, it basically tells it to you. A good portion of it, at least. Well, you know what they say. It's the who done it, the why done it, and the how done it. I think I have a pretty strong grasp on the first two. This is a good version of this. I'd love to it's got all the sound effects from the game in it. That's cute. I'd love to like look up what the translation for these lyrics are. Da 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 da. Oh, there's more. Yep, number 7. What's the name, Burn? You're the game master. You get to decide the name. Absolutely not. Not with you in charge. Burncastle slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king. God. What? Come on! It's not even they're not even trying anymore. How could anyone not get it now? Sometimes a queen and could become a knight. Like, come on. However, that was only if it got promoted. Promotions! Until then, it was only a trash piece, like a pawn. First comes the placing of the pieces. By this point, the witch's game has already begun. Burncastle took Beato's piece and raised it high.
初手、配置、D8、ベアトリーチェ。
When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. Yeah, we forgot that part. Doesn't exactly imply a happy ending, does it? Alright, let's look at Erica's thing, because somebody told me to do that. There we go. Gerudo Erica. The Witch of Truth, provisional, is also the detective, and one calls herself an intellectual hum. She participated in Battler's game as a player for the human side. She possesses several skills that qualify her to call herself a detective. These can be acknowledged by Berncastle and elevated to the level of Red Truth. Whether she wins or loses, this will be the last game, and there will be no further use for her. Oh, I have to execute her? Okay. Oh, nothing. She's gone. She was never real. We made her up. That's good. I like that. Now execute. Oh, she has a page on the human side? All right, hang on. There's so many layers. Hang on. There she is. Furuto Erika fell from the pleasure boat Eternal Maid 2 mid-cruise in the waters near Rokunjima. On October 4th, 1986, she drifted to Rokunjima and the Ushiromiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the fact that she was wearing a life jacket. Furuto Erika fell from a pleasure boat and is currently missing. Due to the Rokunjima explosion incident that occurred shortly afterward, her accident went completely forgotten. Her family says that she might have drifted to Rokunjima and gotten involved in the accident, but no evidence suggests that she was ever on the island could be found. Forgers who know of this accident often theorize that she drifted onto Rokunjima and include her in the illusion of the witch. Okay, well... that basically confirms my last theory, the how done it. So that's great. About how everybody still dies at the end, regardless. Remember how Kinzo bought the island from the United States military? I remembered. Anyways. Yeah, all they found was Maria's fucking jaw. Yeah, she's an OC. She's just a self-insert. Yeah, Berncastle was like, oh, this one girl does nothing in this timeline. We'll just insert her. How cruel. Anyways, that's episode 6. All of my things I said are true, so you can never doubt that I'm really smart. If you want to see my full theory doc about the how, why, and who done it, I'm gonna post it in the Discord later. So be sure to join that. I'll post it one more time to see all that. I'm gonna love it. I'm sure I'm gonna love episode 7. I've loved every episode. Let's see. Diablo's playing the RE4 remake because they have a problem and have played it non-stop. So go give them a hard time about that. Good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow for Armored Core 2. Talk about a change of pace.